complete scientific proof, evidence, reason, and discussion about why God absolutely exists, plus 100 renowned academics speaking about God. Answered. Must watch answers. And here's the disclaimer for this video presentation that you can read it if you like. So here are the outlines of my video presentation. Motivations for this video presentation. Introduction to possible methods for proving the existence of God. Cosmological arguments and scientific proofs about why God must absolutely exist. Sum up and some further hints about the following video regarding 100 scientists speaking about God. 100 renowned academics speaking about God answered. Final conclusions about the videos shown here and everything presented on this video presentation. I have recently watched a video on YouTube that motivated me to make a video response to it, and basically all this video presentation is for that matter, where I explain some basic things about the existence of God first. Then I answer the 100 professors and scientists in that video so that everybody who has a doubt in God can get completely sure that God exists, no matter what some scientists may say. This is not the only video on YouTube or on the internet where we can see some people do not or may not believe in God. But this video in particular may confuse the general public, especially those who had doubts about the existence of God, when top scientists are saying that God does not exist. But that is not true. Basically, if you search for videos on YouTube or elsewhere, you will see many videos that they have about hundreds of thousands of views overall. But this presentation is basically focusing on the video that was mentioned above, and I'll try to simply focus more on the existence of God here, with no disrespect to the uploader of that video on YouTube or any of the people mentioned in that video, especially that the uploader did not say anything against God and basically left the conclusion to the audience. But such video would clearly suggest in people's minds that God does not exist. However, it will be clearly disapproved here, so that we make sure nobody will get confused or have any doubt about God. I am a scientist, just like so many other scientists you will see here in this video presentation. And I know for sure that there are many great scientists who believe God absolutely exists. So do not see just some of them, and especially that I can assure you the greatest scientists of all times did believe in God for sure. It is actually quite simple and easy to know that there was and is a God. But people who do not agree with it are either making it so complicated and they get confused, or they simply do not want to accept it, even though that is so clear and simple. And so they just make some scientific excuses. So here I will answer all those scientific issues they mention, and you will see they were wrong about it. So basically here I would like to first give you some insights and some basic knowledge about God first, especially from the academic and scientific perspectives. And then we'll review the 100 Scientists video, and I will answer them all and clear all their confusions for you. In this video presentation, we do not judge any person, religion, or belief system, but we just talk about what has been said and just try to see if that is logically and scientifically true or not. And we should all try to see what has been said, not who has said it. And if that is true, we should accept it. And if that is wrong, we should drop it, no matter who has said it. The information and discussion I give throughout this video presentation is based on my knowledge and with the consciousness I currently possess. And if I could come up with more answers, more logics, and more proofs regarding the existence of God, I will either add them to this video here later, or I will make another separate video presentation about it. In quantum physics, it is so clear that the consciousness or the observer matters a lot in how the reality is perceived. But no matter how you slice it, God absolutely exists. There are many different approaches to prove that God exists. But basically here I would like to speak with the language of the top scientists and professors, and that is the language of academic logics and scientific facts and references, with accurate logical conclusions that are so clear. And there will be no single doubt left about the existence of God by the end. So basically we would like to discuss about the fact that there is a God or not, and we will also realize some qualities and properties about that God. But we are not going to talk about what God really is, because God is beyond what we can fully comprehend and understand in our limited mind and consciousness. An infinite Almighty God cannot be fully realized by a limited mind that has limited consciousness and capacity. So humans can only talk about the existence of God. They cannot know or understand what God really is with their limited mind and consciousness, unless that is up to some extent told by God to humans via the true holy book and religion. But here I would not get into the religious things, as I know many of the skeptics may not believe in any book or religion at all, and that may not even sound scientific to some people. So basically, this presentation is not about what God is, although in order to give a great insight for a moment, I would tell you that we are talking about the God that is the creator of the universe and everything in it, and will be the creator of everything forever, and has not been created, was always there, and was always unique, and was always God, the only God, and is not a human, and has no son or children, and is and was and will be eternal or timeless, the pure infinite and absolute infinite power, or the ultimate main source. So let us get into the scientific facts and proofs that why God must exist. Everything, humans, animals, matters or energies, time, space, consciousness, dimensions or universes, etc., has a designer and creator. God was the creator and designer. If not, then what? Whether there was a Big Bang at the beginning or not, and there was a beginning of time for the creations and the universes or dimensions, everything is controlled by God as in the design, because God must be the ultimate controller of everything in any dimension or universe at any moment, including the consciousness of any human or any matter or particle or energy. If not, then what? Who and what is the God now then? Because God must be the pure infinite and the ultimate eternal power or source of everything at all times, and God is, was, and will be the creator or controller of everything, and nothing is merely random or is by mere accident. Everything has a designer and creator. Beside the fact that humans, animals, particles, and basically everything is created or is even alive is by the will of God, and the existence of everything can be questioned at every moment, as the quantum physics says that all matters are nothing but possibilities. So you should essentially ask why we exist, or why this or that material or matter exists, not why God exists. And we should try to learn to think that way as well. But still, I will fully cover and answer all the misconceptions and issues about the existence of God based on all the newest discoveries by now in 2014 in any related science available. So again, beside the fact that everything that exists in any dimension or universe at any time is based on the will of God, and the existence of everything could be asked, not just this universe and the beginning of it, but still I will discuss the Big Bang Theory and all that here. Because, for instance, humans are born every day. Why you do not ask who is the creator of that new person? And where the Adam and Eve came from? Because obviously humans are not made of any animals or anything like that. And the evolution theory is totally wrong. But no need to discuss that here, because even if that theory was true and everything began only by the Big Bang alone, even humans and different entities and creatures, we can still prove that God exists. Which academic sciences can tell us if there is a God or not? Physics, math, philosophy, astronomy, cosmology, simple logics? Well, basically all of them, as long as they are accurate and logical, and no higher conscious mind can disapprove them. So basically I would like to go from the cosmology science, since that is a straightforward path to the answer and is quite simple and easy to prove that God exists by that manner. But no matter how you try it, you will see that God absolutely exists. There are plenty of approaches and methods to prove that God exists, since that is one of the simplest and also most important questions since thousands of years ago. But nowadays it is more difficult to give quite scientific, accurate, and logical answers for non-believers, as the technology and science have improved a lot compared with when Adam and Eve were born, or like 1400 years ago. Yet the universal consciousness is expanding, and people are also generally more smart and aware than 1400 years ago, for example. Basically, even if we assume that everything has a cause, and all that cause was at the beginning, and there is no more cause after that, we can still logically, scientifically, and academically prove that there must be a God that was the cause of the time, the universe to begin. This is called the cosmological argument, which basically talks about how the universe was created. And so then scientists can realize that there was a God or not. Watch the cosmological argument video number 1. The video is about the basic introductions on one of the newest profound cosmological arguments called Kalam, cosmological argument.
Talk to us about the Kalam cosmological argument for the existence of God. The Kalam cosmological argument is an argument that can be simply formulated. Premise one, whatever begins to exist has a cause. Things don't come into being from nothing. Two, the universe began to exist. There's good philosophical and scientific evidence that the universe is not eternal in the past, but had a beginning. And from that it follows, three, therefore, a cause of the universe exists. And then you do a conceptual analysis of what it is to be a cause of space and time, matter and energy. And I think you're able to show that a beginningless, uncaused, timeless, spaceless, immaterial, enormously powerful personal creator of the universe exists, which is the core concept of God.
Watch the cosmological argument video number 2. The video is a very good summary of Kalam cosmological argument that scientifically proves the universe has a cause and did not cause itself. God exists and was the creator and cause of the universe. God is spaceless, timeless, immaterial, uncaused, and unimaginably powerful.
Does God exist? Or is the material universe all that is, or ever was, or ever will be? One approach to answering this question is the cosmological argument. It goes like this: whatever begins to exist has a cause. The universe began to exist, therefore, the universe has a cause. Is the first premise true? Let's consider. Believing that something can pop into existence without a cause is more of a stretch than believing in magic. At least with magic, you've got a hat and a magician. And if something can come into being from nothing, then why don't we see this happening all the time? No, everyday experience and scientific evidence confirm our first premise. If something begins to exist, it must have a cause. But what about our second premise? Did the universe begin? Or has it always existed? Atheists have typically said that the universe has been here forever. The universe is just there, and that's all. First, let's consider the second law of thermodynamics. It tells us the universe is slowly running out of usable energy. And that's the point. If the universe had been here forever, it would have run out of usable energy by now. The second law points us to a universe that has a definite beginning. This is further confirmed by a series of remarkable scientific discoveries. In 1915, Albert Einstein presented his general theory of relativity. This allowed us, for the first time, to talk meaningfully about the past history of the universe. Next, Alexander Friedmann and George Lemaitre, each working with Einstein's equations, predicted that the universe is expanding. Then in 1929, Edwin Hubble measured the red shift in light from distant galaxies. This empirical evidence confirmed not only that the universe is expanding, but that it sprang into being from a single point in the finite past. It was a monumental discovery, almost beyond comprehension. However, not everyone is fond of a finite universe, so it wasn't long before alternative models popped into existence. But one by one, these models failed to stand the test of time. More recently, 3 leading cosmologists, Arvind Borde, Alan Guth and Alexander Vilenkin, prove that any universe which has on average been expanding throughout its history cannot be eternal in the past, but must have an absolute beginning. This even applies to the multiverse, if there is such a thing. This means that scientists can no longer hide behind a past eternal universe. There is no escape. They have to face the problem of a cosmic beginning. Any adequate model must have a beginning. just like the Standard Model. It's quite plausible then that both premises of the argument are true. This means that the conclusion is also true. The universe has a cause. And since the universe can't cause itself, its cause must be beyond the space-time universe. It must be spaceless, timeless, immaterial, uncaused, and unimaginably powerful, much like God. The cosmological argument shows that, in fact, it is quite reasonable to believe that God does exist.
Watch the cosmological argument video number 3. The video is about the history of Kalam cosmological arguments that shows this science existed since long time ago and is actually very profound and reliable. Some of the great scientists who believe in God are mentioned in the video, such as Ibn Sina, who was one of the greatest scientists of all times. Watch the cosmological argument video number 4. The video is about the law of causation. meaning that anything that has a beginning has a cause. And since the universe had a beginning, it must have had a cause. So God has brought everything into being. So it says that God must be an infinite, eternal, immaterial creator that has created everything. This video talks also about the fact that God was not created, because the creator had no beginning by definition. And so the law of causation does not apply to God, because everything that has a beginning must have had a cause, not God, because God is timeless and spaceless.
Okay, I'm going to try and do this law of causation with respect to the origin of the universe one more time, because we seem to have a disconnect here. The notion here is anything that has a beginning has a cause. And since the universe had a beginning, it must have had a cause. If all space, all time, all matter, all energy, all fundamental constants, all natural laws, all of a sudden came into existence from nowhere, a singularity, right? An infinitely dense vacuum fluctuation, then the law of causation would say something must have brought about that beginning. Now here's where we get hung up. Then the question is asked, okay, you're going to point to a beginner, a God, then who created God? If the law of causation applies to the universe, of course it must have applied to God. And if there was a God that created God, then who created the God before that God? And it goes on forever. Therefore, the law of causation doesn't work with the origin of the universe. Therefore, go away, you fundamental Christian throwback fuddy-duddy. The problem with this argument is that when we argue a creator God, by definition, we are saying that this creator God had no beginning. That's where everybody laughs and says, you can't do that. You can't make that up. Everything you just argued in the law of causation had a beginning. No, I didn't say that. Everything that had a beginning has a cause. And the argument is that the initial cause didn't have a beginning. And you cry foul? No, there is no foul. Because when we're talking about space and time and matter and energy and the dimensions in which they came about at the beginning, by definition, the one who caused those dimensions are outside those dimensions, namely space, matter, time, etc. So this is a spiritual being, a non-material, non-time oriented being. This is a being outside of space and time that was created. Therefore, I can argue that God was eternal, that God is infinite, that God is not subject to the same laws and dimensions that he created. Now, I'm not arguing here who this God is. I'm just saying that those who come back and say that this law has to apply to God, no, I'm not talking about a guy with a big beard who's a material being who sits in the clouds somewhere. I'm talking about an infinite, an eternal, an immaterial God that brought about all of these dimensions, all of this matter, all of this space, all of the time that we're saying is subject to the law of causation. So here is now my argument. Whether you believe that it was a singularity with a capital S that was infinitely dense, that contained all of this stuff, or whether you believe this causer was God with a capital G, I'm not arguing who this God is or what this singularity was. I'm just saying that if something had a beginning, it has a cause. We now all agree that the universe had a beginning, therefore the universe had a cause. Whatever caused the universe to come into being was outside of space and time, is eternal, is immaterial, is infinite by definition, and therefore not subject to the law of causation, which applies to the universe.
Watch the scientific discovery video. The video is about the fact that science has discovered God.
My name is Gerald Schroeder. I have a, thank God, a strong science background from MIT, Massachusetts Institute of Technology, bachelor's, master's, PhD, 7 years in the physics staff, seen a whole range of atomic bombs detonated, moved to Israel, met my wife, Barbara Sofer, a great writer, and then teach Torah and science. So luckily, I'm lucky that I have the two that come together. And one of the questions that I'm asked as a scientist is, how can a scientist really believe that there's something that we refer to usually as God? You know, is this metaphysical whatever acting in the world or producing the world? And the irony is, the question's really a non-starter. Science has in fact discovered God. And you can talk to the hardline atheists and they will say, it looks like science has indeed discovered God. And how would that be? Well, if you take the trouble of going to the web and they're typing WMAP, the initials for a satellite, it's a diagram that shows the development of the universe from the creation over time. It's a timeline. Every word on that diagram comes from the NASA site. It is the condensed knowledge of the scientific community of how the universe created and how it got to where we are today. Each of the lines, the vertical lines, is another billion years. Okay, you start from a burst of energy at the extreme left side of the diagram, and you end up at the far end with the oval. The oval is to indicate expansion in all directions. Of course, because it's a timeline, we can't show that on a single piece of paper. We see here, most amazingly, that on the extreme left edge, it shows a beginning to the universe. Now go back less than 50 years. If I were teaching that at Tech, a person could lose tenure saying that there was a creation of the universe. It sounds like it's Bible, because less than 50 years ago, the overwhelming scientific opinion was the universe is eternal. There was never a beginning. The Bible is wrong from the very first sentence. And then we discovered, suddenly, Arno Penzias and Robert Wilson, the Bell Labs in New Jersey, the northeast of the US, discovered the echo of the Big Bang, the energy left over, which George Gamow, 60 years ago, predicted that if there had been a universe created hot and small, it would have exploded, and the energy would get more and more dilute. And Penzias and Wilson, these Arno Penzias and Robert Wilson, discover this energy that had been predicted overnight. The Bible got it right. There was a beginning to the universe. Now, the black in the diagram is nothing. It's not a vacuum. Vacuums are within that diagram, within that cone of expansion. Vacuums are empty space, and space is something. The black of the paper around the diagram is nothing. It doesn't fit in our human brain, because humans think in a box made of time, space, and matter/energy. No human, as clever as they might be, as expansive as they might be, thinks out of that box. So when we say outside that diagram is nothing, we can use the words, but we can't conceive of nothing. It doesn't fit in the human brain. How are we going to have this idea, is there a God or not? Notice that the creation force isn't a three-letter word, G-O-D. If you look at the words carefully, it's a quantum fluctuations. That understanding was first brought down by Ed Tryon, brilliant human being, in the journal Nature, almost 40 years ago. The universe allows creation of something from nothing, provided you have the laws of nature, the quantum fluctuation. Tryon realized, and he published in the journal Nature, one of the two leading peer-reviewed journals in the world, that you can create something from absolute nothing, provided you've got the laws of nature, quantum physics and the laws of relativity. In other words, the laws of nature. So look what science has discovered. We can create the universe from absolute nothing, provided we have the forces of nature. Now, the laws of nature, the forces of nature aren't physical. They act on the physical. So if they create the universe, that means they predate the universe. So now we have a set of forces, we call them the laws of nature, that are not physical, that are able to act on the physical. They create the physical from absolute nothing. And they predate the universe, which means they predate our understanding of time. Put that together, it sounds very familiar. If you haven't noticed it, that's the biblical definition of God. There's only one nuance that's left hanging, we can talk about it another time perhaps, is that which created the universe, those forces active in the universe. But up to that point, science says you are correct. The definition of the biblical God is predates time, outside of time. God is not a physical being, is a force, and it creates the universe.
Watch the first cause argument video. The video is a quite good summary of most of the scientific and academic logics that we used so far to prove that God absolutely exists. In the video, we can hear many logical and philosophical arguments that why God must exist. And if God did not create the universe, there would be nothing.
A second, and more difficult, because more abstract argument for the existence of God is the first cause argument. Before going into the difficult form of it, let's just look at the simple, basic, intuitive, natural, commonsensical form of it. I think we all have to become rather clever in order to doubt it or to dispute it, because it's based on an instinct of mind that we all share. The instinct that says everything needs an explanation. Nothing just is, without a reason why it is. Everything that exists has some adequate or sufficient reason why it exists. Philosophers call this the principle of sufficient reason. We use it every day, in common sense and in science, as well as in philosophy. If you saw a rabbit suddenly appear on this empty table, you would not blandly say, "Hi there, rabbit, you came from nowhere, didn't you?" No, you'd look for a cause. You would assume there has to be some cause. Did the rabbit fall from the ceiling? Was I a magician who had it up my sleeve? If there seems to be no physical cause, you would look then for a psychological cause. Perhaps there's no rabbit there. Perhaps you're being hypnotized or dreaming. As a last resort, you'd look for a supernatural cause, a miracle. God created the rabbit. But there must be some cause. We never deny the principle of sufficient reason itself. No one believes the pop theory, that things just pop into existence for no reason at all. Perhaps we will never find the cause, but there must be a cause for everything that comes into existence. Now, the entire universe is a vast interlocking chain of things that come into existence. Each of these things must therefore have a cause. My parents caused me, my grandparents caused them, etc. But it is not that simple. I would not be here without billions of causes, from the Big Bang through the cooling of the galaxies and the evolution of the protein molecule to the marriages of my ancestors. The universe is a vast and complex chain of causes. Now, does the universe as a whole have a cause? Is there a first cause, an uncaused cause, an eternal cause, a transcendent cause of the whole immanent chain of causes? If not, then there is an infinite regress of causes with no first link in the great cosmic chain. If so, then there is an eternal, necessary, independent, self-explanatory being with nothing above it, nothing before it, nothing supporting it. It would explain itself as well as everything else. For if it needed something else as its explanation, its reason, its cause, then it would not be the first and uncaused cause. Such a being could be called God. If we can prove there is such a first cause, we will have proved that there is some sort of God. Now, why must there be a first cause? Because if there isn't, then the whole universe is unexplained, and we have violated our principle of sufficient reason for everything. If there is no first cause, each particular thing in the universe is explained by some other thing, but the universe as a whole is not explained. Everyone and everything in the universe says in turn, "Don't look to me for the final explanation. I'm just an instrument. Something else caused me." But if that's all there is, beings that say that, then we have an endless buck-passing universe. God is the one who says the buck stops here. One more analogy. Suppose I tell you there is a book that explains everything you want explained. You want that book very much. You ask me whether I have it. I say, no, I have to get it from my wife. Does she have it? Well, no, she has to get it from a neighbor. Does he have it? No, he has to get it from his teacher, who has to get it from, etc., ad infinitum. No one actually has the book. In that case, you will never get it. However long or short the chain of book borrowers may be, you will get the book only if someone actually has it and does not have to borrow it. Well, existence is like that book. Existence is handed down the chain of causes, from cause to effect. If there is no first cause, no being who is eternal and self-sufficient, no being who has existence by his own nature and does not have to borrow it from something else, then the gift of existence can never be passed down the chain to others, and no one will ever get it. But we did get it. We exist. We got the gift of existence from our causes down the chain, and so did every actual being in the universe, from atoms to archangels. Therefore, there must be a first cause of existence, a God. St. Thomas Aquinas has a number of versions of this basic argument. I think the most interesting is the third way. He argues that if there were no eternal, necessary, and immortal being, if everything had a possibility of being or not being, and thus a possibility of ceasing to be, then eventually this possibility of ceasing to be would be realized for everything. If everything could die, then given infinite time, everything would eventually die. But in that case, nothing could start up again. We would have universal death. For a being that has ceased to exist cannot cause itself or anything else to begin to exist again. And if there is no God, then there must have been infinite time. The universe must have always been here, with no beginning and no first cause. But this universal death has not happened. Things do exist. Therefore, there must be a necessary being that cannot not be, cannot possibly cease to be. Another description of God. How can anyone get out of the tight logic of this argument? Well, here are 4 ways in which philosophers try. First, many say that the proofs don't prove God at all, but only some vague first cause or other. The God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, and the God of Jacob is not the God of philosophers and scholars, writes Pascal, who was a passionate Christian but did not think you could prove God's existence logically. Well, it's true that the proofs do not by any means prove everything the Christian means by God. But they do prove a transcendent, eternal, uncaused, immortal, self-existing, independent, all-perfect being. That sounds rather like God. It's a pretty thick slice of him anyway. Second objection is that some philosophers, like David Hume, say that the concept of cause is ambiguous and not applicable beyond the physical universe to God. How dare we use the same term for what clouds do to rain, what parents do to children, what authors do to books, and what God does to the universe? The answer is that the concept of cause is analogical. That is, it differs somewhat, but not completely, from one example to another. Human fatherhood is a bit like divine fatherhood, and physical causality is a bit like divine causality, but also unlike. The way an author conceives a book in his mind is not exactly the same way as a woman conceives a baby in her body either, but we call both causes. In fact, we even call both conceptions. The objection is right to point out that we do not fully understand how God causes the universe, as we do understand how parents cause children or clouds cause rain. But the term remains meaningful. A cause is the sine qua non for an effect. If no cause, no effect. If no first cause, no second causes. If no creator, no creation. If no God, no universe. Third, it is sometimes argued, as Bertrand Russell does, that there is a self-contradiction in the first cause argument. For one of the premises is that everything needs a cause, but the conclusion is that there is something, God, which does not need a cause. The child who asks, "Who made God?" is really thinking of this objection. The answer is very simple. The argument does not use the premise that everything needs a cause. Everything that comes to be needs a cause. Everything that is born needs a cause. Everything that changes needs the cause. Everything dependent needs a cause. Finally, it is often asked why there can't be infinite regress with no first being. Infinite regress is perfectly acceptable in mathematics. Negative numbers go on to infinity just as positive numbers do. So why can't time be like the number series with no highest number, either negatively, no first in the past, or positively, no last in the future? The answer is that real beings are not like numbers. They need causes. For the chain of real beings moves in one direction only, from past to future. And things in the future are caused by things in the past. But positive numbers are not caused by negative numbers. Actually, there is a parallel in the number series for a first cause, the number 1. If there were no first positive integer, no unit 1, there could be no subsequent addition of units. 2 is 2 ones, 3 is 3 ones, and so on. If there were no first, there could be no second or third. If the argument is getting too tricky, the thing to do is to return to what is sure and clear, the intuitive point I began with. Not everyone can understand all the abstract details of the first cause argument, but everyone can understand its basic point. C.S. Lewis puts it this way: I felt in my bones that this universe does not explain itself.
Watch the Proof from Contingency video. The video is a good logical explanation that what is the logical scientific reason to accept that there is a God.
The third way that St. Thomas Aquinas demonstrates the existence of God is called the proof from contingency or dependency. Everything in the universe is dependent on something outside of itself in order to exist. The car sitting in your garage right now didn't just happen by itself. The car is dependent on human beings to manufacture and maintain it. But human beings do not just happen by themselves either. We are dependent on a multitude of external factors, such as food, water, and air. But these factors themselves are also dependent on a planet with a stable atmosphere and a conducive environment. So what we see here is another chain of events leading into the past, just like the proofs of motion and causality. The question that this leaves us with, therefore, is, if everything in the universe is dependent on something outside of itself in order to exist, how did the universe come into being? We know for a fact that the universe had a beginning and it will have an end, which means that the universe is not self-sustaining. In other words, the universe is contingent upon something else outside of itself in order to exist. Now, we cannot simply say that the universe is dependent on some other force of nature in order to exist, because even if that were the case, all it would accomplish is to add yet another link to the chain of dependency. It doesn't answer the question, what is everything ultimately dependent on? The only way to answer this question in a satisfactory manner is to say that there must exist a self-subsisting being who exists independently by his own power, and upon whom the universe and all it contains is ultimately dependent. This being must be intelligent because the universe is too perfect to have happened by accident. And the term that is usually employed to express this being is God.
Watch the Cause of the Universe video. The video is a very good proof that the universe has a cause, scientifically, and the fact that the creator of the universe was not itself. So therefore, God has created the universe when the time of the existence of the universe began.
What is the single most significant physical evidence that a creator God has created our universe? I think that the most important physical evidence for the existence of a creator of the universe is the remarkable discovery that the universe is not eternal in the past but began to exist. Up until the 20th century, the prevailing viewpoint among both philosophers and scientists was that the universe is eternal, that matter and energy have always existed, that the universe never began to exist, and therefore it seemed there was no need for a creator of the universe. That worldview crumbled under the impact of Albert Einstein's general theory of relativity and its application in 1917 to the questions of cosmology. What Einstein's theory predicted was that the universe cannot be a static, eternal, in effect, timeless entity. Rather, the universe is either going to be in a state of a cosmic expansion or collapse. And in either case, this cannot be extrapolated to past infinity. It predicted that the universe, indeed time and space themselves, must have had a beginning at some point in the finite past. During the 1920s, observational astronomy began to uncover evidence for these purely theoretical predictions that Albert Einstein's theory had made. So that today the prevailing view among contemporary cosmologists and astrophysicists is that the universe is not in fact infinite in the past, but that time and space, matter and energy are finite and came into being at some point a finite time ago. And I think this is the most powerful evidence ever to come out of science for the existence of a transcendent cause of the universe which brought the universe into being.
I have not seen a video that explains this exact math the way I would like to present it to you now. So I just give it to you by my own research as a bonus to you. But you can find a lot of different references to my claims if you look at many different resources and videos on the internet. The chance or probability of creating new living species is 0. I'm going to prove to you scientifically and logically that the probability or chance of having new living species in the universe is 0, not just small. That is to say, it is impossible to have new living species by chance, not improbable. Therefore, it is impossible to consider that the universe, the humans, animals, and other species are created by mere chance. So whether the Big Bang Theory was right or not, or how it began and what exactly happened in the Big Bang, we are still having this amazing phenomena of creation by God in every second. Hence, no random process in the universe is by mere chance. It has a reason and cause, and it is caused by a creator. The whole universe is a design by an intelligent designer and creator, not by random events that are just mere chance. So if you are a scientist and you understand probabilities and statistics, and also physics, chemistry, and mathematics, then you should understand my equation in the next page. The probability of creating a DNA by mere chance times the probability of creating a living cell by mere chance times etc., etc., and so on and so forth is equal to the limit of n goes to the infinity in 1 divided by 10 to the power of n is equal to 0. It's basically called the fine-tuning of the universe. The numbers do not really matter here, and there are different calculations and results by different scientists. But what matters is that there is a very small probability for each event, and there are infinite of them. Yet, the final mathematical probability is 0, as shown above. Therefore, God has created the universe, humans, and everything else, and there is no single chance to doubt about it, because nothing has been created by mere chance, and it had a cause, and the main cause has created it that way, intelligently. This also proves that Darwin's evolution theory was wrong, and the chances that humans are created by previous animal species or the like is 0. Besides the scientific proofs we already talked about, to academically and scientifically prove that God absolutely exists, I would like to show some of the many evidences and signs of God in our universe to be able to have a better understanding of the universe and the laws of nature. That we'll see some of the professors or scientists will talk about later here. Please notice that we have already proved that God exists. And here we just want to see some of the scientific evidences, not proofs, although your faith and belief can get stronger in God. And that is one approach for understanding the fact that God exists as well. However, basically in this video presentation, we have discussed the logical and scientific facts about why God should absolutely exist, and not just based on some strange, complicated, super intelligent laws of nature that humans do not fully understand yet. Watch the Signs of God video number 1. The video is simply showing some evidences and signs of God in different creatures and in different levels of reality and consciousness in the universe, which can strengthen your faith and belief in God. And again, please notice that we have already proved previously that God exists.
And as we have been programmed mentally, intellectually, one must be aware of this being programmed. like a computer, like a computer, like a computer.
Programming that we are constantly assaulted by throughout our life conditions us. It programs us to a particular worldview. To a particular worldview.
Is they are absolutely propagandizing the world with all of their theses about the nature of the universe that we live in, where we come from, our origins, the origin of the universe, and so forth.
Now, how do we know that there's a God?
After having been thoroughly brainwashed.
And how do we know that there's a creator? How do we know that there's a creator? How do we know that there's a creator? How do we know that there's a creator?
About 15 billion years ago, there were no stars in the sky. There wasn't even a sky. All that existed was the primordial fireball. Then, something happened. In a flash, everything suddenly expanded. This was how it all began. The first moment of existence. What we now call the Big Bang. Big Bang. Big Bang. Big Bang. Big Bang.
At the beginning of the 20th century, scientists believed that the universe had always existed, that matter energy was infinite. It had always been around. The model is called the steady state model, because the model of the universe that it's been around forever basically doesn't change. The universe is steady state. But what happened in the last 100 years is that model has been blown away because of the evidence. Observations now suggest, as you all know, that the universe began some 12 to 15 billion years ago. The first evidence that the universe had a beginning is the expanding universe.
Researchers wanted to believe in a universe that always was and always will be, eternal. But galaxies flying away from each other meant that once, long ago, they were clumped together. It meant something started them moving. The universe had a beginning. Today, it's called the Big Bang Theory.
This was first discovered in 1929 by Edwin Hubble, and it's the first evidence that the universe had a beginning. The second evidence the universe had a beginning is the cosmic background radiation.
The discovery of the cosmic background radiation was a fatal blow to those who wanted to believe in an eternal universe. The Big Bang proponents had won.
Now, the final evidence for the origin of the universe is the relative abundance of light elements. It's very clear now that the universe had an origin, and scientists have become to accept this. In fact, the equations of general relativity that Einstein developed had an origin of the universe. When Einstein developed his equations of general relativity, they showed that there should be an expansion of the universe and an origin, and Einstein didn't like that. He added something called a cosmological constant, which he later realized was not there. When we saw that the universe was expanding, that there really was an origin, he threw out the cosmological constant. He said that that was the biggest mistake of his scientific career, was introducing that. But when this Big Bang model was first proposed in the early part of the 20th century, it was received with great skepticism by the scientific community. Because the scientific community knew that the Big Bang opened up the possibility of having a beginning and a creator and someone who began it.
Have you ever asked yourself where the universe came from? Why everything exists instead of just nothing? Typically, atheists have said that the universe is just eternal and uncaused. But the astrophysical evidence indicates that the universe began to exist in a great explosion called the Big Bang 15 billion years ago. Most laymen do not appreciate that not only were all matter and energy created in that event, but physical space and time themselves. This is of utmost importance, for it implies, as the Cambridge astronomer Fred Hoyle points out, that the Big Bang Theory requires the creation of the universe from nothing. Now, this tends to be very awkward for the atheist. For as Anthony Kenny of Oxford University urges, a proponent of the Big Bang Theory, at least if he is an atheist, must believe that the universe came from nothing and by nothing. But surely that doesn't make sense. Out of nothing, nothing comes. So where did the universe come from? Why does the universe exist instead of just nothing? There must have been a cause which brought the universe into being. We can summarize our argument thus far as follows. Premise 1. Whatever begins to exist has a cause. 2. The universe began to exist. 3. Therefore, the universe has a cause.
So we're faced with two worldviews. One starts in the beginning with mass energy, the particles, and everything is derivative, including information. The other says the exact opposite, says the exact opposite, says the exact opposite, says the exact opposite. So in the first worldview, mass energy is primary and mind is derivative. In the other worldview, mind is primary and mass energy is derivative, is derivative, is derivative, is derivative. And so far as tonight's lecture is concerned, it is the diametrical opposition between the worldview of materialism and the worldview of theism. It is a conflict between these two worldviews, but I want you to notice there are scientists on each side of it.
Professor Stephen Hawking says that modern science has established there was no need for God in the creation of the universe. In a new book, Hawking suggests that a theoretical framework known as M-theory can explain how the Big Bang was an inevitable consequence of the laws of physics.
According to him, it is the laws of physics, not the will of God, that provide the real explanation as to how the universe came into being. The Big Bang, he argues, was the inevitable consequence of these laws. I quote, "Because there is a law such as gravity, the universe can and will create itself from nothing." Now, a supernatural being, or God, is an agent who does something. Dismissing such an agent, Hawking ascribes creative power to physical law. But physical law is not an agent. Hawking, it seems to me, is making a classical category mistake by confusing two entirely different kinds of entity: physical law and personal agency. Our physical laws are a description, usually mathematical, of what normally happens under certain given conditions. This is surely obvious from the very first example that Hawking gives in his book. The sun rises in the east. But this law does not create the sun, nor the planet Earth with east and west. It is descriptive and predictive, but not creative. Similarly, Newton's laws of gravitation doesn't create gravity or the manner in which gravity acts. In fact, it doesn't even explain gravity, as Newton himself realized. But it's even worse. The laws of physics cannot even cause anything to happen. Newton's celebrated laws of motion never caused a pool ball to race across the table. That can only be done by people using a pool cue and the action of their muscles. Suppose, to make matters clearer, we replace the universe by a jet engine, and we are asked to explain it. Shall we account for it by mentioning the personal agency of its inventor, Sir Frank Whittle? Or shall we, following Hawking, dismiss personal agency and explain the jet engine by saying it arose naturally from physical law? Now, this would be absurd. It is obvious we need both levels of explanation in order to give a complete description. It is also obvious that the scientific explanation neither conflicts nor competes with the agent explanation. They complement one another. It is the same with explanations of the universe. God does not conflict or compete with the laws of physics as an explanation. God is actually the ground of all explanation, in the sense that he is the ultimate cause in the first place of there being a world for the laws of physics to describe. Now, there's more to this, because the laws of physics can explain how the jet engine works, but not how it came to exist in the first place. Jet engine needed the intelligence and creative engineering work of Whittle. Indeed, come to think of it, the laws of physics plus Frank Whittle could not actually produce a jet engine on their own. There also needed to be some material subject to those laws that could be worked on by Whittle. Matter, ladies and gentlemen, may be humble stuff, but it is not produced by laws. I submit to you that the world of strict naturalism, in which clever mathematical laws all by themselves bring the universe and life into existence, is pure science fiction. Pure science fiction. Pure science fiction. Now, Hawking here echoes Peter Atkins, a colleague at Oxford, a well-known atheist who believes that space-time generates its own dust in the process of its own self-assembly. Atkins dubs this the cosmic bootstrap principle, referring to the self-contradictory idea of a person lifting himself by pulling on his own bootlaces. Philosopher of religion Keith Ward is surely right to say that Atkins' view of the universe is as blatantly self-contradictory as the name he gives to it, pointing out that it is logically impossible for a cause to bring about some effect without already being in existence. Ward concludes, between the hypothesis of God and the hypothesis of a cosmic bootstrap, there's no competition, there's no competition, there's no competition, there's no competition. We were always right to think that persons or universes who seek to pull themselves up by their own bootstraps are forever doomed to failure. What perhaps all this goes to show is that nonsense remains nonsense even when talked by world-famous scientists.
Some strange results have come up in about the last 20, 30 years, particularly in astronomy and also in quantum physics, which suggests that the universe actually may have a purpose, and some physicists are now suggesting it does have a purpose. And this has come out of some findings about some of the fundamental numbers in atomic physics.
During the past 40 years, scientists have determined the relative strengths of each of these primary laws and forces. These strengths are so critically balanced, they are often described as being finely tuned.
These are numbers like the mass, the weight of an electron, the weight of a quark, the strength of gravity, the strength of the electromagnetic field. About 20 numbers that describe those and other parameters, features of our world, but nobody knows why it is that those numbers have the particular values that they do. Now, you could easily say, yeah, who really cares? You change the mass of the electron by a little bit more, a little bit less. Does it really matter? And the answer is it does. See, it turns out that if you imagine that we had 20 dials right here, and we could fiddle with those 20 numbers at will, even a small change to the values of the known values of those numbers would cause the world as we know it to disappear.
Because it turns out, and this is a very surprising, unexpected discovery, that the laws of physics, the basic given fabric of the world, had to be very specific, very finely tuned, as we sometimes say, for the possibility of carbon-based life appearing at all.
For example, the strengths of the other forces are all important, the masses of the various subatomic particles. Now, this is one of a long list of properties in underlying physics that seem to be prerequisites for a universe with life. If all of these things were even a little bit different, then life, certainly life as we know it, could not exist.
It's a very surprising conclusion, but it's true, and all scientists will acknowledge that's the case.
Bernard Carr is a cosmologist and studies how the laws of physics operate in the universe. He says that the laws of nature are so finely tuned to enable complex life to exist that it is extremely unlikely that this could have happened by chance. Such fine-tuning, Carr believes, at least raises the possibility of a tuner.
This is a diagram, it's called the pyramid of complexity, and what we've got here, we've got the different levels of structure in the universe, and at the bottom we've got the things like quarks that make up the atoms, and the atoms build up to make molecules, the molecules build up to make living cells, the cells make organisms, and eventually we end up with brains and consciousness. It's rather hard to estimate what the probability is, but it was clearly very, very unlikely that those fine-tunings which allowed this pyramid of complexity to arise would be there.
A very simple and central example is the question of where does carbon come from? The very early universe doesn't make any carbon. It's very simple, it only makes simple things. Hydrogen and helium, they're pretty boring in terms of chemistry. Now, where does carbon come from? There's only one place in the whole universe where carbon is made, and it's in the interior nuclear furnaces of the stars. We are people of stardust, made of the ashes of dead stars. And it turns out that the process by which carbon is made inside the stars is an extraordinarily delicate process. In fact, it looked at first sight as though it couldn't happen at all. It's only possible because there's a very large enhancement effect called a resonance in the trade, which makes it go much quicker than we might have expected. And that resonance is there because the laws of nuclear physics take a very specific form. If they were a little bit different, either there would be no resonance or it would be in the wrong place at the wrong energy. That's a very striking example of how finely tuned the universe has to be for us to be inhabitants of it.
The fine-tunings, how fine-tuned are they? Most of them are 1% sort of things. In other words, if a thing is 1% different, everything is bad. And a physicist could say, maybe those are just luck. On the other hand, this cosmological constant is tuned to 1 part and 10 to the 120, 120 decimal places. Nobody thinks that's accidental. That is not a reasonable idea, that something is tuned to 120 decimal places just by accident. That's the most extreme example of fine-tuning.
No force in the history of cosmology has ever been discovered to be that finely tuned. The cosmological constant needs to be set to 1 part in a trillion, 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 trillion.
As we look at the details of nature, one thing stands out. This is the order, the patterns, the symmetry that surround us. You can see it in a flower, or a snowflake, or even a seashell. What we are seeing is intelligent design, which might be described as God's fingerprints upon nature. One of the more fascinating math relationships was first described back in medieval times, 8 centuries ago. The scholar's name was Leonardo Fibonacci, an outstanding Italian mathematician. He excelled in many areas, and one in particular. He generated a long list of numbers by, in each case, adding together the 2 previous numbers. You can begin with a 2 and a 3. You add them together and you get 5. Now add 3 and 5 to get 8. Then add 5 and 8 to get 13. The Fibonacci sequence keeps going like this: 2, 3, 5, 8, 13, 21, 34, 55, 89, 144, and so on. What Fibonacci realized was that this elegant list of numbers describes many items to be found in nature. For example, flower petals.
As we're going to show in this broadcast today, that there is no doubt at all anymore that the science of intelligent design absolutely crushes any competition, absolutely crushes any other theory about the nature of the universe that we live in. It's over. There is simply no contest. The preeminent theory, model, science of reality from this point forward, I declare on this show, is the science of intelligent design. The science of intelligent design. And the absolute proof. I mean absolute. I'm using a strong word there, proof, is going to be given to you today in just a minute here. I just can't even believe it, to be honest. discoveries like what I'm about to discuss to you just never cease to amaze me. I'm reading from the abstract of an article. This is the first of many academic articles I'm going to be discussing with you here today. And these aren't just some academic journals. These are, you go ask your university professor what the most prestigious academic science journals in the world are, and they're going to name the ones that I'm discussing here with you today. Okay? I'm going to read to you right now the journal Nature. Okay? There's a journal called Nature, and there's a journal called Science. Those are considered the two most prestigious overall academic science journals in the world. And I'm going to read you part of the abstract of one right now. Let me just read. Okay, this is the journal Nature, number 454, pages 362 to 363. March 18, 2010, but put online March 17, 2010. This is by a fellow named Ian Affleck, who teaches apparently in the Department of Physics and Astronomy at the University of British Columbia. Listen to the title of this article. Solid State Physics. Golden Ratio Seen in Magnet. Okay? Okay, so let's go through this Science Daily article. ScienceDaily.com. This was released on January 7, 2010. Title of the article, Golden Ratio Discovered in Quantum World. Hidden Symmetry Observed for the First Time in Solid State Matter. Let's find out what that means. Let's read here. Researchers from Helmholtz Zentrum Berlin, and it's some German words, in cooperation with colleagues from Oxford and Bristol universities, as well as the Rutherford Appleton Laboratory, United Kingdom, have for the first time observed a nanoscale symmetry hidden in solid state matter. Okay, did you catch that? This is the first time any symmetry of any sort has been observed in the nanoscale, okay, the quantum scale. Remember, quantum physics is the study of the base level energies of nature. Okay, the smallest building blocks that make up everything, little pieces of energy, like the electron or the muon or the quark. Okay, so specifically, what was found in this study was that chains of atoms lined up together form what's sort of like a string, and it resonates a frequency or pitch. What do you know? The pitch is in the ratio of 1.618, the golden ratio. Let me just read this paragraph to you. It says Science Daily, again, January 7, 2010, golden ratio discovered in quantum world. By turning the system and artificially introducing more quantum uncertainty, the researchers observed that the chains of atoms acts like a nanotech guitar string. Dr. Radu Koldia from Oxford University, who is the principal author of the paper and drove the international project from its inception a decade ago until the present, explains, here the tension comes from the interaction between spins, causing them to magnetically resonate. For these interactions, we found a series scale of resonant notes. The first two notes show a perfect relationship with each other. Their frequencies, pitch, are in the ratio of 1.618. This is just amazing. There's no defense that a random universe theorist in academia can give to counter this. There's no reason at all that the quantum base of reality should be exhibiting the specific number of the golden ratio. If we live in a random universe. All the competing theories, evolution, random universe theories, all the junk from academia no longer competes in any way with intelligent design science, intelligent design theory. When you hear a scientist say on the Discovery Channel or something, an academic, a professional, say there's no evidence for intelligent design, it's all a silly little parlor game, and there's all this evidence for evolutionary science and the academic theories for the origins of the universe, you can know two things. One, we have to be compassionate because they simply don't know the empirical data. Okay? They have no idea. Academics typically only talk on their closed little worlds and only accept information from their closed little worlds. And the second thing we can know, and make no mistake about it, is they are absolutely propagandizing the world with all of their theses about the nature of the universe that we live in, where we come from, our origins, the origin of the universe, and so forth. And we realize that everything we've been taught before this point by the professionals were lies. And we can prove it up and down all over the place. Up and down all over the place. Up and down all over the place. And down all over the place.
The theory of evolution that was advanced in the 19th century denies this evident fact of creation. This theory holds that the species on Earth were not created by God, but came into being as a result of processes governed entirely by chance. The founder of this theory was an amateur naturalist named Charles Darwin. Darwin expounded this theory in his book, The Origin of Species, which was published in 1859. Darwin's book was an instant success, but its popularity was due more to the ideological implications of the book rather than its scientific worth. Darwin's ideas provided considerable support for the materialistic philosophy, which denied the existence of God. The founder of dialectical materialism, Karl Marx, dedicated his book Das Kapital to Darwin and wrote on the cover, "To Charles Darwin, from a devoted admirer." Darwin's theory argued that all species descended from a common ancestor by means of little cumulative changes in long periods of time. Darwin could advance no sound evidence to prove this claim. Indeed, he was himself aware of the great many facts that invalidated his theory. He admitted these in his book in a chapter entitled Difficulties on Theory. Darwin's hope was that these difficulties would be overcome by new scientific discoveries. But in fact, advances in science would refute Darwin's claims one by one. Darwin proposed that all species evolved successively from a common ancestor. But how did that first living thing come into being? Darwin did not address this question at all in his book. He was not even aware that this point was one of the biggest refutations of his theory. The primitive understanding of science in his day assumed that life had a very simple structure. According to a theory called spontaneous generation, which was popular since the medieval age, it was believed that living things could easily arise from non-living matter. It was commonly thought that frogs spontaneously arose from mud and bugs from food leftovers. And some curious experiments were designed to prove these theories. a handful of wheat was left on a rag, and mice were expected to arise from the mixture. The maggots on meat were also taken as evidence that life could generate from non-living matter. But later it was understood that such maggots did not form spontaneously, but that they emerged from microscopic larvae deposited on the meat by flies. And in Darwin's time, the belief that microbes could emanate easily from non-living materials was very common. But 5 years after the publication of The Origin of Species, the famous French biologist Louis Pasteur scientifically refuted these myths that laid ground for evolution.
After lengthy studies and several experiments, the famous French biologist Louis Pasteur refuted the foundation that lays ground for the theory of evolution.
Can matter organize itself? No. Today there is no circumstance known under which one could affirm that microscopic beings have come into the world without parents resembling themselves.
The first evolutionist to take up the issue of the origin of life in the 20th century was the Russian biologist Alexander Oparin. His aim was to explain how the first living cell, the alleged common ancestor of all living beings according to the theory of evolution, could emerge. In the 1930s, Oparin formulated a number of theories to show how the first living cell could arise from inanimate matter by chance. However, his efforts ended in failure, and Oparin himself had to confess. Unfortunately, the origin of the cell remains a question that is actually the murkiest aspect of the whole theory of evolution. Evolutionists that followed Oparin conducted experiments to find an evolutionist explanation to the origin of life. The most famous of these experiments was conducted by the American chemist Stanley Miller in 1953. Miller obtained a few simple organic molecules by triggering a reaction among gases that he claimed would have been present in the primitive Earth atmosphere. At the time, this experiment was regarded as a scientific proof for evolution. It turned out to be no such thing at all. Later discoveries showed that the gases used in the experiment were very different from the gases that had been present in the early atmosphere of the world. Miller himself eventually admitted to the invalidity of his experiment. Every evolutionist attempt in the 20th century to account for the origin of life has ended in failure. Jeffrey Beta, a professor of geochemistry and a leading advocate of the theory of evolution, confesses this fact in the February 1998 issue of Earth.
Today, as we leave the 20th century, we still face the biggest problem that we had when we entered the 20th century. How did life originate on Earth?
The biggest impasse confronting evolution is the incredibly complex structure of the living cell. Every living thing on Earth is made up of cells about 1/100th of a millimeter in size. Some living things are made up of a single cell. Yet even these single-cell organisms are remarkably complex in their composition. They have complicated functions to survive, and even little motors to move. In Darwin's time, this complex structure of the cell was unknown. With the primitive microscopes of those days, cells appeared to be little more than featureless stains. However, powerful electron microscopes invented around the middle of the 20th century began revealing just how complex and organized a living cell really was. They laid bare a complexity and organization that could not be a product of chance. A living cell is comprised of thousands of tiny parts that work in harmony. To make a comparison, within the cell, there are power stations, high-tech factories, a complex data bank, huge storage systems, advanced refineries, and a seemingly conscious cell membrane that controls what enters and leaves the cell. In order for the cell to survive, all of these organelles have to exist at the same time. It is impossible that such an intricate and complex system could have emerged as a result of coincidences.
So there's a big question if you're just kind of trying to assess how likely is it that we'd find a protein by chance with all the amino acids in that prebiotic soup interacting with each other for, say, billions of years. I give it a lot of time. How likely is it that we'd ever get a protein to arise by chance? So I have a colleague who's been interested in the whole question of whether or not life could arise by chance for a long time. His name is Doug Axe. He's a molecular biologist. He did his PhD at Caltech. He worked for 14 years at Cambridge University, and he wanted to find out how common or how rare are the functional sequences of amino acids among the big space of all the possible amino acids there are. And he came up with a really amazing number. And it's 10 to the 74 power. So just to get the amino acid sequence properly, you've got an odds of about 1 in 10 to the 74. But there's other probabilistic hurdles that have to be overcome. If you want to build a protein, we know from chemistry that you have to attach the amino acids together with what's called a peptide bond. In nature, peptide bonds occur with about a 1 in 2 frequency. Half the bonds that form between amino acids are peptide bonds, half aren't. But if you get any bonds forming that aren't peptide bonds, you can't form a protein. So to form a protein, 150 amino acids long, you've got a 1 in 2 chance at each site of getting the correct type of linkage. So you got 1 in 2 times 1 in 2 times 1 in 2 times 1 in 2 to the what power? Close to 150. Since we got linkages, we have 149, but call it 150, okay? So in other words, we got another huge exponential problem to overcome. So, and it turns out that 1 in 2 to the 150 is the same number as 10 to the 45th, 1 in 10 to the 45. So now we got 2 incredibly improbable things that we've got to overcome to build a functional protein by chance alone. One more problem. When you're building proteins, amino acids come in 2 flavors. There's a left-handed flavor and a right-handed flavor. They're called optical isomers, not flavors, okay? And the left-handed version is the only kind that can be used in building proteins. You get even 1 right-handed amino acid in there, and your protein won't fold properly. So you got another probabilistic hurdle to overcome. So you've got a 1 in 2 chance at each site again, out to the 150th power. 2 to the 150th power, again, is 10 to the 45. Oh my goodness. So the odds of building even a short functional protein by chance alone is 74 plus 40. You can remember how you do this in math? You can add the exponents if you're multiplying exponential numbers.
164.
Thank you very much. Okay? Wow. Now, can anyone get their mind around a number that big? There's only 10 to the 80th elementary particles in the entire universe. There's only 10 to the 16th seconds since the Big Bang. There's only 10 to the 139th total events since the beginning of the universe. Now you're starting to get the understanding of why people are very skeptical that the chance hypothesis is going to do the job. Now, you may have heard just the opposite. Has anyone ever gotten in a discussion with you about the origin of life and said, hey, it happened by chance? I mean, do you hear that? I mean, this happens to me. I'll be lecturing in hostile university environments, and I'll get done and somebody say, well, but, and they want to argue with me about the probabilities. And I just shut the discussion down because I say, no serious scientist thinks this is the way it happened. No serious scientist thinks this is the way it happened.
The information that is stored in the DNA molecule is pointing back to a designing intelligence. Now, why do I say that? It has to do with what we know about the cause and effect structure of the world. Our local hero in Seattle, Bill Gates, says that DNA is like a software program, only much more complex than any we've ever created. And that's a very suggestive remark because we know that programs always come from programmers, And in fact, we know generally that information, whether it's in a computer program or a hieroglyphic inscription or in a headline in a newspaper or a block of text in a book, information always comes from an intelligent source. So when we find information in the DNA molecule, the most logical thing to conclude is that it too had an intelligent source.
Due to this primitive level of science at the time, the imaginary scenarios of the theory of evolution were not looked upon as odd at all. Darwin's theses had a great impact on the scientific circles of his day. However, Darwin was still distressed. In the chapter Difficulties on Theory, he wrote, "If it could be demonstrated that any complex organ existed, which could not possibly have been formed by numerous successive slight modifications, my theory would absolutely break down."
As far as I'm concerned, I'm here to tell you, Michael, this morning, and Jason, evolution is dead. Long live the Creator. I'll tell you why, and I'm saying science says that as a scientist. Evolution is dead because there's such thing as the minimal gene set concept. They've taken a mycoplasma, smallest organism, Mycoplasma genitalium, which is the smallest organism that is known to exist, has 468 genes. A gene is a mix of proteins, right? A list of, so it can be 1,000, can be 10,000 amino acids. Okay, there are 486, and they've decided since year 2000, they've said, let's try to reduce it. Because we have to start, if you're going to be an evolutionist, you have to start with 0 genes and build up if you're going to go from hydrogen to human. And so, somewhere along the way, they said, well, let's take it down. In the year 2000, they published that even on paper, they couldn't go below 200 genes. On the 6th of January 2006 in Nature, they published that in reality, you could only go down to 397 genes. So a cell, which is where my specialty lies in my scientific work, a cell needs a specific number of components to be functional. You have a membrane, but then you need to feed the membrane. So you have to have some mitochondria. You need a way of tagging the proteins. You need some DNA. So you need 397 things. Just the glucose cycle for getting energy takes over 6 different genes. So if you don't have one of them, you don't have any more energy coming to the cell.
Darwin's fears proved to be true soon after his death. The laws of inheritance, discovered by an Austrian botanist, Gregor Mendel, caused Lamarck's and Darwin's assertions to collapse. The science of genetics that developed at the beginning of the 20th century proved that it was not acquired physical traits, but only genes that were transmitted to subsequent generations. This discovery made it clear that a scenario suggesting that acquired traits accumulated from generation to generation and generated different living species was implausible. In other words, there were no inheritable variations for Darwin's proposed mechanism of natural selection to choose from. Subsequently, the theory of evolution as advanced by Darwin has been collapsed early in the 20th century. All the other efforts by evolutionists in the 20th century could do nothing but only confirm that natural selection had no evolutionary power. A famous evolutionist, the English paleontologist Colin Patterson, admitted this when he said, "No one has ever produced a species by mechanisms of natural selection. No one has ever got near it, and most of the current argument in neo-Darwinism is about this question." When it was clear that the mechanism of natural selection proposed by Darwin had no evolutionary power, evolutionists had to make a fundamental change in the theory. In addition to the concept of natural selection, they added a second mechanism called mutation. Mutations are alterations or distortions that take place in the DNA of living beings, mostly as a result of external effects such as radiation or chemical action. The theory of evolution now holds that living things are differentiated from one another and develop as a result of mutations. This cannot be true, for mutations only damage the information in the DNA and give only harm to a living being. No beneficial mutation has yet been observed either in nature or in laboratories. Since mutations do not add new genetic information, it is impossible for living beings to acquire new organs through mutations.
Is new information being generated? That's what evolutionists have to come up with. Right. They have to have a mechanism that generates new, never before existing genetic information that can build all these bigger and better structures.
Right. That supposedly never existed before.
Right. Right. Never before existing information. Back when there was only a single cell that gave rise to all the diversity of life, there wasn't information for skin and hair and heart and a brain and so on. Right. So you have to generate it somehow, according to evolution. Right. Now, Dr. Werner Gitt is an information specialist. Since we're talking about information, we'll go to an information specialist. He wrote a book called In the Beginning Was Information that you and I both love. And in his book he says this: a code system is always the result of a mental process. It requires an intelligent origin or inventor. It should be emphasized that matter as such is unable to generate any code. All experiences indicate that a thinking being voluntarily exercising his own free will, cognition, and creativity is required. He goes on to say, there is no known law of nature, no known process, and no known sequence of events which can cause information to originate by itself in matter. Right.
This is why Professor Richard Dawkins, one of the most renowned advocates of the theory of evolution of our day, hesitates when he is asked to give a single example that increases the genetic information.
Professor Dawkins, can you give an example of a genetic mutation or an evolutionary process which can be seen to increase the information in the genome?
The truth is very evident. Life has such a complex design that can never come about by chance.
As my knowledge of science grew, 25 years ago, in basically a flash, I came to the conclusion that the universe is so perfectly made and everything so perfectly matches together that there must be God and only one God. And only one God. So I accepted there is God, but I was not looking for a religion. I thought all religions are wrong. Christians say this is one. The Jews said Jews are chosen people, and if you're not Jew, you're not chosen. And about Islam, I only had negative information. Negative information. Negative information.
"1,400 years ago, when the world was immersed in darkness, the Quran was revealed, which brought light to a beleaguered world. And whereas the earlier books came with many scientific mistakes, due to the hand of man having delved into them, the Quran had none of these contradictions. The world thought there could be no reconciliation between religion and science. But the Quran mentioned many scientific facts in great detail, like how a human being developed in the mother's womb.
As a medical doctor, particularly attracted to natural sciences and physiology, I must confess that in 1972, when I read the Quran in the original text for the first time, these data concerning man were those which impressed me most.
Muhammad could not have known these facts about human development in the 7th century because most of them were not discovered until the 20th century. Muslims and others are justified in concluding that these facts could only have been revealed to Muhammad by the one who knows all about us, not only about how we developed, but how we live and function.
And described other scientific facts which amaze the world's renowned scientists.
Actually, I'm very much impressed by finding true astronomical facts in Quran. I personally can't see how this could be a mere chance. There are too many accuracies. And like Dr. Moore, I have no difficulty in my mind reconciling that this is a divine inspiration or revelation which led him to these statements.
Watch the Signs of God video number 2. The video is demonstrating again that there is a lot of scientific signs and evidences for the existence of God, and that is really crystal clear that God must absolutely exist. And again, please notice that we have already proved previously that God exists.
The fact that we have a universe tells us that we need a creator. Because you see, the universe has a beginning and therefore requires a cause. The energy in the universe has a beginning and therefore requires a cause. And people say, well, okay, fine, God made the universe, but then who made God? But you see, God is eternal. God doesn't have a beginning and therefore doesn't require a cause. And that may be a little hard to grasp, but there's nothing irrational about an eternal being. There is something irrational about something popping into existence from nothing, because that violates causality.
Every seed is a miniature miracle. God has programmed the tiny sequoia seed to become the largest tree on earth, reaching nearly 300 feet tall and weighing many tons. God has designed the humble apple seed to yield a bounty of delicious fruit for years to come. And God has planned a multitude of seeds to produce spectacular blossoms in abundance. Consider the many varieties of seeds. As stated in Genesis, each seed always produces after its own kind. And just as the Lord intended, the fruits and byproducts that they bear have supplied the needed food and resources for man and his environment.
In the first chapter of Genesis, God said, "Let the earth bring forth grass, the herb that yields seed, and the fruit that yields fruit according to its kind, whose seed is in itself on the earth," and it was so. So the Creator made life with the ability to reproduce after its kind. Plants produce seed. This answers the question, which came first, the seed or the plant? Clearly, God created plant life with the seed in itself.
Seeds are masterpieces of micro-miniaturization. Inside each seed is a little baby, a little embryonic plant. It's already got leaves, and a stem and a root. It's surrounded by a seed coat that protects it, and filled with all kinds of receptors listening in to environmental signals, so it knows what temperature, what moisture conditions, how much oxygen. All these things have to be present before it will sprout. And the first seeds we find as fossils look just like the seeds that we have today. The seed is the first reproductive structure God made on Creation Day 3, and it's the way living things ever since have multiplied after kind.
Today, scientists have discovered what Scripture stated all along. Inside the unassuming seed is life itself. Contained within are living cells, tiny factories of amazing complexity. No scientist has been able to build a synthetic seed, and no seed is simple. Seeds are programmed to remain dormant until water and warmth are available. Who installed this ability to monitor temperature and humidity? Who determined the proper time for the seed to germinate? Who told the root, "You must go down," and the stem, "You must head upward"? Do you see the guiding hand of our all-loving Creator? In order to sprout and thrive, seeds require the proper soil nutrients, the ideal properties found in water, the correct frequency spectrum of light, the right atmosphere, and the necessary pollinators. All of these must have been in place from the beginning in order for seeds to yield a harvest of blessings for mankind.
Watch the evidence discussion video. The video is simply discussing about how can some people say that there is no evidence for the existence of God, while there are many reasons and evidences.
Lots of people say there's no evidence for God. Well, we're going to knock that one out in 3. I'm just going to have to keep it simple, throw in the old 1-2 combo, get in and out real quick, and let you fine folks chat all about it, okay? Punch 1 I'm going to call the info uppercut. When's the last time you walked into a library and asked, hey, where are all the books that have been written by mindless products of natural laws? The librarian would probably laugh at you and tell you that no such books exist. They don't exist because they can't exist. Why not? Because first of all, it's just common sense. The words that form the message in books always originate from a person with a brain. Or to say it a bit more scientifically, the message of the book, the purpose, comes to be understood by the orderly placement of the words, design, and information. Ah, information. Now, anytime we find info, these basic laws always apply. Number 1, matter doesn't spontaneously produce information. Number 2, only a mental source, intelligence, can generate new creative information. In other words, just like those books that couldn't originate without a mind, neither could life. Why not, you ask? Because we know that DNA contains information. Therefore, the laws of information science apply, which means the information in DNA couldn't have spontaneously generated, and that a mind is behind the information. Period. No exceptions. Look at it this way. The simplest life form we know of is an amoeba, and it contains as much information in its DNA as 1,000 complete sets of Encyclopedia Britannica. So, are we to believe that there's no way a message in a library book could spontaneously generate, but far more complicated messages in DNA that contain 1,000 times more information could have? Not likely. You see, when it comes to life or anything else that contains information, the laws of information science confirm the necessity of a creative mind. And guess what? In the very first book of the Bible, it just happens to mention that. In the beginning, God created. Bam! Uppercut lands on the chin. And now here comes the indefensible head blow. We'll call this the not a big bang bing swing, the KO to the claim that there's no evidence of God, the law of causality, left hook of doom. It goes like this. Everything that had a beginning had a cause. The universe had a beginning, therefore the universe had a cause. Now, either something caused the universe to come into existence, or nothing caused it. I might not be the smartest guy behind the telescope, but honest, practical, everyday thinking's going to lead me to the former. You have to work pretty hard to conjure up a way that nothing did it. You see, it's pretty improbable, nigh impossible, to account for design, information, and cause if the universe just exploded from nothing. Smack! And while we're on the topic, where did the matter come from that exploded? Are we really to believe that there was nothing and then it exploded, and now the exploded nothing is something, and we just happen to be smart enough to discover and understand the very laws that prove the opposite? And if the general understanding of the law of cause and effect is true, how can matter come from a lesser cause like nothing? I mean, come on. I don't have a bunch of letters after my name.
So in this video presentation up to here, we have clearly seen, based on the scientific and academic proofs and facts, that God exists. Yet, some people, including some scientists, do not believe in God, and I hope they could all watch this video to become a believer. But some of them may not accept all these logical proofs and evidences, and may still need more technical, academic, and scientific discussions that we will see just right now in the next video. But here are some of the reasons why some people may not still be a believer up to this point. They could be a skeptic for a long time since they were a child for some lifestyle reasons, and so that is difficult for them to think outside the box, to be able to accept the fact that may change their lives abundantly. And so they are afraid of any change, as it may not be to their benefit. no matter how clear this fact is. They may think they understand some scientific facts because they are a professor or scientist and they have some academic certificates for some stuff, but even if that is really their field of expertise, such as quantum physics or cosmology, philosophy, astronomy, and so on, they are not really well educated and expert in what they talk about. For instance, I have seen that most quantum physicists do not understand simple physics or engineering concepts, and they come up and speak about new modern physics ideas while they are clearly wrong. For example, time-space teleportation, free cosmic energy, etc. So I hope everybody is either accepted that God exists up to this point of this video presentation, or at least have an open mind that he or she could be wrong about what they knew, and they are honestly willing to know the truth now. And so then here's the rest of this presentation for them to hear more, to learn more, and hopefully to be able to see the truth and become a believer in God. The rest of this presentation is simply me answering to the points that 100 professors or scientists are talking about in a video you will see next, and hopefully my answers to them will convince you that even top scientists could be wrong about something for the reasons mentioned previously. But again, please notice that, in fact, most of the greatest scientists of all times and ages believed in God, just like a few of them that I have mentioned here in my presentation so far. So wise scientists who have been blessed with this faith already, they believe in God. And here is more explanations for scientists who did not have that bless yet. To believe in God is a gift. As a further hint for the rest of this video presentation, it is quite useful to know what the term atheism or agnosticism means. And basically, if they think that God does not exist, or they simply withhold believing in God. No particular judgment or discussion for here, just to get more familiar with the terms and the topic.
On your definition of atheism or non-theism, it really embodies a diversity of views, such as agnosticism, what is normally called atheism, or this verificationism. Now, which of those do you hold to within this umbrella of atheism? Are you an atheist who asserts the proposition God does not exist? Or do you simply withhold belief in God in the way the agnostic does?
Right. On some days, I'm a great... no, I'm not going to do you that much of a favor. On some days, I'm a great admirer of Thomas Huxley, who had the great debate with Bishop Wilberforce in Oxford at the Natural History Museum about Darwinism in the mid-19th century, who was known as Darwin's bulldog. We would now say Darwin's pit bull. and who completely trounced the good bishop. But I can't thank him for inventing the term agnostic. And I can't thank him for some of his social Darwinist positions either, some of which are rather
unattractive. I need an answer to this. My time is fleeting.
Because I think agnosticism is evasive. To me, yes, if you talk about the power of the Holy Spirit and so forth, to me, that is meaningless. It's to me, I'm sorry, I've tried. It's white noise. It's like saying there is only one God and Allah is his messenger. It's gibberish to me. There are many of us, I'm sorry, there are just many of us of whom this is the case. It may be true, it is true.
Okay, Mr. Hitchens, I got to press you here, because time is leaving.
Feel free.
What is your view exactly?
Press away.
Do you affirm God does not exist, or do you simply withhold belief?
I think once I have said that I've never seen any persuasive evidence for the existence of something, and I've made real attempts to study the evidence presented and the arguments presented, that I will go as far as to say, have the nerve to say, that it does not therefore exist, except in the minds of its, except in the Henry Jamesian subjective sense that you say of it being so real to some people in their own minds that it counts as a force in the world. Yes.
Okay, so you do affirm then that God does not exist. Now, what I want to know, and do you have any justification for that?
I think I've come unwired in some horrible way.
You're fine.
Are you sure?
Do you have any arguments leading to the conclusion that God does not exist?
Well, I would rather. I think I'm wondering if I'm boring anybody now. I would rather say. I'd rather state it in reverse and say I find all the arguments in favor to be fallacious or unconvincing.
Hundred renowned academics speaking about God answered. Watch the original video here. Be careful about it and have an open mind that even 100 scientists could be wrong about the existence of God or what God is. I will answer to each professor or scientist after he or she speaks in the video, and then you can clearly see that their statements did not mean or prove that God does not exist. In fact, the greatest scientists of all times clearly said that God exists, and you can simply search for their quotes on the internet or in the books in the libraries.
I think that most scientists don't think enough about God to know whether they believe in him or not. It's just irrelevant. I think they don't even think enough about him to know whether they're atheists. But the bottom line is that if you look at the universe and study the universe, what you'll find is that there's no evidence that we need anything other than the laws of physics and the other laws of science to explain everything we see. There's absolutely no evidence that we need any supernatural hand of God.
Answers to the scientists. Number 1. It is true that most scientists do not think enough about God, whether God exists or not. We have just looked at the universe and saw that the laws of nature are not enough to create the universe, and the universe needed a creator. Besides, there was a lot of evidence that the universe needed God to create it, and it could not create itself. We may not need any supernatural law or hand, but the truth of the matter is that quantum physics is actually clearly showing that all those things that some people once thought they are supernatural are indeed natural laws of universe at quantum level, which often is explained with higher dimensions or universes.
But I do not believe in an anthropomorphic God, that is, somebody that's a man that somehow or other made things. In answers to the question about afterlife, all I can say is it would be great, but I have no conviction that there is an afterlife.
Answers to the scientist number 2. God is not a man. God is not even comparable to humans. Obviously. Of course you have no clue about afterlife, unless you have studied it from the messages that humans received by God via the true religion that God introduced to the humanity to guide them to the right path.
I can't believe the special stories that have been made up about our relationship to the universe at large, because they seem to be too simple, too connected, too local, too provincial. The earth, he came to the earth. One of the aspects of God came to the earth, mind you. And look at what's out there. How can it isn't in proportion.
Answers to the scientist number 3. Why you cannot believe the relationship between the universe and God, while you can believe in so many other stuff made by some other people. You cannot believe the words of God, but you can believe the words of some people? You cannot believe it because it is too simple, too connected? That is the absolute rational reason why someone should believe in something, especially if you are a scientist. One aspect of God came to the earth? What are you talking about? And what is not in proportion? You do not speak clearly at all, perhaps because you do not understand what you are saying.
Oh no, I've got no religious belief at all. I think it's a subject for comedy. It's part of the human comedy. I think science talks about the world as we have it. Religion tries to talk about what lies behind or above it. Hume thinks it fails to talk about that because there's no sense to be had. All our ideas have applications in the world as we have it. So religion is actually just best. It's best when it's quiet. It's best when it's silent.
Answers to the scientist number 4. You think religion is a subject for comedy? Why? Religion does not try to talk about something. Scientists are actually trying to talk about something, because the true religion is from God, who has created everything. And so God does not try. God knew everything before there was anything to know. Humans did not fail to talk about the existence of God. We already saw many scientific proofs that showed God exists. What humans cannot do with their limited mind and consciousness is to fully imagine and comprehend what God really is. And that is a different story. And of course, when you do not know something, you better be silent.
I believe that I am the sum total of all of the causal influences on me at the moment, and that is not a trivial issue.
So you really believe that you're deceiving
The really interesting
yourself,
question is, well, if it were true, then we'd have to abandon everything that we believe about the causal universe, about one event causing another, by all events having antecedent causes, and say that human beings are set aside from the rest of the physical world, and yet we know we're made up of the bits and stuff that the rest of the world is made up of. All the molecules in you were once upon a time in a star somewhere, and they've ended up in you by chance. So why not believe that we could also give an account of how those molecules working inside them produce their actions, and produce this curious impression that we have of the sense of self and choice, as if there's this kind of helmsman inside there, really deciding absolutely what they're going to do, irrespective of what the world tells them.
Answers to the scientist number 5. You are the cause of what is happening to your life here in this universe. But not all of the causes. Your parents and your friends, your environment, and many other elements at different dimensions or universes will influence your life at every moment. God can control all of it at every moment. You have to abandon everything you believe, but not what we know as the cause of the universe. And that is actually why most non-believers do not make the effort to become a believer in God, because they have to drop many of the wrong beliefs and actions. Firstly, whether humans are made of previous elements in the universe, and so everything including humans were born by the Big Bang or not. The whole universe had a start, just like humans. And so every creature needs a creator at the beginning at least. Plus, some quantum physics can help you understand how the atoms and molecules are created, and that also leads you to God.
I'm a cognitive psychologist who takes a thoroughly naturalistic approach to the human mind, namely the mind is a product of the brain is a product of evolution, that there is no need to invoke an immaterial soul in understanding how the mind works, and therefore one of the traditional motivations for believing in a spiritual realm or a deity seems to be in the process of being undercut by the sciences of human nature, such as neuroscience, evolution, and genetics.
Answers to the scientist number 6. Firstly, if humans have a soul or spirit, has nothing to do with if God exists or not. Secondly, if humans has no soul or spirit, humans are still made of atoms and molecules, which are influenced by forces of consciousness and energy from higher dimensions, as even the quantum physics explains it. You say that believing in the spiritual realm seems to be something. Well, seems to be is not going to prove or disprove anything. Because in fact, nowadays, spirits and other entities can be caught on normal cameras under certain conditions and can be observed most of the times by some special technologies that we have today. Just Google it. You can even find many videos of spirits and other entities caught on a camera on YouTube. So no need for even scientific stuff to approve or disapprove the spiritual realm. Yet the fact that God exists has nothing to do with these.
My feeling about the word God is that I'm not sure if I know really what it means. I certainly have a big place in my philosophy for the unknown. I don't think at this point we have any way of knowing where the laws of physics came from. We can hope that when we really understand the laws of physics, that they will describe how the universe came into existence. I have never seen much in the idea that the universe was designed. My problem with the concept is that it always seems that the designer is more sophisticated and more complicated than the object being designed. That's certainly true the way it works with cars and buildings and trucks. So as long as if one is needed a designer that is more complex than the thing being designed, the designer doesn't help to explain how the design, it just becomes an infinite regress. So I'll freely admit I have no idea why the laws of physics are what they are, and I also have no idea how to even go about approaching that question. But to me, just saying that there was a designer doesn't help at all.
Answers to the scientist number 7. We can actually see that this MIT professor may or may not believe in God, because he says that he believes in the unknown. He believes that the laws of physics cannot be fully explained by itself. And he says that scientists do not know where the laws of physics came from. This professor says he hopes that someday scientists can know where the universe came from, and that is actually what we know with the current state of the art, especially from the NASA discoveries, at least the Big Bang discovery. And so now we know that God created the Big Bang. He says the designer is more complicated than the design. Obviously, God is more complicated than all of the creatures in any universe. God is unimaginably powerful. So what is the problem? He also has no idea how to even approach the question that why the laws of physics are what they are. And so the fact that if we prove that there was a designer helped a lot, just as we did previously.
I try not to have faith. I believe in a principle that was enunciated rather well by Bertrand Russell, which is that you should try to keep away from having irrational beliefs. You should believe some things that for which you can find some evidence or some support, apart from commitment to principles like equality and freedom and justice and so on. Those, I wouldn't say that's faith. Those are things you're committed to. But as far as beliefs about the world, reality, my feeling is one should try to, as much as possible, have substantiated beliefs, or at least beliefs for which evidence could
Answers to the Scientist number 8. You should keep yourself away from irrational beliefs. That is obvious. So, why you do believe that this universe had no creator? Because that is so irrational. You should believe in what there is some evidence and sign for it. That is obvious again. So, why you do not see so many signs and evidences of God in your body, in the nature, and in the universe? Faith and commitment, whether you do want to believe in God or not, has nothing to do with the logical and scientific arguments. You seem confused about your logical arguments because you keep talking about faith and belief while you cannot provide any logical statement to approve or disapprove your ideas.
Be appropriate.
Are you religious? No. Sure of that?
I'm sure of that. Because I was brought up with some religious background and I have abandoned it.
Answers to the Scientist number 9. You are not a religious man, and so what? There was no statement to say whether God or the true religion exists or not. We have to really go by logical statements if we want to get somewhere by some words.
I think a lot of theology is grappling with phantoms. So theologians have invented this almost self-consistent subject, which has no contact with physical reality at all. And they invent all sorts of questions, which they then taunt humanity with. One of them is cosmic purpose. And they say there must be a purpose. You and your science can't explain it. And typical of theologians, they don't respect the power of the human intellect anyway. And they infer that no one will ever understand it. It is ineffable, but God's purpose cannot be discerned. And of course that's those are fine words, but utterly meaningless. I mean, there's not... Why should the thing have a purpose?
Answers to the Scientist number 10. Who has created what? Some people has invented the notion of God. Why? Why people have also invented all sort of questions related to God? People cannot ask questions and you call it inventions? If they ask something about the cosmic purposes, is that a bad question that you called it an invention? What is wrong with that? We did not say God exists because we do not know the answer to some questions, or because we do not understand some stuff in the universe. No, that is not how we prove that God must absolutely exist.
I mean, for myself, I'm a sort of quiet, old Jewish atheist. I'm not a militant atheist. I don't sort of argue about things like Dawkins and Dennett and Sam Harris. I quite like their books, but I'm not militant by nature, and I'm not very argumentative by nature. And if people want to believe, well, then that's their business. I mean, what concerns me is when belief is used to influence and corrupt education or politics. And it seems to me monstrous that creationism or so-called intelligent design is taught next to evolution or instead of it. And I do think of it as almost as a form of madness.
Answers to the Scientist, number 11. You are an atheist, and you do not argue things, and you are not argumentative by nature, as you say. And if they want to believe, that is their business, as you say again. Then it concerns you when belief is used to educational stuff. How could it concern you when you did not even care about what they believe, but suddenly it concerns you? You should have a good learning and discussing attitude at first. You think of that as a form of madness. How is that a madness to believe that God exists and God had a plan for us and there is a purpose for your life, and it is rational to believe that there are no such things? Obviously, you should rethink everything.
Another thing which I think science of any kind teaches us is that even the simplest things are hard to understand. A hydrogen atom, for instance. And that makes me rather suspicious of anyone who claims to have a quick and easy answer to any deep aspect of reality. I think the most we can hope for is an incomplete and metaphorical understanding. And therefore, I'm not myself someone who can accept any specific religious dogma.
Answers to the Scientist, number 12. Science of any kind teaches us simplest things are hard to understand. That is your quote. I hope at least scientists understand that this statement is not quite true. For instance, here is Albert Einstein's quote that can answer you. If you cannot explain it simply, you don't understand it well enough. Therefore, you did not understand something whether it was indeed simple or not, and then you call it difficult or hard to understand. So next time, make sure that you do understand if something is simple or difficult for you first. Then try to speak about its difficulty and complexity. You do not even understand simple stuff well enough, as Albert Einstein said. Then you say that you are suspicious if anyone has any quick and easy answer for any deep aspect of reality. Well, you could not understand easy stuff by so much thinking. Then you want an easy and quick answer for deep, complicated stuff? Okay, here is your answer if you can really understand it. Go after any of the scientific logical proofs we just presented previously, and you will see many quick answers, such as cosmological arguments for the existence of God.
In terms of religious views, I would say I'm actually an agnostic on the grounds of I don't know. There's no scientific proof of one thing or another, so I think that.
You don't know, as you say, and I believe you. You do not know. There is no scientific proof? For what? How is that so?
Why are you not a Christian?
Because I see no evidence whatever for any of the Christian dogmas. I've examined all the stock arguments in favor of the existence of God, and none of them seem to me to be logically valid.
Do you think there's a practical reason for having a religious belief for many people?
Well, there can't be a practical reason for believing what isn't true. That's quite, at least I rule it out as impossible. Either the thing is true or it isn't. If it is true, you should believe it, and if it isn't, you shouldn't. And if you can't find out whether it's true or whether it isn't, you should suspend judgment.
Answers to the Scientist, number 14. You do not see any evidence? For what? You have examined all of the arguments of God? Really? How could you examine something that humans cannot measure or even access? And not few, you have examined all of the arguments. Even if that is possible to examine them, you should saw some evidence to approve or disapprove the existence of God. How could you disapprove the existence of God? I bet you couldn't. None of them seem to be. You are not still sure if it is or it is not. You say seem to be, because you have no enough knowledge or understanding about what you are talking about. You say that there cannot be a practical reason to believe in something that is not true. So even if your statement is correct, why do you believe that God does not exist then? Because that is not true. Besides, you say you really doubt, and then you say it is impossible. So you doubt that it is impossible, and so you think it is not a true belief? Your statements are not logical. And as he said, if you cannot understand if it is true or it is not true, you should not judge anything. So you cannot say God does not exist, because obviously you do not understand it.
M theory doesn't disprove God, but it makes him unnecessary. It predicts that the universe will be spontaneously created out of nothing, without the need for a creator.
Answers to the Scientist, number 15. M theory doesn't disprove God, but it makes God unnecessary, is what you claim. But actually that is not quite true. Because first of all, I understand M-theory as a scientist, and I am sure many other scientists agree with me that it does not make the creator unnecessary, especially that time had a beginning. Also, as you said, M-theory does not disprove anything, so nobody can conclude that God does not exist. M-theory may only claim how the universe could have been created out of nothing, but it does not prove anything about how did that happen, because God has created the universe from nothing. And obviously science cannot claim how exactly God has created the universe, especially that most of the scientists say that they do not understand why the laws of nature are as they are, and so they obviously cannot know what was the exact design of the universe. Besides, why can you believe in strings that you do not see, but you cannot believe in God that you do not see?
Irrational thinking of any kind is very dangerous. I mean, if you look around and the very large contrast that exists because of irrational motivations, they are very dangerous. And I wish that with the progress of science, we could inject a little bit more rationality in the world, but that's hard to. So in that sense, we have failed. I mean, we are no more rational today, I think, than we were at the time of the Greeks, actually. Less.
Answers to the scientist number 16. Irrational thinking of any kind is very dangerous, as you say, and I agree. So how is that not irrational to think that there is no creator for everything? How is that logical to think that this universe and everything came to existence for nothing, and there was no creator that has designed everything? Obviously, God must exist if we want to be rational. You say that you wish with the progress of science we could inject a little bit more rationality. And again, I agree with you. That is why I have made this scientific video presentation based on all the newest discoveries of science, so that people with an open mind can realize that it is not rational to even doubt in the existence of God. God absolutely exists, logically and scientifically.
I hold open the door. I'm not going to close the door on the need for something supernatural, but I think we have no reason to believe in it now. All the progress we've made in explaining what appears to be something supernatural in natural terms leads me to be optimistic that we can explain everything in naturalistic terms.
Answers to the scientist number 17. You say that we have no reason to believe in supernatural. And even if this is true, we have enough scientific knowledge by now to know that those things that once was called supernatural are actually part of the nature, and there is nothing unbelievable about them. But the problem is that some people do not have enough knowledge about the nature, and so they call it supernatural. Even if there is natural and supernatural in scientific terms, we did not actually use any of that to prove that God exists. And you can go back to our scientific proofs to learn about them. You say that we try to explain something that appears to be supernatural with natural terms that makes you think that you can think of anything with naturalistic terms. I agree with you that we do not need to use the supernatural terms, and I have not used any supernatural terms to prove that God must absolutely exist.
Do you believe in an afterlife?
Such beliefs, I think, I related to religions of the past, and I don't think a notion such as afterlife has any, sort of scientific basis, not in terms of modern science. So I can only say no.
Answers to the scientist number 18. You say that you do not think that notions such as afterlife has any scientific basis. Well, you do not think so, but we know so. When God has created the universe and humans, it was all with a design and a plan for humans and everything. And so that would be very irrational to think that everything will end when your physical body dies in this universe. Besides, if you study the true religion of God, you will see that there are many reasons and evidences for that. Actually, modern sciences, such as modern physics, did prove that God must exist. And if God exists, then how you can think that afterlife may not exist? Because firstly, if God has created you for this life, He could do the same in another time and for another life. Besides, it is so clear to the modern science that you are not just your physical body. And humans are multidimensional beings, and they coexist in multiple dimensions. So why is that so hard for you to believe in afterlife when our physical dimension could die, but still another dimension of us could be still alive and teleport to another dimension?
When I was younger, I used to sing in a church choir. I wasn't religious, I just liked the singing. There was a lot of talk of souls and spirits and things. And by the time I was about 13, I realised the whole thing was really pretty illogical. I mean, I am just flesh and blood.
Answers to the Scientist number 19. You say that you are not religious. You've heard a lot of talks about the soul and spirit, but realized that everything was pretty illogical. How was that illogical? Did you even understand them before you realized that? If anything is illogical, it must be proved. You say that you are just flesh and blood, but modern science actually says the opposite. For instance, if you study quantum physics, you will realize that you are at least nothing but your consciousness at different levels or dimensions. Also remember that God is not a thing. So when we say everything, that is not about God, obviously.
I think atheists get a sort of bum rap that, we're just heartless and we, don't care for people, or we totally reject the values we've been brought up on. And, to me, it's just, I have, most of the ideas of Christianity, sound good, but in reality, some of them aren't very good, but, they sound good, and so it makes a good funeral.
Answers to the Scientist number 20. Most of the ideas of Christianity sound good, but in reality, some of them aren't really good, as you say, and I agree with you. But that has nothing to do with God or the existence of God. You should just look for a better religion. Whether you believe in a religion or not, you can start believing in God first. And then you will hopefully find the right path to the true religion of God that has been brought to the humanity.
Suppose you take as a moral principle, it's wrong to steal. Why is that wrong? Why is it wrong to steal? Answer, because God says it's wrong to steal. God commanded that you should not steal. Okay. The point that Socrates makes in that dialogue is to say, well, how can God give this moral rule a foundation? Either the moral rule is itself intrinsically a sound moral rule, or it can't be given soundness and legitimacy from an external command. Suppose, for example, we had the rule, it's right to murder. And somebody said, that's not right. Murder is wrong. And somebody said in reply, but God says it's right to murder. That doesn't convince you that it's right to murder. If God says that something is right which isn't right, God's wrong.
Answers to the Scientist number 21. Why you should not steal? It is not just because God has said so, and even if that was the only reason, and there was no logical and rational reasons behind it, God knows it better than us, because God has designed and created humans and everything. How can God give this moral rule a foundation? First of all, these moral rules and basically all the morality is something logical and rational. And you do not need a foundation from God to know that stealing is doing a bad thing, and that is not okay. Secondly, God has created the humans and the universe with some rules. And so how is that not okay that there are some rules for us to live among the nature and the laws of the nature? So you can clearly see that God can give us rules how to live, and none of them can be wrong. But some people may say that God has said something which is irrational and wrong. And then you should immediately doubt if God has really said so. If somebody has attached some wrong quotes to God, you cannot doubt in God, but you should realize that the message was told in wrong way, perhaps with some personal changes or subjective conclusions. Anybody could be wrong in the universe, but God was there even before this universe. And God knew everything about the whole events in the history of this universe before there was anything to know. And so when somebody says something wrong about God, you should doubt in the knowledge and authenticity of that person, not God.
And I don't know what your own religious faith is, or...
Well, I'm not a believer, but I love to sort of...
Are you an agnostic or an atheist, would you say?
Well, that's a good question. I mean, I think when Darwin, his response when he was asked whether he was an atheist was, well, I don't know, so I'm agnostic. I think actually I'm an atheist when all is said and done. I mean, if I'm really honest about it, because I really don't believe in a God. I mean,
Answers to the Scientist number 22. You say that you are not a believer and you are an atheist because you really don't believe in God. So what then? There is nothing to argue here because you just do not believe in God. And there is nothing to discuss about, but if you want to learn why you should be a believer, you can study my video presentation from the beginning to the end, and hopefully you will become a believer in God. Overall, there was nothing important here, no proof that God does not exist or anything like that. My suggestion is that you try to learn about God and the true religion of God.
I often get letters, quite frequently, of people who say how they like your programs a lot, but I never give credit to the almighty power that created nature. To which I reply and say, well, it's funny that the people when they say that this is evidence of Almighty, always quote beautiful things. They always quote orchids and hummingbirds and butterflies and roses. But I always have to think too of a little boy sitting on the banks of a river in West Africa who has a worm boring through his eyeball, turning him blind before he is 5 years old. And I reply and say, well, presumably the God you speak about created the worm as well. And now I find that baffling to credit a merciful God, that action. And therefore, it seems to me safer to show things that I know to be truthful and factual, and allow people to make up their own mind about the moralities of this thing,
or indeed the theology of this thing.
Answers to the Scientist number 23. You often get letters that people say how something, and then you suddenly say that you don't give credit to the Almighty God? Isn't it because you are not familiar with the topic and you cannot give any good statement about it? Even if you are completely familiar with the topic of God and religious topics, you are so wrong about the existence of God, because we have just proved that God exists scientifically. Then again, similarly with a lot of doubt, you talk about the evidences and signs of God, and you say that because there is a child in Africa having a hard time, and then you say if the God has created the world, you cannot give credit to a merciful God, and you conclude that it seems to you safer to show the truth only. Well, firstly, God is merciful and kind, and that child that has a difficult life is for some reasons that we are not aware of, and only God may know. For instance, that could be for the benefit of the child in this life or in afterlife. Secondly, we did not prove that there must be God based on the signs and evidences of God, but we proved it with scientific proofs. You also said that we should allow people to make up their own mind, and I agree with you. Who can force people to believe in something? Absolutely no one. Since when somebody could force people to believe in something? Absolutely no way. Nobody can possibly force somebody else to believe in something. And of course everybody is allowed to think and believe in anything they want. No doubt about it. But just as you have talked about God, I am also talking about God. And so that must be okay. So I clearly say that God absolutely existed, exists, and will exist forever.
It's very essential that we take a position that through the scientific method that keeps us away of all the irrationalities that seem to dominate human activities. And I think we should stay there. And the fact that I'm busy in science has little or nothing to do with religion. In fact, I protect myself. I don't want to have to do with religion, because once I started that, I don't know where I will end. But probably I will be burned or shot or something in the end. I want to have nothing to do with it. I'm just talking about things I can observe and other things that I can predict, and for the rest you can have it.
Answers to the Scientist number 24. We have proved the existence of God with scientific methods and logics, not with irrationalities. So I agree with you that we should not get into irrationalities. Also, remember that if a scientist thinks that God does not exist, that would be irrational, because that should be so clear to any scientist that God must exist. And we have also proved it here previously. You say that you want to protect yourself with these things because you do not know where you might end up. Well, I can assure you that if you start believing in God, good things will happen in your life. But how is that going to hurt if you just imagine for a moment that there is a God who has created everything?
And you know, I was brought up in a culture where no one is religious, and where no one educated in particular is religious. It's completely sort of exotic. So, of course, for me it would seem that being a-religious, which doesn't mean really what atheism is like. I mean, people think of people who are against religion, but it's just a sort of indifference to religion. In most of Western Europe for many, decades or maybe centuries now, it's been the sort of default mode. People are not terribly interested.
Answers to the Scientist number 25. When you grew up in some place where you have not been around religious beliefs, that does not mean that you should or you should not ask and learn about everything. No matter if you come from a religious background or not, you should always start questioning everything and learn everything by logic and science. At the end, you will understand that there must be God, and God brought us a true religion, and so that religion can be followed logically. Atheism is not something like having a religion. You can start believing in God right now, but take your time in finding the true religion, or if there is any perfect religion or not.
Zane, has religion been important to you?
No, not a bit. I'm certainly not religious in any conventional sense of the term, in the sense of a deity or. But I've never had any hostility towards religion, except in the obvious sense when it turns ugly, which it so often does.
Answers to the Scientist number 26. You say that you are not religious, and you say that you have problems with religion when it turns ugly, which it often does. Well, you are so wrong because, first of all, religion does not turn ugly. It is the people that say or act badly and may make the religion look ugly. In fact, if you study the true history of religions, you will see that the core of religions were just getting more and more perfect till the last one, which is the complete perfect one. But it was some authorities and some people who has changed the truth in some religions for their own benefits, and the core of the religion was correct, and that is believing in God. So keep in mind that religions are more or less correct. It is the people who have changed the words of God in the religions to their own benefit sometimes, and made the religion look ugly sometimes. Therefore, the religion brought to humans by God is the ultimate grand and perfect path for you.
The intellectual respectability of a claim that there are gods, say the gods of Olympus or the gods of Hinduism, or one god, say the god of Christianity, seems to me to be exactly on a par with the intellectual respectability of thinking that there are fairies in your garden. Belief in fairies was very, very widespread and very well attested right up into the late 19th century. Indeed, people believed that fairies were much more present in their lives than God was, because things that went missing, like your shoelaces or a teaspoon or something, had been nicked by them. So the comparison here is not a jokey one. And if you think that the reasons you have for thinking that there are fairies are very poor reasons, that it's irrational to think that there are such things, then belief in supernatural agencies in general is irrational in that way. So for me it's a question of the rationality of belief, and agnostics who think that there is as much chance that there might be such entities as that there might not be such entities fall foul of this stricture.
Answers to the scientist number 27. There is actually one God only, and the fact that different belief systems call it differently is because of their misunderstanding and lack of knowledge, and perhaps incomplete or imperfect religion. So if you look at the perfect religion of God, you will see the most perfect and understandable definitions about God that make the most sense. Totally logical and rational attributions and definitions. There are no fairies in God. God is not a fairy or an angel. They are creatures of God. People may or may not believe in fairies and angels or God. But that does not prove that God does not exist, or we should or should not believe in God. That statement could be referred to just as statistics, not a logic or proof. You say that it is not rational to think that there are fairies and angels around us. Well, you could search for their legit photographs, as sometimes they are even caught on camera, and you can find short videos of them in YouTube videos as well. So we do not have to even prove them because you can clearly see them. Besides, if you understand quantum physics, you should clearly know that there are other dimensions in parallel with our 3D physical dimension that we live in. And so fairies and angels are no surprise or strange things at all. They are entities just like humans, but they live in another dimension that can come into our dimension sometimes under certain conditions, and can be even caught on normal cameras sometimes under specific conditions. For the beginners, I recommend that you try to search on Google or YouTube for human auras, and you will see that humans have auras that are layers of energy with different colors and vibrations around them.
Are you a religious person?
Absolutely not.
Can you say more about that?
Well, you could say all sorts of things by that and offend people maybe, but the fact is that I'm not religious, and I don't like religion, and I think religion is to blame for a lot of the ills in this world.
Answers to the scientist number 28. You say that you are not religious. You are concerned if people are going to be offended by your words. Well, personally, I am not offended by someone who do believes in something that I do not, because that person could either not have the opportunity to ask and learn about God and the true religion of God, or could be blind mentally because of his or her consciousness state and the lifestyle he or she has. Religion is not to blame anything or anyone in this world. Some institutions and authorities who take advantage of the name of a religion that are making the religion look bad and wrong, which are at the bottom of hell. However, mostly it is just the person who is saying or acting in the wrong way and claims to have a religion. And you may think that it was forced to that person by the religion to think or act like that, but that is mostly not true. Beside of all the imperfect religions throughout the history, if you look at the complete perfect religion of God, you will not see a single bad thing in that true religion or by the true leaders or masters of that religion.
The reason that this is such an important issue is we would all like to believe that there is a meaningful world beyond our own capacity to inject meaning into it. We'd like to suppose that life goes on after our own death. We would like to believe that the people we most love will continue to exist, and it's very hard to be told that all these wonderful people will cease to exist altogether. Furthermore, another feature is we'd like there to be justice in the end. Since it's obvious that there's no justice here on earth, we'd very much like there to be a divine justice which will come. But the problem is, those are things we'd like to believe, and we really have no evidence to suppose that they're true, and we ought methodologically to be suspicious of believing something that we very much want to believe, something that would make us immensely satisfied, which would make us happier if we could believe it. I think religion is here to stay because it does satisfy these needs. But intellectually, I don't think you can justify it. The arguments for God's existence are uniformly bad.
Answers to the Scientist number 29. You say that we would like to think that there is an afterlife and there is a life after death again. And there is a justice at the end of this world. And I agree with that. But have you thought about it, why humans would like to hope so? Isn't it because there must be a fair, kind, and powerful, intelligent God before and after your life, so that the life is not meaningless? Or you prefer to think that the design and the creation of the whole universe and humans were meaningless and without any purpose? We have many logical and scientific proofs and evidences that God exists. And we have also a lot of legit evidences about near-death experiences and all sorts of connections and communications to meet the dead people who have passed away and they are not in this universe anymore. But what more do you want beside what has been said by God in the true religion of God? Do you want to go to the other side and come back and tell everyone if there was a justice or not? Even if you want that, you can ask from many people who had great near-death experiences, but obviously they have not seen the other side completely, since the major judgment and the afterlife will be for after the death of this universe, that God will create another universes in there with other sets of rules which are indeed fair.
Are you agnostic? Are you an atheist? What, do you have any? Do you want to have a faith in the unknown, or is science your God?
Yes, it is in the sense that I'm comfortable with the unknown. That's the point of science. There are places out there, obviously billions of places that we know nothing about, and the fact that we know nothing about them excites me, and I want to go and find out about them. And that's what science is. So I think if you're not comfortable with the unknown, it's very difficult to be a scientist. So I don't need an answer. I don't need answers to everything. I want to have answers to find.
Answers to the scientist number 30. Science is not for disbelieving anything unless they brought to you by science. Science can only help humans up to some extent to discover what their limited mind and consciousness can access to, and may or may not be able to fully solve it by their limited scientific knowledge. Nevertheless, we have already proved the existence of God scientifically. But for example, knowing what God really is definitely is out of science, unless some knowledge about it is brought to us by God so that we can understand it up to some extent with our limited mind. As you say, you do not need an answer to everything, and I agree with that. You do not need to know what God exactly is to have faith in God, for example. But if you do not know the answer to something, you should not say that it does not exist or it cannot be proved. Especially that many scientists have proved that God must exist.
You have no belief that there's an afterlife.
That's correct.
And in the pattern of elementary particles and the constants that I mentioned and so on, you don't see the evidence of a designer.
No, I don't.
Could you say more about it?
I think this is wishful thinking.
Wishful?
Yes. I mean, some people, if they ask, there are some people who see the evidence of some sort of design, and I just do not accept that thinking. I have no desire whatsoever to push this view on others. And if you hadn't asked me about this, I would have mentioned it. But I'm also not reluctant to say so when I'm asked.
Answers to the scientist number 31. You say that some people see the evidence for the design, but you do not accept that kind of thinking. Why? Even if we prove to you in any way you want that God exists and we answer all your questions successfully, would you really change your mind and accept the existence of God or religion with such thinking? because you said that you have no desire whatsoever to push this view or another. Here we can clearly see some scientists that even if we give them the true fact about God or religion, they will still not accept that kind of thinking whatsoever. Some scientists are either so blind that do not want to make the effort to open their eyes and see the truth, or it is simply not for their benefit to change any of their thinking and their beliefs. No disrespect to any person whatsoever.
Not only do I think the arguments for God's existence don't work, I think that this, more importantly to me, does not look like the kind of world, empirically, that is created by a good and caring and powerful God. It just, to me, there's just too much empirical evidence against it.
Answers to the Scientist number 32. You say that you think the arguments for the existence of God don't work. Well, you think wrong. You can now see this video presentation from the beginning to see all the scientific arguments we have had for the existence of God, and the fact that we could successfully prove that in a scientific and logical manner. And also that if you want to say that some type of arguments don't work, you should prove it first, not just thinking of it and then saying it publicly to mislead people. And then again you say that something does not look like something to you. Well, again, you think wrong, and it may not look like that to you because you cannot understand it. So where is your logical statement here? And again, you want to say to me, and then you see that it looks logically bad again, and you try to correct it, and then you say there is just too much evidence against it. Well, it is okay if you change your mind and your words, but it is not okay to say something that you did not prove it. How did you prove that God does not exist? I bet you cannot even give one simple evidence against the existence of God. No need for too much evidence. No disrespect to any person whatsoever.
If you're raised in India, the probability you would have a vision of the Virgin Mary would not be very high, whereas you're raised in Spain, it might be much higher, right? So what we know is that a person's culture, the family in which he or she was raised, has a real impact upon the content of the experience, right? And the question is whether, given that so, it's reasonable to believe that nonetheless there is a core that's reliable.
Answers to the Scientist number 33. You say the culture and the environment that a person is grown up with has a lot of impact on who that person is and his or her beliefs, and I agree with that. So there is basically no statement in here that says anything about God or religion, and there is nothing to argue here. Just for your information, if you do not already know it, God knew everything before there was anything. God knows all the occurrences in this universe and in other universes before the creation. So God knows that there is a child growing up in this country or in that family, or there is an innocent child that was born with serious health issues. God knows all of that before they even happen. But the thing is that we may not be able to realize what was the reason to it. So we should not misjudge it and say there is no kind and merciful God out there. There is a reason for everything, and we can ask for the reasons after we have passed the test.
I'm an atheist, and whatever that is, agnostic, atheist, I'm not going to find touch. I mean, I think that most science is atheistic, and there are a few scientists, less than 10%, who believe in God. But of the major scientists, more than 90% are atheists, and they transfer the aspects of science to their everyday life, which I think is an intellectual issue for me. It's not that I don't need some mystical thing, it's just that I don't accept it, and I think people who do accept it, they have a tremendous Achilles heel, in the sense that they accept anything, any old story from anywhere, 1,000 years old, which is no evidence. And these people bother me because they're in positions of power and responsibility, and when people are prepared to accept, you know, one of 20 or 30 different stories from thousands of years ago, I wonder what else they're prepared to accept when it comes to decisions which affect me.
Answers to the Scientist number 34. You say that you are an atheist, agnostic, whatever that is, and you say that science is atheistic. Well, you are so wrong about science. The more you study the science in any field, the more you should see the evidences of the existence of God. So you are absolutely wrong about science. And about the fact that you are confused and you do not know what to call yourself, an atheist, an agnostic, whatever, is not surprising to me. Because even if you look at different dictionaries and search for the meaning of these words, they have so many conflicts, just like the logics that such people have used to come up with such beliefs. And they try to even avoid the word believe because they do not want to believe in any belief system. But notice that who has defined such words and why such words are defined and how badly they are defined. You say that there are scientists, less than 10%, who believe in God. Well, again, you are so wrong. Because firstly, in some countries, more than 90% of scientists believe in God, and you should not just see around yourself. And secondly, proving something has nothing to do with the statistics, that how many believe in it or not. When Galileo realized that the earth was round, he was the only one. You also say it is not that you do not need mystical things, it is that you do not accept it. Well, you are wrong again about that, because the whole universe is mystical and full of mysteries, and if you do not want to accept it, you do not want to accept the truth. There is also another way of thinking, and that is to see everything so natural and normal, which is fine. And in that way, the existence of God is very natural and normal, which is fine again.
I don't believe that the universe was designed by an intelligence. I believe the universe was designed the same way the incredible human being was designed. It certainly looks, and before Darwin, it looked like some designer must have. What else could possibly account for the complexity of a human being, the human brain, and so forth? And we eventually found out what it was. It was random mutation, a bunch of carbon, oxygen, and other stuff for that mutation to work on, and a little bit of everything evolved. Some things did better than others. Those things are more populous than the things that didn't do well, and so it was basically randomness, statistics, and the laws of physics that led to our own design. I think the same is true of the universe.
Answers to the scientist number 35. You say that you don't believe that the universe was designed by an intelligence. The universe was designed the same way that incredible human beings was designed. Well, you just had two statements in which the second one is contradictory to the first one. I agree with you that humans are designed so incredibly, but obviously God has created humans and every other creature, and you just try to refuse the fact that there was a designer, even though you state it many times, and it is because subconsciously you know that God is the intelligent creator of everything, but you are just trying so hard to put everything on some random events. Although there is no random explosions or anything if you study the quantum physics well enough, because you will see that there is a consciousness behind every occurrence, and so that is absolutely intelligent. So there was a design, and the design was intelligent. And the ultimate intelligent designer and creator is God. Beside the fact that Darwin's evolution theory is wrong, you can study quantum physics to learn that you are wrong about the Big Bang explosions. It was not a bunch of random explosions over nothing. Firstly, God has created the laws of nature and all the necessary dimensions or universes for this world, and the basic elements for this universe. Secondly, there was the Big Bang explosions with huge intelligent conscious movements and interactions. Hence, God has created the universe. It did not create itself, especially its intelligence.
I think that there are two kinds of atheists. There are those like Feuerbach or the Marxists who think that while they are materialists, what's interesting about religions in all forms is, perhaps especially for them, the Christian religion, that it embodied, but also interestingly deformed, various very deep human yearnings and aspirations, and that it's a very powerful route into trying to understand human psychology, to understand the religious urge. That's one kind of atheist who thinks, well, none of it's really true, but it is very, very important, it's very interesting, it's very deep. There's another kind of atheist, which is David Hume or Bertrand Russell, who thinks, well, I mostly can't understand what these people are claiming, but insofar as I understand what they're claiming, it's obviously false. And I'm that kind of atheist. It just doesn't interest me at all.
Answers to the Scientist number 36. You talk about the history and what people are saying and thinking about religions. So that is just a personal opinion and cannot conclude any scientific and logical idea. You even say that somebody who cannot mostly understand the topic says that the subject in the topic is false. How is that possible to have any true logical conclusion from that person's statement? Because they even confess that they don't understand it. So why do you have to conclude anything about what you do not understand? And why you should say something like that? Do you want to get any conclusion from it? Because that cannot be logical at all. As a further hint, as we could see in some cases so far, some professors or scientists either do not understand simple logics, or they try to trick people for their own goals. For example, they do not want to admit that their theories are wrong.
But I mean, would you think that there is life after death, for example, for the individual?
I cannot see that, not for an individual.
Or that there's heaven and hell? Obviously not, if you can't see that. So when you think about the fundamental constants and the precision with which you see into atoms and so on, does that relate in any way to an intelligent design or a religious approach to the world? My question is very badly formed.
Naturally, all the things around us look like they have been designed intelligently, and so the principles that led to their being, of course, in some ways imply some intelligence, but that need not be the intelligence in a person-like being. That's just the intelligence in this whole mechanism, how nature evolves.
Answers to the Scientist number 37. You say that you cannot see that there is an afterlife for individuals. Well, you should try to see it after you could learn that there is a God, and God did not create humans and the universe for nothing. So there must be some goals including the justice and the pure spiritual life of individuals in afterlife. You say that naturally all the things around us look like you have been designed intelligently, and in some ways it implies that you are intelligent. Well, do you have a doubt that you are an intelligent being? If you are not intelligent, what are you? A man with no intelligence? Is that what you call yourself? Even if you ask a child that humans are intelligent or not, he or she can tell you the answer. Besides, you confess that if you look around yourself, you will see the intelligent design in humans and everything. Then how can you doubt that there must be an intelligent creator that has designed and created all that? You think intelligence has created itself? Obviously not. Especially if you could understand quantum physics well, you would know that the consciousness or intelligence or information cannot create itself, and there must be a consciousness always, already present for any manifestation or any matter.
I think the question, is there a God, falls into the category of a physical, empirical question. God is supposed to be somebody who created the world. Is there a person who created the world? That's a perfectly clear question with a right answer. And I think it needs to be handled in the way we handle other questions about the physical world, namely by looking for evidence. So I don't think that's a factually empty question. It could turn out...
Isn't that a category mistake, trying to prove something in the physical world, something that is by definition outside of it?
Well, you could find evidence for it. I mean, if he created the world, then there might be evidence that he created the world. So it's not completely isolated. Abstract objects are completely isolated, so it would be, I think, a category mistake to look for evidence of abstract objects in the physical world. So I think that's not an empirical question. I think that is a factually empty question. But the God question is different because God is supposed to interact with the physical world. He made the world. And so we could look for evidence of it. And if there is evidence, then I'd say, okay, believe in God.
Answers to the Scientist number 38. You say that God cannot be a person, not a human or anything like that. And I agree with that, because God is not a human at all. As you say, God is the creator of the world. God is the creator and designer of all different creatures and entities, including humans, and basically everything. And God knew everything before there was anything to know. Don't try so hard on realizing what the nature of God really is, as God has recommended to us, because you can never fully comprehend what God really is with your limited mind and consciousness. For instance, can you imagine something that is not a thing? Or can you describe or imagine something that has no time and space? Or can you fully explain how can something be inside everything everywhere, but is outside of all of it at the same time? God is indeed unimaginably infinite in all the great aspects. God has created the world and interacts with everything, and you should start believing in God. God had designed and created the universe for humans and other species for higher goals than just what we may realize in this 3D physical world. So God had a plan for everything, especially for humans, which are the greatest creatures of God. And nothing is created without a purpose. And it is not just about the beginning of the universe, but actually about every second on this world that something or someone comes to life. It is all for great reasons. God can create and control everything at every moment, and God is present everywhere. Time and space are no subjects or constraints for God.
When you die, is that it?
Of course.
And there is no entity with any, that you, a creative entity with any interest in you?
No.
Okay.
Answers to the scientist number 39. I don't see this professor or scientist saying any clear statement about God or the existence of God, so there's really nothing to discuss here. Meanwhile, it is good to remember that we have already proved that God exists, scientifically and logically. And the arguments regarding the existence of God has really nothing to do with the existence of other entities. For example, if angels and evils exist or not, why that should have anything to do with the arguments for the existence of God? Although it can help smart people to realize that there are higher levels or dimensions of reality, and perhaps multiple parallel universes for different entities such as spirits and demons, and it can help for having a better understanding of the universe and the reality we live in. But even if none of them exist, God could still exist. Besides, we have previously presented a lot of scientific proofs that God existed, exists, and will exist forever.
One of my uncles is quite an evangelical Christian, and so I'd been to boys' boarding camps with Christian, sort of fairly evangelical Christians. But I began to question this and wonder whether God really intended to cast 3/4 of humankind into outer darkness because they'd never heard of him. And none of the Christians I talked to could quite explain what his intention was in creating such a situation. So I lost my formal faith, but in anthropology I found an alternative framework which explains much of what goes on in the world without having to induce or adduce God.
Answers to the scientist number 40. As you say, you began to question everything about God and the intention of God for creation. Well, I admire you for that, because it is always good to start to question everything and never stop thinking and learning about everything, especially about God and the purpose of life. You say that none of the Christians you met could answer your questions well enough. Well, perhaps you should go after a better religion which is more complete. And indeed, the true religion of God is perfect. And even if people from thousands of years from now have questions about God or life, they should be able to find their answers in that true religion, which must be perfect as God is.
Look at all the things that just want to kill us, okay? Most planet orbits are unstable. Star formation is completely inefficient. Most places in the universe will kill life instantly. Instantly. The people that say, oh, the forces of nature are just right for life. Excuse me. Just look at the volume of the universe where you can't live. You will die instantly. That's not what I call the Garden of Eden, all right? Galaxy orbits that we orbit once every couple 100 million years, you're bound to come close to a supernova that will wipe out your ozone layer and kill everybody on the surface who doesn't otherwise have dark skin, because your high energy rays will give you skin cancer. We're on a collision course with the Andromeda Galaxy. Gone is this beautiful spiral that we have. And of course, we're on a one-way expanding universe as we wind down to oblivion, as the temperature of the universe asymptotically approaches absolute zero. That's the universe. Then Earth, volcanoes, tsunami just killed, I think that number's higher, up 200,000 people, floods, tornadoes. None of this is any sign that there's a benevolent anything out there.
Answers to the Scientist number 41. You are talking about the things that may hurt the humans. So even if I go through all of that and discuss with you about all your concerns in this topic, why that should have anything to do with the existence of God? If God exists or not, why those things should or should not happen in this universe? God absolutely exists, and there is a reason for everything. For instance, one of the reasons for the things that is happening to humans is because of what they do. If you understand quantum physics well enough, you should realize that there is a unified field in the universe, and if the consciousness of a human goes somewhere and does something, that will influence the unified field, and things will happen to other humans and even to the universe. Another point is that these things that are happening are also signs from God, so that we understand and realize different things. For instance, nothing in this universe is eternal. The apocalypse is close. Be aware and do something about it.
But I certainly have no idea of what God might be, if he was some great deity that created the universe and defined the physical laws. So be it, but I sort of personally doubt that God intervenes in my own life.
Answers to the Scientist number 42. As you say, you have no idea what God might be. A God that has created the universe with physical laws. But you can believe it. You just then say that you personally doubt that God intervenes or interferes with your life. Well, it is good that you have an open mind that God might exist. And regarding your doubt, I should say that God does not interfere with your life in terms of disturbing your life or decreasing your willpower or chances. God has a will, and you have a will as well. God's will is in parallel with your will, and you can create your own reality, but God's will is above that. Yet, you have a willpower, and you have choice. God can create and control everything at every moment, and God is infinitely powerful. As God has recommended to us, do not think or imagine too much about the nature of God and what God really is, because whatever your mind creates is a creature, and God is not a creature. God is the Creator. Yet, you did not say or mean that God does not exist, but we have already proved that God exists.
One of the things that phenomenology is going to do is talk about religious experience. And we don't need, as you'll see in a minute, to bring in God. And so we can go along with Nietzsche and suppose God is dead as far as our culture is concerned. It no longer is a religious culture. It's a secular culture. And yet there is religious experience and lots of need for religion in our culture, taking weird forms, fanatical forms, and phenomenology might be able to help with that, getting it, religion, back into the form where it was a positive thing that gave meaning to people's lives and didn't need an all-powerful creator, the highest being kind of God.
Answers to the Scientist number 43. You say that you don't need to bring in God, and you go with nature and suppose God is dead, and it is no longer a culture. Yet there is a lot of need for religion. Well, you are so wrong. Firstly, the fact that you do or you do not need to talk about God does not prove or disprove the existence of God. Secondly, if you understand the simple logical concept that every creature needs a creator, then you will realize that nature needs a creator, and God is not a creature. God is the only final creator and cause. There is only one true main creator, and that is God. And everything else is just a creature of God. Anything you can imagine or think of is a creature of your mind. So that is not God, because God is the creator, not a creature at all. How can you prove that there is no need for a God or to define a God? You think God is something imaginary? Because I have already proved to you that God does not fit into the imagination of humans. So why there should be a need for that when that is not even possible? God is the only real true creator of the universe and everything, and we are just a very limited creature of God.
I've always had a skeptical streak about anything, really, and I think my skepticism developed
while I was at school, and so I've never found it possible to be a profound believer in the Trinity or in the Christian, whether Anglican or Catholic, concept of God and Christ and so on.
Answers to the Scientist number 44. You say that you are a skeptic for a long time and tried to believe in the Catholic concept of God. Well, you were trying to realize what God is while hearing stuff only from Catholics. Perhaps you should try other religions now. Because I know that there are many misconceptions about God, and what God is, and what God does in different religions. And there is only one religion out there which tells you that God is immaterial and is as we have learned so far. God is the creator, and God has never been created. God is eternal or timeless and is present everywhere and is simultaneously timeless and spaceless.
What is faith? It is belief in the absence of evidence. Now, I don't propose to tell anybody what to believe, but for me, believing when there's no compelling evidence is a mistake. The idea is to withhold belief until there is compelling evidence. And if the universe does not comply with our predispositions, okay, then we have the wrenching obligation to accommodate to the way the universe really is.
Answers to the Scientist number 45. You say that faith is belief in the absence of evidence. Well, you are wrong right from the beginning, because there is no need to have mere faith or belief in something when there is evidence for it. You just have to accept it. Faith or belief alone is for what you have never had any evidence about it, if there is a need for it. Just as an example, I have never seen any picture or any evidence that there are other humans out there on other planets. Maybe even on the planets outside of the Milky Way galaxy. But I would like to believe in that. And so I could have faith or belief in that. And there could be even a specific religion for them sent by God to them on their planets based on their lifestyle and living conditions. That is the need for faith and belief. Because other than that, we can easily prove or verify if something is logically and scientifically true or not. And since we have already proved that there must be a God already, we do not need to have to just believe in God. However, that is also one way to have faith in God. And there is no problem with that. So even if you have not heard any scientific proof or evidence about God, you can just believe in God, yet we have already proved that God exists, and not just based on a mere faith. If you could understand any science well and deep enough, you will see a ton of evidence for the existence of God, and we have previously presented a lot of them. So science absolutely says that God must exist.
I think it would be a totally monstrous doctrine to believe that God would create a world in which, let's say, a 2-year-old child would die a slow and lingering death from hunger and thirst because that baby's alleged ancestors, Adam and Eve, sinned. Again, I would think that would be a monstrous God who could make a baby suffer for that reason. But even if you still think that, even if you still think that the suffering of that baby is somehow deserved because of original sin, what about the suffering of non-human animals? They also die slow, miserable deaths through droughts or hunger or disease or a variety of other causes. And not even Christians believe that they suffer from original sin. They're not descended from Adam. And that suffering has been going on even longer than human suffering because they've been sentient beings, sentient animals, for even longer.
Answers to the Scientist number 46. You say that because a child could have serious health issues or could have hunger or thirst because somebody in his or her family did a sin, and so that is wrong to believe in such God that makes a child suffer. Well, first of all, the existence of God has nothing to do with the attributes and properties of God, whether the God is kind and merciful or not. That is another story. Secondly, everything has a reason, and we may or may not be able to understand the reason of it. But that does not prove that there was no good reason for it. And God must be blamed for that. No. In fact, one of the reasons that the child may suffer from many things in life is the father and the mother and the family of that child, and what they did and what they do. Besides, God is always kind and compassionate, and the fact that people may suffer in this life or in afterlife is only because of some good reasons. And the suffer is indeed not from God. Any goodness you receive by God, because God has created that goodness and beauty for you to enjoy. But any harm or badness you receive is definitely not by God, because God does not harm people or animals or any creatures. That is because of some laws of nature in this life, and also because of afterlife and before life, and those are because everything should be in balance and harmony. And that should be like that because everything about God and the rules that God has put in this universe must be fair and intelligent.
Some people may feel they have to understand everything. I don't feel that. I feel that eventually a lot more will be understood. And this deals with subjects that have nothing to do with religion. But I'm willing to tackle certain problems, try to understand those, realize there are other problems that I just won't be able to solve. I don't have the expertise, and even if I did, I might not be able to solve it. But I'm willing to live with that.
Answers to the Scientist number 47. You say that some people may feel that they have to understand everything, and you don't think that way. Well, I agree that you do not have to understand everything. So why don't you believe in God and the religion of God? Because you do not have to understand it always. That is actually one of the many approaches to believing God and the religion. You do not have to always understand it, just believe in it. What is the problem with that? Why not? Although we did not use that approach here in this presentation, and we have proved the existence of God scientifically and logically. Also, we do not believe in God because we want to have answers for everything. And we say God did this or that because of this or that. No, not at all. In fact, most of the cases are where we cannot say anything about the cause or the reasons of something for sure, and we should be silent because we simply do not know. Additionally, about the nature of God and what God really is, we can never say that much, because we can never understand it that much with our limited mind and consciousness. So we do not really try too much to understand everything.
I suppose technically I'm an agnostic in the Huxley sense of the word that one cannot be absolutely certain, but for all practical purposes I'm an atheist, and a very materialistic atheist. I think what you see is what you get.
Answers to the Scientist number 48. You could be an agnostic or an atheist, even a very materialistic atheist, but you should still know that what you see is what you get does not validate or support your materialistic beliefs. Because firstly, you cannot explain everything with formulas and equations. So, for example, how can you explain the intelligence of humans and other species? Where did they come from? Every animal is made of previous species. If God has not created each entity separately, you think humans are made up of animals and each species of animals is created by previous animals? Then how was the first animal created? And even if you want to think that all of them are created by one another, still, how do you want to explain the design and intelligence of each entity? Just an accident or some random lucky event? Then where are the formulas and equations you wanted to talk about? How materialistic you are now then. Secondly, if any, this statement of what you see is what you get should make you understand that there is obviously an extremely higher intelligence with extremely infinite power who has designed and created all these entities and species. So that is to say, God obviously exists, even if you just want to look at what you see.
You think that God can be put to a scientific test like everything else. And if God is God, God is beyond the observation and verification process of science.
Oh, God is very definitely beyond the verification process of science. God has been designed to be beyond the verification process of science. This is one of the classic adaptations of religions, is to create this gulf so that science can't get anywhere near God. That's true, but science can understand that very fact.
You say that
science can understand how religions evolved and why. By the way, that idea is completely absent in folk religions, which are the ancestors. The idea of God being, as it were, beyond science. They don't make a distinction between science and religion. In folk religions, it's all the same. It's all one. This is just what everybody knows. And they have no concept of faith. They don't need a concept of faith. It's only once you start getting this separation between science and other things that people think they know when maybe they don't, that's when the idea of faith looms and becomes a very attractive idea. And indeed it is. It protects the idea of God from disproof.
Answers to the Scientist number 49. You are talking about if God is beyond the verification of science, and you are trying to say that religions have made it up, so that the science cannot get near that. Well, you are wrong. Firstly, we have already proved that God exists, scientifically and logically. Secondly, why so many religions should try to say that God exists while there is no God? If there is no God at all, why so many religions try so hard to make you understand and believe with so many explanations and proofs? If it was just made up by some people, they could just say you should believe in it and there is no need for any evidence or proof. But as you can see, I am answering all your doubts and questions so that you can open up your eyes and see the truth. Besides, who said that we cannot talk about God with science? Who? Because we talk about God and religion with science and logic. And there is nothing wrong with that, just as I did here. In fact, if something is in contradiction with logic, I will never accept it. Then you talk about the idea that God is beyond science and the concept of faith. Well, the nature of God and what God really is cannot fit into our limited mind and consciousness. So scientists can never fully discover that. However, that is not necessary to realize that there is a God, as we already proved it scientifically. But if God did not leave the humans alone and had a plan and goal for us to live upon, then we can look up to that science which is sent by God, so that we can learn some of the things scientists cannot understand.
I have a friend, or had a friend, now dead, Abdus Salam, a very devout Muslim, who was trying to bring science into the universities in the Gulf states. And he told me that he had a terrible time because although they were very receptive to technology, they felt that science would be corrosive to religious belief, and they were worried about it. And damn it, I think they were right. It is corrosive of religious belief, and it's a good thing too.
Answers to the scientist number 50. If you are trying to say that religion and science cannot be together at the same time, then you really need to learn more about both religions and sciences you have heard of. Because what we understand is logic, and both of them should be in accordance with human logic, and they are. So, for example, if you hear some people from some religions who are saying nonsense, then obviously that is against the human logic, and you should not listen to them. Then what you should do is to have further investigations, ask and learn from more people from that religion, and then if all the people you have seen were wrong, and all the books and scripts you have searched for from that religion were wrong, meaning that you could not find the truth in that religion by any mean or any path, then you can go to the next religion. Because what the true religion of God says must be perfectly logical and scientific, even though scientists may not fully understand the science of it by now. So either the religion you have seen was not perfect, or the people and the scripts from that religion you have seen were not legit. Because not every book or every person who claims to have a religion is really have that claimed religion. For instance, if you see some extremists who claim to believe in a religion and they do illogical things or bad things intentionally, they are obviously not religious people, no matter how much they claim to be attached to a religion. True religious people will never try to harm people or do bad things intentionally, because nobody is perfect and pure innocent, and we all may do some bad things sometimes. But that is not our intention generally. So anyway, if somebody hurts people or disrespects people or religions, or tries to judge people that they will go to hell or not, they are not religious people at all. And they are so wrong about so many things. They think they have learned about God or the religion of God.
The first thing that science says is that many of the traditional ideas about God, about how God acts in the world, are definitely wrong. They're naive. And I won't belabor that. There's enormous literature on that, and the arguments are well known. The ancient texts, which are the basis of most of the traditional religions, don't do justice to what we know about the universe now. They, with rare exceptions, don't have a notion that the universe could be enormously large, much less that it can contain extravagant numbers of dimensions in quantum mechanics, and or that it's so very old, or most of all, I think, most profoundly, that it's so comprehensible that it can be understood in terms of precise mathematical laws. You just don't find that in the ancient texts. So to me, they seem kind of cramped and unimaginative. So it's not so much even that they're wrong, although some details are wrong. It's just that they don't do justice to what we know today.
Answers to the Scientist number 51. You are saying that the first thing science says is that many of the traditional ideas about God are wrong. Well, it depends on which traditional ideas and claims you are talking about. Because many of the traditional scripts and claims about God are exactly as I have talked about in this video presentation. Although some religions are wrong about God, for example, if they say that God is a human, God has a wife or a child, or God is three persons all at the same time, or God is a man in the sky, they are obviously wrong, and I do not support wrong traditional scripts too. You say that the ancient textbooks are the basis of the most religions, and these books, with rare exceptions, don't have a notion of the fact that the science knows today about the universe and quantum physics and so on. Well, as you said, there are some rare exceptions, and that rare religion has a very famous holy book indeed, and that is the true religion of God, which contains all the science and knowledge that humans need to know forever. That true religion has billions of followers from across the world today, and has one untouched or intact holy book which is sent to humans by God and then written by humans, which has a miracle with itself that does not change over time. In that holy book, you can find all your answers to questions about the universe, quantum physics or quantum mechanics, numerology and mathematics, sacred numbers and the geometry of the nature, and a lot more, even more than what scientists can understand by today.
Can you explain everything about who we human beings are by looking at the physiognomy of the brain? Is it as simple as that? Does it come down to what you've just once described as understanding that sort of block of jelly inside the head, and that ultimately explains everything about the way human beings are and the way we perceive ourselves and others?
I think that the answer to that question is almost certainly yes. Things like creativity, you may go up to a certain point in explaining it, or you have to start saying it's a divine spark or something, which we scientists don't believe in. So eventually the answer is yes, we're going to explain many different aspects of brain function.
Answers to the scientist number 52. Can you explain everything about who we human beings are by looking at the brain? Your answer was, I think the answer to that question is almost certainly yes. Well, you think wrong. And almost yes has a different meaning than certainly yes. So almost yes or certainly yes. Because obviously you do not know the answer. I bet you cannot explain everything about who we humans are by science of today. Even if we assume that you know everything about humans, and just by looking at the brain, which is not even what your mind is, but brain is just what your holographic reality of your universe is perceived at, based on your consciousness state. Still, we have no enough knowledge about even the physical body of humans, and that science is improving and progressing every day. And today, we can cure illnesses we could not cure 100 years ago. So are you suggesting that you have reached the whole complete human science about human body or even the brain itself? Because any doctor can tell you that you are wrong about that. And still you insist that the answer is yes.
What does God mean? And to some groups of people in the world, it means a rather human-like figure who takes a personal interest in the destiny of humans, sometimes intervenes. Some, in extreme cases, wants human sacrifices and all the rest. I think most scientists find that as too simplistic a view of reality. Plus, we've seen how societies from primitive situations grew into more sophisticated ones, and they dropped those kinds of attitudes and began to try to develop ideas that dealt better with the realities we find now. So I think that that's what influences scientific thinking.
Answers to the scientist number 53. You are trying to talk about what God means, who has personal interests in human destinies and sometimes even intervenes and sometimes even wants human sacrifice and so on. Well, I see your confusion, but you are wrong basically. God is not what you have pictured. God has created some laws of nature in this universe. And those laws, such as the law of attraction, will influence the destiny of humans. God can create and control everything at any moment. Is not acting just sometimes. That is not true. God does not want any bad thing to the humans, not at all. But it is the people who do bad things sometimes, because God has created humans with free will. You are also talking about sophisticated societies that has dropped such ideas and beliefs and tried to replace those ideas with science. Well, first of all, you should try to wisely see that why sophisticated societies and countries may try to drop the beliefs and replace them with scientific news, and you will learn a lot there. And secondly, I am a scientist, just like many other great scientists who believe in God. And I am not replacing anything by anything. As far as any statement and argument can follow the human logic, we can accept it and go with it, and there is no problem with that. Just as we have proved previously that God exists, scientifically and logically.
I think that religion has always been one of my interests, looking at it as an essentially human product, with all its elaborations, conceptualizations, and so on.
Answers to the scientist number 54. You say that you think religion has been always one of your interests, looking at it essentially as a human product. Well, you are wrong. The true religion sent by God to humans was to help and guide humans. And humans have always used it, not creating it. Although there are always some people in the history that with or without intention have presented the religion in different ways, and some of those ways and manners are really bad and has made the religion to look bad. Nevertheless, if you truly investigate the religions, you will see that all of them were great and were messages from God. And the last one was the most complete one. But it was the people who have changed it for their own benefit sometimes. And there is only one true branch of that true religion, which is the only true path to God. But anyway, religions are not human products essentially. But in some religions, there are a lot of human words and interpretations in it that you should obviously try to avoid misinterpretations. Only listen to God by the true messages from the true religion of God. So always keep in mind that if a person or a religious authority or institute says something against human rights or something that is not peaceful or logical, that cannot be from the messages from God and is made up by some people you should try to get away from. those are wrong stuff mixed by the media in the religion, not the true messages in the religion. If any person claims to be religious but does something bad and wrong in the name of God and religion, that person is definitely not religious. And that person certainly does not understand the religion of God and may go to hell. Although we should not judge people, especially only by looking at just a few things.
It's certainly true that there's nothing that science is teaching us about how we are that supports different religious fables about what we're supposed to be. Magic is not substantiated in science or in philosophy.
Answers to the scientist number 55. You say that it is certainly true that science has nothing about how we are that supports different religious faiths and how we are supposed to be. Well, you are certainly wrong, because all the religions have many different faiths and guides in it to tell you how you are and what you are supposed to be. Especially if you look after the true messages in the true holy book of the true religion of God. You also say that magic has nothing to do with science and is not scientific. Well, you are so wrong. I am sure you can find many scientists in many countries who are great at both science and magic, and they understand the science of magic more or less, and that is how we understand anything in this universe, in physics or quantum physics, for example. We may not know why the laws of physics or quantum physics are as they are, but we can explain the behavior with some evidences and some formulas. And the same goes with magic. The fact that science may not be able to explain all the mysteries and magic in the universe fully by now is because of the fact that science has not improved and progressed that much. Other than that, everything in magic can be explained by science, and I can explain most of them for you by quantum physics or mechanics, and by some other sciences such as electrical engineering. For instance, telekinesis, levitation, time-space teleportation, and free cosmic energy can be easily explained by quantum physics, and healing miracles and so on can be explained scientifically again by the true understanding of light and energy. Any magic you can name can be explained scientifically, although maybe not by the science of today. Even if that magic is not done by human energies and superconsciousness powers, and is done by means of some demons or angels or other entities, those could be also explained scientifically, but we do not have enough knowledge, technology, and scientific tools to utilize and investigate them right now. Hence, magic is science.
But I think in the 21st century, people are pretty free to say what they want about the Bible. People are free to reject it. I found actually the best evidence for my own research was going to Christian bookstores. And there were all these books about apparent contradictions in the Bible, seeming inconsistencies. Books and books of these things. Because the Bible scholars noticed that there were these two different versions, 2 of every animal on the ark, 7 of every animal. And they were trying to work out, what was the real version. Of course, there is no correct version from a folklorist point of view. So they gave me all the evidence I needed. All I had to do was to look up their passages, and I saw, yeah, these are 2 different versions of the same story. So they were my research assistants, these people who were trying to reconcile these.
Answers to the scientist number 56. You say that people are free what to say, and I agree with that as long as they do not disrespect or hurt people. And then you say that your best evidence for your own research was through Christian books where they are about apparent contradictions in the Bible, and even by comparing the different versions of the Bible. Well, firstly, as I have explained before, some people have changed the messages of God in some religions. And here is a true example that you are talking about. Yet it does not mean the Bible was not from God, or Christianity was not a religion of God, because it was. But as you have noticed, nowadays there are many different versions of Bible that they have been messed up by some people, and so the true correct version of the Bible and Christianity may not be available. Secondly, if you have researched and did not find the truth in such a book or religion, you can simply look for a better one. And I can assure you that there is a perfect book and religion out there. Therefore, if you see some contradictions in any book or script, firstly you have to make sure that if they are really in contradiction with each other and is not just simply your misunderstanding of it. And secondly, if that book or religion is not good enough, go after a better one, because I know there is a perfect one always.
Reason, of course, can be defined in a variety of ways, but these are pretty good approximations. A cause, explanation, or justification for any action or event. You have a reason to do X. There was a reason why I got up from my chair, went to the refrigerator, and got a beer, because I was thirsty. Right? That's a reason. The power of the mind to think, understand, and form judgments by a process of logic, of course, is what we're talking about here in this context. This is opposed to, of course, faith, which is the complete trust or confidence in someone or something. Notice the accent on complete. Or a strong belief in God or in doctrines of a religion based on spiritual apprehension rather than proof. And that's the interesting term here. It's spiritual apprehension. What the heck is spiritual apprehension? How do people spiritually apprehend things? I can talk about how people logically or rationally think about certain things, but it is hard for me to get my mind wrapped around the idea of a spiritual apprehension. I suspect because there's no such a thing as spiritual apprehension.
Answers to the scientist number 57. You are talking about the cause and effect arguments and the reasons in there. And then you are talking about God and religion, and you may think that we have no proof for it. And we just say that religion said so. So it must be like so. But that is not true. We have already proved everything about the existence of God. by science and logic. And you also say that it is hard for you to understand spiritual things. Well, whether you understand it or not, that is not how we have approached and concluded the argument of the existence of God. Besides, your statements are not logical, and you do not make any clear point about your arguments. So there's really nothing to discuss here.
God or any other supernatural agent doesn't have what it takes to act upon physical things. That seems to me to be the underlying problem in all this. We extend our talk of things we're familiar with to God, forgetting how much it is based in familiar facts about the physical world. And we just suppose it's making sense. It looks similar language when we take it to this different domain.
Answers to the Scientist number 58. You refer to God as a supernatural agent, which is not true, because God is not exactly an agent, because God is not even a creature or a thing. God is the creator. And then you say that God or any supernatural agent does not have what it takes to act upon physical things. Well, you are so wrong. Firstly, even if we were just talking about supernatural beings like angels and demons, which are actually natural beings but in parallel dimensions or universes to our universe, they can interact with our 3D physical world. Absolutely. And there are many evidences for that. And if you have even one single proof that they cannot, then just show it. But I bet you can't. Secondly, God is the one who has designed and created everything out of nothing. And then you say God cannot touch or interact with what he has created? Do you even understand how nonsense that is? I think you do not know what God means in the first place. Then you say we all have a problem. And you say we all extend something and forget some stuff and we just suppose it makes sense. Well, you said too many wrong stuff, starting with wrong assumptions such as we all, and ending with even worse conclusions that again, we all forget some stuff and so on. You really make things up and add really bad illogical statements to it. And there is no point in your statements because they are not even logical.
But science and superstition are never going to, you can never reconcile them. I mean, if you believe that truth lies in strange scrolls dug up from somewhere or other, written by someone, then there's no logical counter to that.
Answers to the Scientist number 59. You are saying that we believe in superstitious stuff written by someone. Well, you are wrong. Firstly, we do not just believe in God as a mere faith, because the existence of God is so clear to us by all the logical and scientific arguments we have had previously. Secondly, if you mean that religious things are superstitious, then you are wrong again. Unless you are talking about wrong religious stuff made by some people, because the true religion has nothing but the true message from God sent to the humans, and there is nothing by someone in it unless as an interpretation or as an extra guide, and there is absolutely nothing superstitious about it, because everything in the true religion of God is purely logical and scientific. But as I mentioned before, we may not understand the science of it by today. Also notice that the truth is not in strange things necessarily, especially if you want to call them illogical and irrational stuff. If a quantum physicist does not understand the simple concept of quantum teleportation or time travel, then he or she may say many wrong stuff about this very scientific concept, and at the end have many wrong conclusions, and may even link it to strange stuff or weird behaviors in the laws of nature, while it is not like that at all. In fact, I have seen many quantum physicists in such a wrong path, and they still say many nonsense about the universe or some particles' behaviors and so on. However, there are always smart scientists out there that you can find and refer to.
Does the soul have a personality? Well, it turns out that if you have certain strokes in certain parts of the brain up here, your personality changes. You get a different personality. Well, without that part of the brain, whose personality is the soul? So the soul doesn't see, doesn't hear, doesn't think, doesn't have emotions, and doesn't have a personality. Okay, whose soul is it? And what good is it? It doesn't fit the usual notion of the soul as you are.
Answers to the scientist number 60. You say that you can get a different personality depending on what is going on inside your brain, and I agree with that. Then you ask, without that part of the brain, whose personality is the soul? Well, I think you really are confused about what the brain is and what the soul is. Because no matter how you define the soul is not your brain. In fact, your soul is nothing physical and at the physical plane. But basically, to just answer your question, your personality and your soul comes from your consciousness states that comes to your brain. So memory and physical parts of the brain are what you can access and make your personality, but soul is something different, and you can refer to it as your spirit, if you will. You are not your brain or your mind or your soul only. You are the whole package of mind, body, and spirit. Some scientists talk a lot about the brain, and they think the brain is the same as the mind, while it is definitely not the same thing. Your brain acts as a transceiver antenna with some filters and some memory, plus some calculation and interpretation parts, which can send and receive commands from or to your body and your mind. So what the brain essentially does is to transmit or receive signals like an antenna. But what mind does is a whole lot more story. Also, what you should know to help your confusion is that the senses you have and the reality you perceive is created by your consciousness which is then brought to your brain, and you can sense that reality at your brain with your physical senses at the physical plane. Your reality is what you perceive by your consciousness.
I see that we have enormous amounts to discover as a strategy for going forward as human beings. I believe atheism makes coherent sense. All the religions are in conflict with one another. They have different stories. They have stories which are based on insubstantial records. They all justify their stories, of course, by saying that there was some direct communication from a deity or other entity in the past that has led them to this line of belief. But I find those unconvincing, and particularly I find them unconvincing because of the conflict. This was my main argument when I was discussing it with my father, but I couldn't, and he found it obviously hard to answer that. It's one of the most difficult questions for believers to answer.
Answers to the Scientist number 61. If you are an atheist because religions have conflicts with each other, then you are so wrong. Just like all the atheists and agnostics out there. Because even if the core of different religions are in conflict with each other, it does not mean that there is no true perfect religion. Religions have conflicts with each other, so what? That means there is no correct and perfect religion? Absolutely not. If some scientists are arguing about a topic and they have different proposals and articles on a topic, that means none of them can be correct and perfect? Obviously not. And this simple logic is what most atheists and agnostics have problem with, that even a child may understand. Also, you should get a very good hint why there are conflicts between different religions, and why some of their messages may not seem logical and rational. And that is exactly the guide from God for you non-believers, to realize the truth and become a believer, no matter where you have been born or what is your religious background. Because true religions have been sent by God to the prophets so that they spread the word to the humanity, and the last one has been the most complete and perfect one. And obviously the last one is more complete and sophisticated because it contains all the knowledge the humanity needs forever, in this life and even for afterlife. Besides, as I have mentioned before, some people have messed up and changed the messages and the scripts in some religions, and that is why it has conflicts with other religions and even with logic, and could be very wrong by now. But it was not originally wrong. So if you want to say that this or that religion is wrong because there is something wrong with what this person or that book says, that is no good logical judgment at all, and it needs much more investigations to say so. But again, I can assure you that there is a perfect religion and holy book out there that is intact after about 1400 years, and will be intact forever, since it has a miracle with itself that not only nobody can change it, but also nobody can bring even one simple verse like it.
if there's a law of non-contradiction, that is just to say that it's a claim that it's just fundamentally irrational to contradict yourself, I don't see any reason to conclude from that that there must be some cosmic logician laying down that law. Well, similarly then, I want to say that with regard to the various moral requirements, we don't need a lawgiver for them to be genuine requirements. If we want, we can say, and in fact it seems to me a perfectly legitimate thing to say, that reason requires that we act in accordance with reasons. It lays down these various categorical reasons not to harm people, to aid them. And so we can personify reason in that way, but all we just mean, I think, is that there are these compelling, decisive, objective, categorical reasons to behave in certain ways and not behave in other ways.
Answers to the scientist number 62. You should not contradict yourself. Okay, that is logical. Then what? That means there is no God? You want to disprove the existence of God? Go ahead, try it. Because I can guarantee that nobody can disprove the existence of God. Never. God is not a cosmic magician in the sky. We can study this video presentation from the beginning again, so that you realize what God is and how we have scientifically and logically proved the existence of God. Besides all the points I have mentioned previously in this presentation, if you see some conflicts between some religions, the first thing you should do is to investigate why there is conflicts and what happened that there are conflicts and who is right. When there is a conflict, it does not mean that there is no true correct one and all of them are wrong. Not at all. Additionally, sometimes there is even no real conflict and you just do not fully understand some of the things you think you do, and then you have problems with them in your mind. That is also why there are some books for the correct interpretation of the verses of the Holy Book.
I have never had any feeling for the intelligent designer approach. The one thing is clear: it takes one great deal of intelligence to figure out what's going on, and I think there are more than a few people who, having figured some of this out, feel, well, they are somehow getting down to the same thought processes that went on in creating it all. That doesn't mean a thing to me.
Answers to the scientist number 63. You say that you never had a feeling for the intelligent designer. Well, if you are an intelligent person, you should absolutely have a feeling for that when you see intelligence. And also realize that there was an intelligent designer that had created these intelligent creatures. You talk about some people and some arguments about the intelligent designer, and then you say that it does not mean a thing to you. Well, whether it means a thing to you or not, God exists. If you are interested to learn that and it means a thing to you, then you can see the scientific proofs I have presented here. Because rather than giving any logical statement why God exists or not, you just give some excuses why you do not believe in that. And that is not a logical discussion at all.
I am not against people being religious. I think it helps you a great deal. I'm against religion when it interferes in the lives of other people. I'm very happy to discuss this. In other words, if you believe, for example, that the fertilized egg is really a human being, which some people in religious organizations believe, then I'm very hostile to you because it's nonsense. This is one of my subjects, developmental biology. Or if, for example, you're against contraception for religious reasons, and therefore AIDS, as it were, can become more common. So I'm not against people having a belief in God. I do believe that that belief is false, and I'm saved by the fact that whatever arguments I give you, I have no illusion, I have no delusion that I will persuade you to change your minds.
Answers to the scientist number 64. You say that you are not against people being religious. Well, that is great. And you also say that it helps us a great deal. Well, thank you for your understanding. Then you say that you are against religion when it interferes with the lives of other people. Well, I can understand what you mean, but notice that you have just said that you are not against people being religious because it can help us. So if that is the case, then you should be just against what some people do and what they call religious duties or tasks, and what they attach to the religion that may not be even in the religion, especially in the true religion of God that still exists for us, and we try to pay attention to it as much as we can. So if by that you mean that people should not harm others and do bad things in the name of the religion, then I agree with you, totally. People who disturb others or disrespect others or do violence in the name of religion, they did not understand anything about God and the religion of God, and they are not real religious people at all. No true religion has even mentioned that some people can hurt or harm others and do violence or crime for any excuse. Never ever. Even though you do not believe in God and you think that religious beliefs are wrong. But let me just mention this fact that no true religion with true messages will ever tell people to go and do violence or bad things of any kind. People or religious authorities or institutes who do bad things and try to hurt people and disturb the peace in any way and for any excuse, they are not real religious people at all. No true religion of God will ever tell people to do any bad thing or anything irrational. Never. Religion is to help people live a good life in peace and harmony, not to be disrespectful and harmful to others. Not at all.
I was careful to say I was born into a Zoroastrian family. I stopped believing roughly around the age of 8, and by 12 had written my personal essay. That hasn't changed much in the last several decades.
Answers to the scientist number 65. You say that you have stopped believing roughly around the age of 8. Well, if you mean you have stopped believing in God since that age, then I hope you had a good logical reason for it, and not just an excuse. Then you say that you have written your personal essay at the age of 12 that has not changed much in the last decades. Well, I hope you immediately understand from this statement that you have had a childish reason and logic for it that has not changed up to now, that you at least improve your essay by now. Because whatever the reason you have mentioned in your essay at the age of 12 has the capability to be improved by now. So I think you get the idea why you were wrong, and you are still with that childish consciousness, and you are still wrong. Your statements did not mean or prove that God does not exist.
Exactly. So you get omnipotence, and you realize that to have omnipotence, you've got to have God is unchanging. But you forget that by adding unchanging, in order to keep omnipotence, that's going to conflict with active in the world. Right. And you lose the omnipotence because now he can't act in the world. And so the problem is to keep the whole thing into a coherent bundle. And even if there's not a logical contradiction in there, I don't see how that's going to happen.
Answers to the Scientist number 66. You are talking about God and the attributes and properties of God. You say that God is omnipotent, but God is not acting in the world or cannot act in the world. Well, no, you are wrong. God can act in the world, and God is acting in the world in every moment. God has created some laws of nature in the universe, but God has also the willpower, which is above any other force in the universe, including the human's willpower. So God can create and control anything at any moment. And God is acting at every second and can change the destiny of a person or entity beyond the laws of nature. So God is all-powerful and will be always infinitely powerful. There is no logical contradiction here, as I explained. So that is how it works, and I hope you can understand it now.
When you talk about decent scientists today who are religious, ask them very carefully precisely what it is they believe. I mean, some of them go to church because they like the music, some of them believe in some sort of pantheistic spirit of the universe. Then they're using a word like God. Einstein was one of these. Einstein used the word God a lot. And plenty of people think, because of that, that Einstein was a religious man. Well, he wasn't. He certainly, I mean, he's most indignant when anybody suggested that Einstein believed in a personal God.
Answers to the Scientist number 67. You are talking about different people going to church for different reasons. Well, I agree with that. But there are certainly some true religious people among them that they do their religious duties just for the sake of God and because they really love God. True religious people understand that God is not a person like humans and is not the universe or the laws of nature in the universe. These are all creatures of God. God is the creator of the universe and everything. I'm glad you mentioned Einstein and the fact that he believed in God. Well, first of all, Albert Einstein was one of the greatest scientists of recent ages, and he believed in God, as you have admitted. And in fact, he has written a lot of articles about God. Secondly, if believing was not scientific, or believing in God was not logical or scientific, or believing in God had any contradiction with science, I'm sure Albert Einstein would have noticed it before you guys. So we all agreed that Einstein believed in God. But what kind of God? And also, what about the religion? Well, that is not the discussion for this presentation, because we are just arguing about the existence of God. But as you said, Einstein did not believe in a God who was a person like a human, because that is not a logical belief, and that is not the real true God, obviously.
The other one I should mention is the idea of the mind being separate to the body. Technically, we call this mind-body dualism. And this is something that most people assume without ever questioning it. They assume the mind is somehow independently of the body, because we experience that every day. You know, we have a thought about having a cup of coffee, and then we move our hand to pick it up. And we never really question that idea that somehow the mind can control the physical system. So mind-body dualism is a fascinating area, both in science, but also in philosophy. And this assumption that the mind is separate to the body is something that children at 4 or 5 years of age will spontaneously think about. But if you then make that assumption, then that means the mind isn't constrained by the same laws that constrain the physical body, which then allows for the possibility of an afterlife, the mind somehow existing once the body is gone. So you can see very easily how that kind of notion could underpin notions of the afterlife, ghosts, spirits.
Answers to the Scientist number 68. You say that some people assume that mind is independent of the body. Well, if you mean that body is just body and mind is just mind, and you have a body and you have a mind, and your body is not your mind, and your mind is not your body, then you are correct. Then you mentioned that mind can control a physical system. Well, you are correct. Your mind can control matter, and that is called mind over matter. Completely scientifically proven. Besides, it is your conscious and subconscious mind that is giving information and commands to your brain at all time. And it is not the brain itself that receives the reality of the universe you live in. Your reality is what you perceive based on your mental consciousness. So you experience this connection that you have between your physical plane and your mental plane at all times. Then you mention another great point that I agree with. You say that mind is not constrained by the same laws that body is constrained to. Well, totally correct. There are different laws of nature for each plane or dimension in each universe. Your mind is living in a different plane or dimension and has different nature and set of rules. Then you conclude this for the possibility of an afterlife. Well, you are almost correct, because you also have a spirit that lives in a spiritual plane as well, and has its own nature and set of rules, and that is what goes to the afterlife. But still, even if you just believe in mind and body, or body and soul only, Still, you can use the same concept as you mentioned and believe that this mind and or spirit can go to the other side and have an afterlife. Sure, why not? I'm glad that you believe in afterlife. But just notice that the God who has created a body for you in this life could also make you another body in afterlife. No problem for God.
The trouble with religion is it picks particular things, like why are we here, or what created the world, or what should we do in various conditions. And lots of these can be studied and understood a little better by thinking more. But our cultures find ways, and it's the cultural rather than the individual who say, we like things as they are, don't think about this, don't change it. What you should do is told by this book. And that's very convenient. It saves a lot of time. At any period, if there are questions science can't answer because there are no tools, then why knock yourself out? And the culture, I can regard religion as wonderful ways to save a person's time. They can get more done in their life if they don't think about hard questions. The only trouble is that most of the time those questions could be answered if you knew more.
Answers to the Scientist number 69. Religion is to answer hard questions, not stopping you from asking hard questions. You are absolutely wrong. The hardest questions about life can be answered with the true religion that science cannot answer yet, although it is compatible with the logic we understand as scientists. For example, what is the purpose of life? Why we are here in this life? What should be the goal of your life? Why God has created us? Why there is good and bad in this universe? You see that there are many hard questions that religion has invited us to think about and ask ourselves, not stopping us from thinking about them, and has also answered them. In fact, it is the materialistic scientist who does not believe in God or any religion, and they do not even try to think about these hard questions because they simply cannot have any answer for it. Most of the greatest scientists of all times believed in God and religion, while asking and answering logical questions about life. There is no problem with that. It is the scientists who does not really understand logic and science well enough who may think God does not exist or religion is against science. In fact, the true religions have always invited people to ask and learn more about everything.
The epistemological level, it is very clear that there was a fierce battle between science and religion, and that scientific advances showed that all so-called sources of religious knowledge were not valid sources of religious knowledge at all.
Answer to the Scientist number 70. First, you say that there is a battle between science and religion. That I do not agree with that at all. Because the greatest scientists of all times have always understood religion. And they understand that everything that religion says is logical, and no contradiction between science and religion, just as I have proved to you in this video presentation. Then you say that scientific advances show that all sources of religious knowledge are not valid sources of knowledge. Well, no, you are so wrong. If you look at the true religion and not at the messed up religions that most of it changed by some people throughout the history, then you will see that everything that has mentioned in that true religion is completely logical and scientific. And in fact, that religion is the most scientific source of knowledge. What is a valid knowledge? Theories like M theory or string theory that somebody approves and then disapproves every day, or theories like Darwin's evolution theory that is disproved by thousands of scientists today. And how do you say scientific advances show that? Because that is not true at all. There are many great scientists who believe in God and the true religion of God, and they certainly understand logic and science as much as you do, if not more.
Speaking as a scientist, I think that there is a problem with regards to the afterlife and religious immortality, and that is there's no proof that it exists. Remarkable claims require remarkable proof. But maybe you don't need proof. Well, I do.
Answers to the scientist number 71. The first thing you say is, speaking as a scientist. Well, I do respect that, just as I am a scientist. I accept your claim to be a scientist as well, but just to mention that I do not accept lots of your scientific claims and speeches as well. And if you spend a little more time on your scientific investigations, I am sure you can easily find better answers for the scientific problems that you usually talk about on the internet. No disrespect to you at all. Then you say that there's a problem with afterlife and religious immortality, and that there's no proof that it exists. Well, whether the remarkable claims need remarkable proof or not, I give you a good answer right now. Well, firstly, as I hope you really understand quantum physics well enough, there are n dimensions or n parallel universes that we live in. So if God or any other cause has created such a multi-dimensional universe, why it cannot happen again? How can you see new creatures and species that are born every day and still want more evidence for the possibility of an afterlife? Besides, just as we have a dimension or universe in this life that our mind or spirit lives in, just like the dimension that angels or demons live in, why there cannot be a dimension that our mind or spirit can be teleported into after we die? Death is just the teleportation that we go through, and our spirit will be teleported into another dimension or universe when we die. Then after God has created the afterlife universes, then our spirits will go there. Afterlife is the universe after this universe. And obviously you cannot see the afterlife universe because it does not exist at the moment. But again, if you look at quantum physics or other sciences such as biology, you will see that it is absolutely possible and evident Yet, if you need the complete logical and not religious proof for afterlife and resurrection, that can also be done by proving the fact that God is fair and kind, and the fact that there are really good and bad things or events in this life, and so they must be responded by God if God is fair. But that is a long discussion that cannot fit into our presentation here at the moment. Moreover, existence of God has nothing to do with how God has created the whole world and what are the laws of nature in each universe that God has created or will create. So that has nothing to do with the fact that God exists.
Yeah.
What is your feeling now? How would you classify yourself? Agnostic?
I suppose so, yes. Perhaps. Yeah. I think the culture of religion, if one can put it like that, or what religious people have done in our history is so huge and enormous. I mean, it's just so much part of the background of being a European person that you absolutely can't ignore it, and to understand it, you've got to have some feeling for what it is to be religious in it, I think.
Answers to the scientist number 72. You are saying that you suppose that you are an atheist, perhaps. Well, I hope you figure that out clearly by some time. Then you say that the culture of religion and what religious people have done is so much in the history, as a person with the European background. Well, even if yes, then so what? You have to have feelings for it? Well, probably. But again, so what? What is the logical argument here? What is clear to me is that you either do not want to claim anything against religions for any reason, or you simply do not understand religions well enough.
So is there an alternative when you ask the why something exists? Must you have a personal creator, or is there something different?
Yeah, this is a question I've thought about for many, many years. And of course, if you say that we exist because something else created this, and then something else created that, you're always sort of looking for one more thing that made that. But I think there is one kind of object out there which was clearly not created ever. And they are mathematical objects, like the cube. I'm not talking about a sugar cube or a particularly physical cube here, but just a mathematical object known as, to mathematicians, as the cube, or the dodecahedron, or the sphere, or a vector space, or whatnot. These things, these concepts, they clearly exist outside of space and time. They were not, the cube wasn't created 14 billion years ago, right? And yet you still feel that it exists in the sense that it's not like we invented the cube. The whole idea that there could be a cube was very not arbitrary at all.
Answers to the scientist number 73. You say that you have thought about it for many years, and that is good, by the way, but you still do not understand that there must be a first cause or creator. You even talk about the object that was not created ever, and that is the basic concept about God, that God is the creator and is eternal. Although God is not an object, but all the objects and matters and so on are just creatures of the creator. Then you say, like mathematical objects like the cube or the tetrahedron, You try to speak about the sacred geometry for the fabric of time-space, but you are not speaking accurately about it, and your language is very poor about it. But I am studying the sacred geometry science for many years now, and I know what you mean. But again, it does not answer the question that what was the first cause and who was the creator. Mathematics is not the creator. The creation just has some laws or mathematics. And as I explained before, everything, including the laws of nature and its intelligence and mathematical rules, are all creatures of God. They are not God. Then you even admit that it is not an object. It is like a notion that is outside of space and time. Well, I'm glad that you understand that there is an immaterial creator which is timeless and spaceless. In short, you try to convince yourself that there is a creator outside the whole universe and everything. And that is a good start. But be careful, life is short. Believe in God now.
I suppose I'm a rational humanist or something. If that's a bit of a cop-out. It's, yeah, I find myself quite annoyed, I suppose, by dedicated religious affiliation. But it gives a lot of comfort to some people, so I must be tolerant.
Answers to the Scientist number 74. You are talking about rational stuff and so on, and how that may look, but you did not give any logical statement at all for any concept. You may or may not believe in God, but again, you did not give any logical argument whether God or religion is true or not.
I don't think it would be better if there were no Jesus. It's a matter of indifference. And there might have been, but it just seems to me the burden of proof is on the person who would say that there was, because it's just special pleading again. You want special treatment for your favorite savior. I mean, why are there no Mithraists or Apollonius of Tyana advocates out there making these cases? No, it's only representatives of fundamentalist Christianity.
Answers to the Scientist number 75. You are talking about the fundamentals of Christianity, and you say that you do not think it would be better if there was no Jesus. Well, I agree that nothing would be better if there was no Jesus Christ, because he was a very great prophet of God and a very great guide for humanity. But obviously he was not God. He never said that he was God. Then you talk about Jesus being a savior of some people. Well, Jesus can help any human, no matter where you are and what kind of belief system you have. But again, Jesus was just a very great messenger or leader from God that has brought the religion of Christianity a long time ago, that not much of it is left unchanged by today. Notice that you can even believe just in angels and ask for angels to help you and be your savior, and they will help you. But that does not prove that angels are God or anything like that. Jesus is also a creature of God, just like angels.
here are a few statements that I think almost all of us would agree with. First, that I think Dawkins is right, that there's, the Noma idea should be discarded, and that if there are gods and creator gods, the world would be different and probably measurably different. Secondly, also as Dawkins says, we can't be certain. We can't all rate ourselves as 7 out of 7 on the certainty scale. But our world does not appear to be a world with gods. And if that is true, then the historical, cosmological, and causal claims of religions are mostly, or perhaps even entirely in some cases, false. So I do agree with Dan and with Sam Harris and with the other recent writers that the factual claims of religion are by and large false, and I would never say that we should hide that or shush it or do something because we don't want to upset them. So I'm on board with all of those claims.
Answers to the scientist number 76. You are talking about a few fundamentals that you think people would agree on. Firstly, you talk about different gods. Well, there is no such thing as gods. There is only one God. Because God is the cause of all other causes. And so if there is any other God, then where did that God came from? And what is the other God doing? So basically that will go through a nonsense logical argument which leads to a definition that is against the definition of God. So there are no gods, there is just one eternal, uncaused God. Secondly, you talk about a world that appears to have no God. Well, that is obviously not correct. And we have already proved that God exists. Then you say that you agree with Sam Harris and other guys that factual claims in religions are wrong. Well, you are so wrong, and I have already proved in this video presentation that God definitely exists. So even if religious things are not valid, still you and Sam Harris are so wrong.
I think, we should fight creationism, and when asked, say that we don't believe in religion, but I don't think we should sort of upset those people who do, who are a very large number of reasonable and decent people.
Answers to the scientist number 77. You say that you should not upset people who do believe in religion. Well, that is quite acceptable, and I agree that we should not upset people as long as they do not harm others or misguide others. And the fact that not everyone is the same, and so we should never call all the people who claim to have a religion with the same label if some of them are doing bad things in the name of religion. Because bad people are obviously not religious people. You did not give any logical argument about God or religion, so there is nothing more to discuss here.
The total inability that God has to implement anything, to be in any form discernible. I have no measure possible. And I know that even those who believe in God deeply know that there is no possible way. So, since there is no
possible way
of discerning its existence,
of proving his existence.
no discern, measure something that tells me that God exists. Anything.
So are we saying that discernment is the same thing as measurement.
Yes, indeed. In this case, for me, it is that.
Is it in every case?
In every case that I know concerning my cognition or concerning my ability to understand things.
Answers to the Scientist number 78. You are talking about God and the fact that you cannot measure God, and there's no possible way to measure God that exists. You do not even want the proof, you want something that tells you that God exists. Anything. Well, God is not a thing like material or wave or light or anything like that, especially something that is constrained to time and space. So you definitely cannot measure it in the lab or by your limited scientific equipment. That should be clear. Then you say that if I give you anything that shows the existence of God, you would want that. Well, the first thing I can give you is the logical cosmological arguments we have had, that we have proved that God exists. Second thing I can give you is the biological scientific proofs that showed God exists. And Darwin's evolution theory is definitely wrong. And God has created humans and other entities in this universe. Third is the fact that, as I have proved, there is no mere chance in the random process or in the laws of nature in the universe. And so every creation you see in this universe that has created the planet Earth or humans and animals or even smallest things, they are not by mere chance. And God has designed and created them that way. Besides, if you go through any science deep enough, you will realize many evidences for the existence of God. But I have already presented many scientific proofs here in my video. You also talk about your ability to understand if God exists or not. Well, I'm sure you can do better. You do not need to read a ton of scientific papers and books to understand God. You can just look inside your consciousness and realize what you see from inside out. Consciousness is the key, because even if you know all the reasons and proofs about God, but your consciousness level is low for that matter, then you will not accept the truth still.
Okay. I've never been religious. My parents weren't either. And so I mean, you know, it never seemed to me, I mean, I've never been able to connect with the religious way of thought.
Answers to the Scientist number 79. You say that you and your family are not religious, and you have never been able to connect with the religious stuff. Well, the fact that you or your family believe in something or not does not prove or disprove anything. That should be clear first. Also, the reason that you cannot still connect to higher levels of consciousness is that you do not have a good lifestyle. Then next thing to remember is that why some people are born in religious families and they have a very good religious background, and some people were not. There's a reason for each case that only God may know. But just to give you some clues about the possible reasons, here's some hints for you. Maybe you have not been born in the right religious family, because of your parents and what they did in life, or even because of what you did in before life. Maybe this was the God's plan for you to grow up there and then learn and discover God, and then you go to heaven in afterlife. Because maybe even if you were born with a religious background and you knew about God, but you did not discover God by your own investigations, you would have dropped your belief at some point in your life before you die, and you could end up in hell.
The way the data are now, it's pretty clear that there is only the physical brain. That we think and feel, make decisions and plan as a result of activity and processes in the physical brain. That there is no, in addition to the physical brain, there is no non-physical mind or soul or spooky stuff of the kind that might, for example, survive the death of the brain. So when I think about naturalization of the mind, I think about trying to understand the nature of mental processes, mental diseases, and so forth in terms of brain function.
Answers to the Scientist number 80. You talk about the physical brain, and you think that there is only the brain that is the reason for our behaviors and understandings. Well, that is not true. Your mind is not physical, and your mind is not your brain. When you feel something, even if that is with your 5 physical senses, which are nothing but a touch sense that touches your different sensors in your body and is interpreted as your physical senses, that will create your reality based on what you could perceive. But who is the observer? Who perceives the reality? The answer is your consciousness. So just as the quantum physics says, your reality is what you perceive by your consciousness. So as you can see, the brain is not the whole thing, but is actually just a mere transceiver antenna which transmits and receives signals in the physical plane. You say that there is no non-physical mind or soul or spooky stuff that might survive the death of the brain. Well, I agree that there is no spooky stuff, and all we talked about here is science and logic. But there is definitely mind and spirit that are not physical and are not in the physical plane, unlike your physical brain. Yet, whether there is a soul or mind or not, why should that survive the death of your brain? Besides anti-aging and all that stuff, everything is going to die at some point in this universe, including the current universes we live in now. That is not going to prove or disprove the existence of non-physical planes, such as the mental and spiritual planes.
Aristotle would tell you things like, if you have an object and you want it to be in motion, you have to keep pushing it, because if you stop, it stops. And Aristotle was right. It stopped when I stopped pushing it. He was not wrong. I mean, physicists like to make fun of Aristotle these days, but he was right in the context that he was talking about. So if you believe that as a fundamental fact about stuff in the world, motion only exists when there's something pushing it, then you can imagine that these kinds of arguments make sense. That the fact that we see things moving in the universe, despite the fact that motion requires a mover, makes you believe that there must be some prime mover out there behind the whole thing. And then comes along Galileo and Newton. And they say, actually, if you think about it carefully, the natural status for objects is uniform motion. It's just because of friction and dissipation and other annoying features of the world that we see things stop. That at a fundamental level, things want to keep moving, and unless you act upon them, they will remain in uniform motion. This notion, conservation of momentum, completely undermined the sort of metaphysical reasoning behind the arguments for first cause and a prime mover and things like that. And you can actually see the impact on the theological literature. Once they invented Newtonian mechanics, arguments for the existence of God changed their focus from prime movers, first cause, arguments from contingency, to the argument from design. They started inventing machines, and they said, oh yeah, the world looks like a machine, and maybe there was a machinist, and so forth. And then Darwin, to a good extent, undercut that argument, and then we are still living in the aftermath of that.
Answers to the scientist number 81. You talk about physics and you say that if you stop pushing an object, it will stop. Well, whether the momentum is enough or not in the vacuum space or not, or whether there is an empty true vacuum space out there or not, and whether the movement of objects can be done only by a force energy or not, it does not actually solve the problem of the existence of God. Although I guess you are trying to help and saying that therefore God has forced and pushed everything into the movement, and so God must exist. But unfortunately, with the advances in quantum physics, some quantum physicists may say that the laws of nature forced the universe to move, and so this argument may not work. Then you talk about the notion of conservation of momentum, and you say that it has undermined the metaphysical reasoning behind arguments for first cause and so on. Well, as I said, you think too much old school. Nowadays in quantum physics, the subject has improved a lot, and you cannot say so. However, it never undermines the first cause argument, because if there was a first movement or force or energy, where did that come from? So as you can see, it does not prove or disprove any argument. I have already proved that there is no mere chance for any random process in the universe previously in this video presentation. So each entity must have been created by God and not by chance. So that concept disproves the evolution theory of Darwin, and so you have to believe in the intelligent design of God, which is very logical and easy to understand and accept.
The simple question that I can answer immediately is that about personal God. And that I don't believe. The God who concerns himself with human affairs. I don't think we have much evidence for that. As for more abstract God, I mean, some people suggest the level of abstraction which I think makes the concept pointless. If we identify God with the laws of nature, I don't see why we need another term for the laws of nature.
Answers to the scientist number 82. You talk about personal God, a God who concerns himself with human affairs, and you say that you think there is not much evidence for that. Well, I agree that God is the creator of all the universes and humans and everything, and is not a personal God inside your imagination, which is just a creature of your mind, because God is not a creature, but God's will can control any event or thing in any universe or dimension, even if that is simple, personal, everyday problems that humans have. Any entity can ask for help from God, and God will help. It does not matter for God if you ask small things or big stuff, because all of it, the whole universe, is just too small for God to act upon. So no problem for God. Our personal problems may seem small to us, and global problems on the planet Earth or on the galaxies may look big for us, but it is all indeed very small for God. Then you talk about the abstract God, who is nothing but the laws of nature. Then you say that you do not see why we need another term for it. Well, I agree that we do not need another term for the nature or the laws of nature, but it is obvious that the nature and the laws of nature are all creatures, not the creator. So this definition of God is wrong, and that is not God at all. God is not the laws of nature. God has designed and created the laws of nature and can control it at every moment.
Right.
Until somebody defines what they mean by God and what they mean by exists, the question, does God exist, is nonsense. It gets you nowhere. But I would also add that I agree with DJ on the absence of evidence question. I mean, if you've got something that's invisible and impalpable, it's indistinguishable from something that's non-existent. So why should we accept that? That in addition to being able to do experiments and being able to observe and measure, another thing that a good scientist has to be able to do is clearly state where he got his information from. And if you're just daydreaming it out into existence, that doesn't count. That's not a good reason to believe in something. That's a reason to, maybe wishful thinking is a reason to believe in it, but it's not a good scientific or skeptical reason to accept something.
Answers to the Scientist number 83. You say that until they say what they mean by God and what they mean by exist, the question, does God exist, is nonsense. It gets you nowhere. Well, I agree that we should be very clear about our statements and arguments. Otherwise, there cannot be any objective, logical conclusions at the end. And that is why I have defined that in the beginning of my presentation before I discuss anything. Then you talk about the absence of evidence for the existence of God. And you say that it cannot be based on daydreaming or wishful thinking. Well, you are wrong if you think there is not evidence for the existence of God. Because the whole universe, no matter where you look at and at which scale you look at it, is filled with the greatness of the God's power in its design and creation. And you can discover a lot about God and the existence of the intelligent creator. So why someone should accept the existence of God? Well, I have already given many scientific and logical proofs for the existence of God in this presentation, not just some evidences. So if you watch my entire video presentation now and you still do not accept the existence of God, logically, you either did not understand my presentation and many videos inside it, or you simply do not want to accept the truth because it is not to your benefit for some reasons.
I must tell you then, if that's still of interest, I'd keep away from the subject of religion nowadays. When I was 10 or 11, as I said, I was in a refugee camp. I asked my father a pertinent question: why? Why are we in a refugee camp? Why are they trying to kill us? And he told me very honestly, look, these are riots between people of the Hindu religion and people of the Muslim religion. So it's a religious conflict that is taking place, and that's how it is. It is partly on land, of course, but I was that not to know, and I decided then, as a thinking child, that religion was not good for one. And so religion was abandoned then. It then abandoned forcefully. My mother was aware of it and scolded me sometimes, you know, you mustn't do that. You don't understand, you're not old enough. But I had talked with him, he had been completely honest with me, and then he accepted that I would not have any religious belief after that.
And that has remained the case.
That has totally remained the case. And it remained the case as I sat through many religious services.
Answers to the Scientist number 84. You tell a story about your childhood, and you say that you still have those beliefs that you should stop believing in religions. Well, it is sad to hear that you have heard about Islam and you do not have that religion now for any excuse that you brought up. But the point is that if some people who claim to have a religion or claim to be religious, they do some crime and violence which is obviously bad and evil things to do, even if that is linked or labeled to the name of a religion, you should never be fooled by that, because true religious people will never try to do crime or violence. They will never try to do bad things intentionally, because that is obviously evil, and that is not what any true religion says, especially Islam, which is the religion of peace and health and harmony. Your childish thought was that because there was a fight between two religions, then religion is not good for people, and you still have that childish logic. That is absolutely no reason to think that if there is a fight between some people for any reason, then you should stop believing in religions. Of course not. That is so illogical and childish thinking. Obviously, if religions are fighting with each other, that does not mean that none of them are correct, and so none of those religions are good. No, not at all.
Originally, reason and science was intended, was deism, not atheism, that we were going to use reason to discover about the Creator. And secondly, that this was suffused, at least in the proponents of enlightenment, with a profound sense of optimism that science and reason can improve the human condition. That's something that was true of the 19th century, but not now. So what happened? One thing is that deism morphed into atheism. So now deism, to the extent that it exists, only survives, as someone said earlier today, by encapsulating itself and protecting itself from any kind of empirical inquiry. So if you're going to use science and reason now, then you're going to be an atheist, not a deist.
Answers to the Scientist number 85. You try to talk about enlightenment which is one of the main purposes of the true religion of God. And then you talk about atheists and atheism. Well, atheism has nothing to do with enlightenment, and such arguments and discussions that can be even remotely related to enlightenment and or spirituality. Because atheists do not believe in anything, especially in a right path or religion that people should follow in spirituality to achieve higher levels of consciousness. They may not even understand what consciousness really is. Even if atheists believe in spirituality, they believe in the wrong ones, because they believe in the paths or manners that does not connect to God, which is absolutely wrong and worthless. Atheists do not believe in God because they have more fundamental problems, and most probably if we solve those smaller problems, their bigger problems, which is not believing in God, would be solved slowly. So talking about atheism or theism in such a context of enlightenment is too much for them and does not necessarily go anywhere. You also talk about the science and future of such discussions based on science that again I do not agree with, and it is irrelevant to the logical arguments you give to atheists. Nonetheless, you did not prove or disprove anything here, and there is really nothing important to discuss here.
The Bible is the most widely purchased, most thoroughly revered, and probably most broadly misunderstood book in the history of human civilization. One of the things that's misunderstood, at least by my 19-year-old students at Chapel Hill, is that when we're reading the Bible, we're not actually reading the words of Matthew, Mark, Luke, or John. We're reading translations from the Greek language in which these books were written. And something is always lost in translation. And not only that, but we're not reading translations of the originals of these books, because we don't have the originals of these books or of any of the other books of the New Testament. What we have are copies made centuries later, many of them many centuries later. These thousands of copies that we have are all different from one another in lots of little ways and sometimes in big ways. There are places where we don't know what the authors of the New Testament originally wrote. Now, for some Christians, that's not a problem because they don't have a high view of Scripture. For others, it's a very big problem. What does it mean to say that God inspired the words of the text if we don't have the words? Moreover, why should one think that God performed the miracle of inspiring the words of the Bible if he didn't perform the miracle of preserving the words of the Bible? If he meant to give us his very words, why didn't he make sure we received them?
Answers to the Scientist number 86. You talk about Bible, that is one of the most important books in the history of human civilization, which is misunderstood. And then you talk about the things that are misunderstood, that you are reading the translations that may not be accurate, and you are not reading the original Bible, and the copies of the Bible that are available today are so different. Up to here, I agree with that, totally. In fact, I believe if there was an original copy of Bible available today, I would try to read and learn all of it, because that was absolutely the pure word or message of God sent to the humanity by Jesus. So the best thing that I can conclude and tell you directly from this argument is that you should go after a better religion than Christianity. Nevertheless, that is no excuse for you to stop believing in God or religions, because the true religion of God still exists, totally intact and perfect, after about 1400 years. Then you talk about the fact that why there is no miracle with Bible to protect it. Well, the reason is that God has put this miracle in the last holy book, which is the most perfect and complete book, so that people discover that it has such a miracle and believe in it and follow it. And the true religion always remains unchanged and perfect.
We've seen recently, as we've gotten a much better grasp of the way the universe is put together and of how universes might exist, that the parameters for our universe, things like values of fundamental coupling constances, appear to be at levels where they allow things like life to exist. Right. Now this of course is great if you want to believe, that God made the laws of the universe so that life could exist. But a more prosaic and less divine explanation is simply, there's these different branches of the multiverse, right? There are different values for coupling constants of nature, for these what we call fundamental constants of nature in each of them. And heck, we just happen to be in the ones that are where life can exist.
Answers to the scientist number 87. You talk about how the universe is put together, and the nature and the laws of nature, and how the universe is perfectly tuned. Well, up to here, it is all actually a good reason for the existence of God. But then you brought this question up. There's a branch of multiverse where we happen to be in the one that life exists. Well, such a multiverse does not exist, and I'll disprove it to you now, but you can find many videos that explains this. Firstly, if there is such a thing as multiverse where there are too many random universes, and we happen to be in one of them where the laws of nature perfectly works, and there is the fine-tuning of the universe and life, who has created those universes? Or even such a multiverse generator? Again, the answer is the same: God. Secondly, as I have proved it here in this presentation before, there is no mere chance in any random process in the universe, meaning that the probability of creating such a universe with life by mere chance is zero, not so small. So even if that helps to imagine that there are infinite number of random universes, that we happen to be in the one where there is life, the chances of this random action is not zero then. So that is against the truth, as I proved before, because the probability for existence of such a random universe by mere chance is zero.
Are you a chapel goer now, or?
No, I'm not. No, I'm of course entirely
agnostic or atheist?
I'm entirely atheist, yes.
Atheist.
Yes, and always have been, yes.
Answers to the scientist number 88. You are talking about whether you are an atheist or agnostic. Well, so what? You did not give any logical statement, so there's really nothing here to talk about. The fact that some scientists are atheists should not make us an atheist, especially that most of the greatest scientists of all times are believers in God.
fact, there were three experimental groups from prestigious institutions, Harvard, Duke, and the Mayo Clinic, that were doing had done excellent experiments on the efficacy of prayer. They all came out negative. These people, incidentally, were almost all believers. All the experimentalists were believers, as far as I could tell. But they were good scientists. They went where the data went, and the data did not support their beliefs. Obviously, they were hoping to demonstrate that God existed by showing that prayer worked. But it could have. The point is, it could have. People who say that science has nothing to say about God are just wrong, because you can demonstrate that a God, at least a God, capital G God, I call it, the God that most people worship, not the deist God. The deist God is one that we could never rule out. We have no reason to believe in a deist God, but we can't rule that out. But the theist God, the God that plays such an important role in the universe, should have been detected by now, and that's the statement that I tried to make, and that's, I think, the proper position that science would take. But we're ready to hear the evidence to the contrary.
Answers to the Scientist number 89. You are talking about some people who have done some experiments and the effects of prayer. And you also talk about this God and that God and the differences and which one you believe in. Well, firstly, there is only one God, one true, real God that definitely exists and has created all the universe and everything. Secondly, I do not know how they did the experiment, but even if they did the experiment in the right way and they have concluded the results correctly and properly, still that does not prove or disprove the existence of God or anything like that. They could be simply people that their prayer was not accepted because of some reasons. So what? However, if you are really interested in such scientific experiments, you can look after the telekinesis experiments that has been done all over the world for decades now, and that absolutely disproves the world of materialistic atheists, in which there is nothing but the physical world here, and humans are nothing but the blood and flesh. Because just as the quantum physics has proved today, there is no matter as such, and everything is energy. Moreover, as you said, people who say that science has nothing to say about God are just wrong. I agree with that, because science has shown many evidences about the existence of God and the power of God, especially in biology and medical sciences.
Family life absolutely absorbed by the synagogue, by bar mitzvahs. I was bar mitzvah. By all sorts of rituals, Passover dinner and so on, without it ever seemed to me having any, or at least hardly any, correlative belief in anything of the theological or spiritual kind. I mean, this was absolutely phenomenological Judaism, right? And I think that's a very dominant pattern indeed, because maintaining the culture is maintaining the faith.
Answers to the Scientist number 90. Whether you believe in God or something else, or you have no belief at all, I did not suggest here to just let's have faith in God. I have given full, complete scientific and logical proofs that God exists. So believing in God is not a mere faith anymore, and it is a scientific and logical fact now. Then you say that maintaining the culture is maintaining the faith for some people. Well, that is not quite true, because if this was exactly the case, Adam and Eve both have believed in God, and so the whole humanity should have believed in God by now. But you see that it did not happen. Also, look how much the culture is changed everywhere and was not maintained the same. The reason could be that God has created good and bad in this life and gave humans the free will. So you can choose what to do. You can make something or you can destroy something. You can do good or bad. You can believe in something or you can disbelieve it. Regardless of your cultural or family background. Nevertheless, if you were or you were not born in a family who has certain beliefs, that has definitely a reason and cause.
Well, I know certain theologians would take the expansion of the universe as recognizing that we can therefore not realistically try to get God's ultimate purpose constrained within this universal history. So if we're going to have that, which we believe as theologians, I put myself in their place for a moment.
Yes.
Give me that
Yes.
largesse. So that they now have to have a mechanism of saying, okay, at some point or something, that God would have to make some transformation, because they can't have it naturally evolve because of what's happening in the accelerating expansion.
Now, of course, I could imagine that there must be, I'm not sure, but I would imagine there must be theologians who could come at it from lots of different angles on that, right? One might say that, well, that would suggest that the ultimate purpose would be something, if it has to be ultimate in time, which isn't necessarily taken for granted, but let's imagine that the purpose has to end up somewhere, then maybe there's some reason that you want a very diffuse universe at the end, and we don't even know what that goal would be. So I imagine there'd be one group that would say that. Another group might say the only way to get the interesting things to happen in the middle is to have a universe that began this way and ends up that way. But right in the middle, you get all the interesting stuff happening.
Right.
It's just there's so many places that you could go with that same information that I'm not sure that it nails the case of, is there a purpose that's written in the universe.
Answers to the Scientist number 91. You two are talking about something that you do not fully understand, and you are not sure of what you are saying, but I can explain you some of it that might help you to understand the subject. You talk about the expansion of the universe, and so there might be an afterlife that you did not name it. Then you try to talk about the purpose of this life and the existence of this universe. Well, science may never be able to answer the questions like, what is the purpose of life and why we are here and how we should live? But that is what we can logically talk about. Obviously, it was not for nothing, because I have already proved that there is no mere chance in the universe, and the fact that this universe that has a life in it is not by chance at all, and so there must be a purpose for everything in this universe and every creation in it. So there is definitely a reason why we are here, and we observe the universe, and we try to discover different sciences. But if you want to find these answers that science may not be able to answer, you can go after religion, which is sent to the humanity by God, who has designed and created all the universes and everything.
So this is an example of, you know, if you look at the empirical facts, this kind of religion probably works. So this guy is he's a priest, and people come to him when they're sick or when their children are sick, and he gives them special potions. And the special potions actually work very often, because he had gone to the city, to the pharmacy, to buy medicines, and then he comes back to his town, and he has things like, you know, antibiotics, and, you know, the kids have inflammation, and he goes and gives them a potion, and the potions work often, right? So, and then he gets a lot of wives, and that's what he gets out of this, right? And then the people get better. So, you know, it's hard to argue against that system. You know, it works. It's completely, he's taking advantage of all these people, but he's making them better. So, you know, it's fuzzy whether religion is here is good or bad. I think that my own personal opinion, it's pure opinion, is that, I mean, that's a lot of what religion is about. You know, these witch doctors who come actually figure out how to
Answers to the Scientist number 92. You are talking about a specific guy with a specific religion that has done something bad or not. Well, that does not prove anything. It does not even suggest anything in particular, but it was just one specific case that somebody may have done something bad. Not everyone claimed to have a religion actually do have that religion. And even if that religion is bad, you can go after a better one. Most of the people who claim to be very religious people are actually the people who are not religious at all. And they may do a lot of bad things, and they may end up in hell. But it does not mean the religion is bad or all the religions are bad. No, not at all. You even say that this is just your personal opinion that religions are all might be like that. Because that is not true at all. I can assure you that there is a perfect religion of God out there. And God did not leave you without guidance and assistance in this universe. Humans came with a manual to this life.
Over the years, I've never dissociated myself from the Jewish background, but never felt that I wanted to be identified as a religious. Well, I'm not a religious or Orthodox Jew, so I certainly haven't. The only times I've been back to a synagogue is when people got married and I wanted to attend the ceremony, and that's rare.
Answers to the Scientist number 93. Whether you are a Jewish person or not, or you are a religious person or not, that does not suggest anything. So you did not give any logical statement here, so there is really nothing important to discuss here, because you did not prove or disprove anything.
I think the problem of theodicy is a very serious one. How does one explain the disasters in the world? I remember when Elian Gonzalez was rescued, so many religious people said, see, God is wonderful. He saved Elian Gonzalez with porpoises. Yeah, but what about those who died? Was God not responsible for their death? Oh, God works in mysterious ways. If you are willing as human beings to abdicate your intelligence to a being who you don't understand or know, what will that lead you to? It will lead you to being Abraham in the Bible, God comes down and says to Abraham, kill your son. Abraham says, sure. And he's prepared to kill his son. And there have been many Abrahams in the past.
Answers to the Scientist number 94. You ask that how does one explain the disasters in the world? Well, it has a simple answer. It has a reason and cause. We may or may not know the reason, but we do not have to know that. Only God has to know, because God has created everything with a purpose, and only God should judge. However, I am going to give you some possible reasons to clear your confusion. You have then this issue that God saved someone is not a favor or kindness, or even that God is kind. God may also be cruel or powerless or careless in some cases, like when some people have died. And then you ask, if we do not know our God, what should that lead us to? Well, firstly, we know our God, and we worship the God we know and understand. And we are sure that God is kind and fair. And we will not worship the God we do not know. Secondly, as I said, there is a reason for everything. And so we may or may not know the reasons, but we will not doubt about the fairness and kindness of God at all. If God has saved someone's life, it could be because of more good things he or she could do to the humanity, or helping himself or herself in this life, so that he or she does not go to hell in afterlife, and or many other similar reasons. And when God lets someone die, it could be because he or she could harm humans if could be still alive, or could do some bad stuff and could end up in hell, and or many other similar reasons. Besides what happened or what may happen to that person in this life or in afterlife, it is also important to consider what has happened to that person in before life. Moreover, God has created good and bad in this universe. And if you do bad, you will go to hell. And that is the fairness in the creation of God. And so if God was supposed to does not let any bad thing happen, then what are bad things for? Well, there is definitely a reason for it. But it could be a lesson for us to learn from, or at least because God wanted to create moral values, and without good and bad, moral values have no meaning.
I'd like just to discuss how mescaline works. And these hallucinogenic drugs have a very specific action in two ways. Number one, they produce fantastic visual hallucinations. And these are described by the people that have them, who've been very down-to-earth scientists, most Evelyn Ellis and Ware Mitchell and MacDonald Critchley, very well-known neurologists, as being more beautiful than anything they've ever seen in normal art. They are experiences of art, extremely powerful in all respects of color and shape and so on, what makes art. And so also some of these people have the kind of experience that Rama was describing, of sort of union with God, these mystical experiences, and so on. And these all act on the serotonin 2A receptors. There's a specific receptor in the brain which all of these act on. The 1A receptors, the inhibitory ones, there's one study done using imaging techniques, just recently published, of people who were two people, one group of people who were not psychologically interested in religion, the other ones who were. And they measured the activation of the 1A receptors on binding using methods of imaging methods. And they showed that the people who were religiously inclined had a decreased binding, very significant decreased binding to the 1A receptors. So the 1A receptors were not working. And they're the ones that inhibit the activated ones by the LSD. So the two lines of evidence, the 2A receptors are activated by drugs that produce religious experiences, and the people who have them normally have an underactive system which inhibits.
Answers to the Scientist number 95. You are talking about certain pills or drugs that have specific effects on the brain cells and so on. Then you say that some studies are done on some people who are religious and on some people who are not. And then you say that by some imaging methods they have observed the activated areas on the brain. So whether the drug has created a religious experience or not, or the religious experience has the same effect as the drug or not, that does not prove or disprove anything. Because first of all, the brain is mostly just the receiver and transmitter of signals to the physical body and towards the mental and spiritual planes. Moreover, the visualization or other effects that a person may experience in a religious mental activity could affect the same areas of the brain that some drugs can affect. And it is also a reason that we should be very careful about the foods we eat, since it will influence our blood and brain, and therefore it will affect our mentality and consciousness state. Besides, your statement does not suggest any logical proof or disproof about God or religion.
If I take religion seriously nowadays, as I do, leading a number of recent projects at this institute, it is very much, as a social scientist, interested in what holds communities together, and yes, also to some extent in the spiritual commitments that individual human beings are capable of. All of that I find extremely interesting, but I can't identify with any of it myself.
Answers to the Scientist number 96. You talk about spiritual commitments and if they are interesting to you or others. Well, whether you are interested in spiritual commitments or spiritual duties, or even spirituality, or none of them, that does not prove or disprove anything about God or religion. Also notice that some atheists may believe in meditations like yoga, and they simply accept it as a spiritual experience, and they may even believe in the universal consciousness or spirits, but they simply do not believe in God. So spirituality and spiritual experiences are, unfortunately, in all sorts and types of levels among people. But obviously those people are wrong if they are connecting to the wrong channel or path in spiritual experiences or spirituality. Spirituality and enlightenment are one of the ultimate personal development goals in the true religion. And so if they are done correctly with the right beliefs and in the proper manner, it can help the person to expand his or her consciousness with so many other benefits for that person and the environment. Because the more you can expand your consciousness, the more you can connect with the right channel to God. And so the more you can receive the blessings from God for yourself and for others.
And there have been areas of conflict between religion and science. By and large, religion has been on the retreat in those areas of overlap as scientists discovered more about the real world, which did conflict with earlier myths or beliefs. And there still remain areas of deep conflict in biology and in cosmology. And I don't think there's much room for compromise there as a scientist. I mean, I think the truths that science reveals are truths according to this scientific criteria, period. And if they conflict with some myth, too bad.
Answers to the Scientist number 97. You said there have been areas of conflict between science and religion. Well, no, that is not correct, unless you are talking about the wrong religions or sciences. If you look at any true science that we know for sure as 100% pure facts, and compare it with what we know in the true religion of God and in its true holy book, you will see that there is no single conflict. However, if you are looking at a wrong religion or science that are messed up and they are wrong or not accurate, obviously there might be conflicts between those messed up holy books and the science, or between some theories in science that are not yet proved and they might be wrong, such as the M theory or string theory, and the true intact holy book of the true religion. Then you may see conflicts again, because what you call scientific is not true in this case. That is to say, if you compare the true scientific facts with the true messages of God, there is no conflict at all, not a single one. You say that there is still some conflicts between the religion and sciences such as cosmology and biology. Well, that is not true again. If you look at the true holy book and the true scientific facts that are completely proven in cosmology and biology, then you will not find a single conflict at all. In fact, as a scientist, I would not accept anything that has any conflict with logic or true science. And I can assure you that there is a true perfect religion and holy book of God out there that is still intact and perfect for humanity. Additionally, if you are looking for some sciences that you have not seen anywhere because no human has discovered them yet, you may look up for them in true religious scripts and books.
To have conviction is very different from having faith, because conviction is a kind of belief that can be sensitive to evidence and argument. And the whole point of faith, indeed the virtue of faith, which is praised by Christians and others, is precisely the strength to continue to believe something in the face of reason and evidence.
Answers to the Scientist number 98. You talk about faith and conviction. Well, whether you like to have faith in God just as a mere belief, just because you know or feel God must exist, or you want to accept the existence of God with a scientific and logical manner, and then accept it as a belief, which is what I presented here, either way it works, and you should believe in God. In this video presentation, I have already proved the existence of God, scientifically and logically, and it is now a pure scientific and logical fact, and every rational person should accept it now, because it is a pure logical truth now. Hence, it is not a matter of mere belief anymore. It is an absolute scientific discovery that God definitely exists.
And I used to watch for submarines with another young man who trained as a bomb angler. And I was then a mild Christian, I'd say a skeptical Christian, and he was a passionate atheist. And we talked for weeks and weeks and weeks as we watched for submarines. And when we got to England, he was a Christian and I was an atheist. We sort of converted each other.
Answers to the Scientist number 99. You are telling a story of your life where you were a skeptical Christian and you talked with a passionate atheist, and then you two have talked for weeks, and finally you became an atheist and he became a Christian. And so you two have converted each other. Well, it is a good story to tell and to think about, because you should now be thinking about what if both of you were wrong. Yes, you two have converted each other because none of your belief systems were perfect, although the true Christianity is better than atheism. But the perfect true path or religion is actually neither. The perfectly true and complete religion will answer all your conflicts and will not leave any important question that you should know the answer to without a good one. So if you continue your research and investigations, you will find a true perfect religion that is going to clear all your confusions and give you the ultimate truth you always were looking for. In this video presentation, I have not talked about religion that much, since it was not the topic. But if you would like to find a perfect religion that can answer all your questions and be a perfect guide for you and your family, you can just simply follow the hints I gave you here in my presentation. For instance, God is immaterial and infinite and has designed and created the whole world with everything in it. That is what we have learned here in this presentation. So if any religion tells you that God is not immaterial and God is a thing, that is not the true religion at all. If any religion says that God is a spirit or human, or God has a body or mind or soul, or God has a voice or sound or color or shape, or God has a vibration or wave or frequency, that is not the true real God, and that is not the true religion you should be following. Because God is immaterial. All these things are creatures of God, and everything is in the control of God. They are not God.
Being a scientist and staring immensity and eternity in the face every day is about as meaningful, I think, and grand and awe-inspiring as it gets. Especially we astronomers, confront the big questions of wonder every day, and the answers to these questions in the aggregate have produced, and this is with absolutely no hype, have produced the greatest story that's ever been told, and there isn't a religion, I think, that can offer anything better. And as Jules Verne said, reality provides us with facts so romantic that imagination itself could add nothing to them. And I say amen to that.
Answers to the Scientist number 100. You say that there isn't a religion that can offer anything better, I think. Well, you think wrong. So do not talk so sure, please, especially when you attach your words to all astronomers, as I am sure many great astronomers believe in God and religion, and they can answer you as well. In fact, God has recommended us through the true religious messages that if you would like to learn more about God and greatness of God, go and study science, especially astronomy and biology and medical sciences. Because as science shows by today, the more you go inside and into the details of atoms and molecules, or you go far from your body and the planet Earth, you will see the same paradigm or pattern and the similar laws of nature, and you will realize the greatness of God and the true holy book of God. You try to suggest that religion is nothing but stories and imaginations, but that is not true. The true religion is what God has sent to the humanity, to guide people to the right path and to tell humans about different sciences, such as moral sciences and spiritual sciences. So if you look at the right religion with an open mind as a scientist, you will realize the true power of God and the purpose of life. I have not proved the necessity of the religion in this presentation, since it was not the topic, but you get the idea from my presentation. And if you are really looking for the truth, you will hopefully find it. One more discussion before the final conclusions. Now that we have seen many professors or scientists were wrong about God, and I have answered them all by science and logic, that God must exist, let us see one more discussion from a neuroscientist who was not in the past 100 scientists, but he's quite famous for his debate in God and religion. Sam Harris is one of the best speakers in America who is an atheist and is trying to convince people all over the world that believing in God and religions are wrong. Yet, You have seen me answering 100 professors or scientists just before, and now you can see me answering one of the best speakers of atheism, who is quite frankly a much more smart and well-educated scientist on this topic compared with the previous 100 scientists we have seen, and he can mislead people much more. I am watching Sam Harris videos for years, and I think he is one of the smartest people who does not believe in God, and is trying to give misguiding and wrong speeches everywhere to make people believe that it is illogical to believe in God or religions, and people should stop believing in God and religion since they are very irrational to him. Nevertheless, you will see that his speeches actually sometimes lead to people believing in God and religions, just like this one here, where I answer him, and you will see that his speech resulted in you believing in God and religion more than before. Because when I answer his nonsense, there will be more people who become a believer in God and the true religion of God.
I'm curious, how many of you consider yourselves to be devout Muslims? I see a show of hands. Don't mean to single anyone out, but not many. Now, you're all aware, of course, that the Quran exists and claims to be the perfect word of the creator of the universe. You're aware that once having heard of this possibility and rejecting it, you're all going to hell for eternity. I mean, needless to say, Dr. Craig and I are both going to hell if this vision of life is true. The problem is that everything Dr. Craig has said tonight, with a few modifications, could be said in defense of Islam. In fact, has been said in defense of Islam. Okay, the logic is exactly the same. We have a book that claims to be the word of the creator of the universe. It tells us about the nature of moral reality and how to live within it. Well, what if Muslims are right? And what if Islam is true? Okay, how should we view God in moral terms? How would we view God in moral terms? Or I should say Allah. Okay, we have been born in the wrong place, to the wrong parents, given the wrong culture, given the wrong theology. Okay, needless to say, Dr. Craig is doomed. He's been thoroughly confused by Christianity. I mean, just appreciate what a bad position he's now in to appreciate the true Word of God. I've been thoroughly misled by science. Okay, where is Allah's compassion? Okay. And yet, he's omnipotent. He could change this in an instant. He could give us a sign that would convince everyone in this room. And yet he's not going to do it. And hell awaits. And hell awaits our children because we can't help but mislead our children. Okay, now just hold this vision in mind. And first appreciate how little sleep you have lost over this possibility. Okay? Just feel in yourself at this moment how carefree you are and will continue to be in the face of this possibility. What are the chances that we're all going to go to hell for eternity because we haven't recognized the Quran to be the perfect word of the creator of the universe? Please know that this is exactly how Christianity appears to someone who's not been indoctrinated by it.
So here are my short answers to you, Sam Harris, and to everybody you have misguided. You say to the audience, you are all, of course, aware that Quran exists and claims to be the perfect word that created the universe. Well, no. Quran existed since about 1400 years ago, and that is the perfect holy book that was sent from God to the humanity via the last messenger or prophet, and he told it to people. So Quran is the perfect book from God, but Quran has not created the universe, and God has created the universe. Although if you have said the perfect word from the creator of the universe and I have misheard you, then it is fine. Then you say to the audience, you are aware that once having heard this possibility and rejecting it, you are all going to hell. Well, no, that is not quite true. You might have heard this from some Muslims who are not well educated in Islamic messages and lessons, because that is not quite true. You think you know Islam and Muslims just by reading and hearing some of it, even if accurately and correctly, but you do not know enough about Islam, and you are wrong. The truth is a simple logical fact that is also mentioned in Islam, like many other religions, that once you have been told the truth and you reject it, you are then responsible for it. So the same logic goes for hearing about Islam and Quran. If somebody is told that Quran is the holy book from God and you should follow it, then if you do not follow that and try not to accept the truth, then you are responsible for it, and you may go to hell. Nobody will go to hell for eternity just for one mistake, especially if that person has still time to accept it and return to the right path. Nobody can judge people that they will go to hell or heaven except God, because only God knows everything about that person, and if the consciousness of that person really went there to the truth or did not reach the truth. Because many people are mentally blind temporarily, and if you tell them the truth, they may not really see the truth at that time. Besides, if somebody is supposed to go to hell, that is based on the superposition of his good and bad acts and beliefs in this universe. Also, Islam has said that many of the good people may not go to hell even if they had no faith in God or Islam. So even if you do not believe in God in this life, maybe you do not go to hell. That is what Quran and Islam says. Therefore, the logical thing to do is to increase your chance not to go to hell and try to believe in God and Islam. However, it does not end here. You should act and believe in everything that God has said, not just believing in God and Islam. With just a mere faith in God and Islam, you will not survive from going to hell. For instance, Islam has two major branches. Only Shia has the complete, perfect, correct beliefs about God and what God is, and Sunni has some wrong beliefs about God. So if you are believing and following the wrong path in Islam, you may not survive and you may go to hell again. So there's a lot to know about Islam, as I mentioned before, and you should not try to judge this sophisticated religion just by a few things you have researched about Islam. So to begin with, at least stop judging people, because judgment is only by God, as only God knows everything, and no one else knows everything about people so that they can really judge them if they are going to hell or not. You also said the problem is that everything Dr. Craig has said could be said in defense of Islam. Well, yes, and so thank you both for that, because what you, Dr. Harris, is saying is also defending Islam. In fact, no matter how many debates come up regarding God or religion, it would eventually help to reveal the truth and defend Islam. As a matter of fact, when I was watching Sam Harris videos years ago, I thought he is a guy who is tired of contradictions in Christianity and is trying to defend Islam when I watched his videos on TED. Hence, any logical debate about God and life and universe or humanity will eventually result in more people converting to Islam at the end. Nevertheless, nobody should try to fool people or misguide people like what Sam Harris does since years ago, which is to mislead people that God and religions are wrong to believe in. Because not everybody may research and investigate every statement they hear, and so they may become an atheist and never come back to God and religion again. So stop tricking people by playing with words and trying to mess with people's emotions and feelings to persuade them that atheism is right, because atheism is absolutely wrong. And then you say, what if Muslims are right? What if Islam is true? Well, yes, that is a very good question that you brought up. If atheists or Christians really thought enough about this question, that would have indeed decreased the number of non-Muslims abundantly, because the more people truly and logically search and investigate for the truth about God and life and the universe, the more people will convert to Islam. The more you try to say things against Islam, the more the truth will be revealed to the public about Islam, and the more people will convert to Islam. Nevertheless, again, nobody should try to say things against Islam, because some people may not have enough time in life or may not take the effort to find the truth about Islam and God, and they might be gone from this life before they have realized the truth, and so they will be losing this great opportunity to become a true Muslim. Nonetheless, if you are not a Muslim or a true believer in God, but you are just a very nice person as a human, maybe you do not go to hell, and that is what Islam says. So stop judging people and their faith if they are going to go to heaven or hell. Moreover, if you look at any religion except Shia Islam, you will see that at some point those religions will describe God as a person like humans or spirits, someone who has a body with physical or spiritual dimensions, which is totally wrong, because God is definitely immaterial and infinite and is spaceless and timeless and has not been ever created. So if God has a body in the religion you believe in and may show his body or his spirit at some point, then that God is not the real true God, and that is not the true religion you have been searching for. Because God is infinite in all the great attributes and properties, and God has no spirit or body or light or voice. These are all creatures of God, not God. God is immaterial, the pure infinity, the infinitely powerful creator who has consciously designed and created everything and still can create and control everything. You then ask, where is Allah's compassion? Well, God is compassionate and kind, but the fact that some people do not believe in God doesn't disprove anything. God is always kind and fair, and if you are an atheist or do not have the perfect belief system, does not mean that God did not care about you or did not do anything to guide you to the right path so that you discover God. In fact, if you look at how many books and papers and articles has been written about God throughout the history as well as the holy books, you will realize that this discovery and discussion was part of the God's plan for the humanity. God gave humans tremendous amount of signs and evidences for that matter. So how can you say that God did not give any sign or did not care about you? On the other hand, God has created good and bad in this universe, at least because he has created moral values and commanded objective moral duties. And because of that, God does not block all the bad things, although God blocks some of the bad things sometimes by will. And God's will is above our will or any other force in the universe. But again, that was part of God's plan, and there is a reason for everything that we may not know. But God knew everything before there was anything to know, and that is the perfect intelligent design by God. We may not easily find an answer for any good or bad event or thing in the universe, but God knows everything, and only God has to judge, not you. Also, this intelligent design and creation of God will lead us to God, which was also a part of the plan, so that we can discover and worship God, because God is the ultimate powerful and is infinitely kind and great, and is worthy of the worship, and to pray to God for guidance and for all the blessings. So your cultural or religious background does not stop you to find the truth, and you can find God and the true religion of God regardless of the place you were born in or the family and friends you have had. Always remember that there is a reason and cause for anything or occurrence in the universe that you may not be aware of, but that cannot be an excuse for you to reject the facts we already know, such as the existence of God. Then you ask, what are the chances that we are all gonna go to hell for eternity because we haven't recognized the Quran to be the perfect word of the creator of the universe? Well, the chances are different for each person. For some it is high, for some it is low. Firstly, remember that we are not to judge people, whether they believe in Quran or not. Only God will do that. Secondly, the chances are high that you do not go to hell if you are a good person as a human in this universe, because God is kind and fair and will forgive you for your mistake probably. Moreover, if you were kind of a person that you have had no access to the truth in your entire life, and you have never heard of Islam or Quran, then you are not asked in the resurrection and afterlife for anything more than what you have been given in this life, because God is fair and you are responsible for as much as your consciousness could go, not more. So now that you have been told about Islam and Quran, if you simply neglect it and try to pay no attention to it, then you are responsible for that, and then God will judge you in afterlife. and you may or may not go to hell. Also, notice that good people are always appreciated by God's compassion and blessings. And if they did all their effort and everything they could do to research and investigate the truth about God and religion, and they truly did not realize it for some reasons, they will be given another short chance after they have died to face the truth. And if they said yes to the truth, they will probably go to heaven because of their honest and great attitude and behaviors in this life. So it is not just one chance for everyone to accept or reject God or religion, but you do not have too much time left. Life is short. Final conclusions. In this long video presentation, I have basically proved the existence of God and why God must exist. So this presentation was essentially about scientific proofs on why God exists. I have successfully presented and explained why God exists, scientifically and logically. But even about 1,400 years ago, it was fully given to the humanity, and people could know it. Besides, many people, including scientists, have already proved the existence of God, and so I have done nothing new here except answering some questions and gathering some information for you. You definitely cannot disprove the existence of God, but I have already proved the existence of God in this video presentation, scientifically and logically. Thus, if you are a logical person, you must now accept that God exists. This presentation was just to prove the existence of God in a scientific and logical manner only, and was not about your other beliefs. Yet, if you agree with me about the things I have mentioned here about God, then you have actually the same religion as I do, because there is only one particular religion that has such belief in God. Here in this video presentation, I have basically explained and proved why God exists, but I have not talked that much about the religion and what religion God has sent to the humanity, when, why, and how. However, if you search for the rest of the path, you will find it hopefully easily, because I have made it already easy for you to find the right path to God, which is the true perfect religion of God. If you have any question about God or religion, you can contact me and I will try to answer you and help you find the right belief system by your own. So this presentation was basically a self-help for you so that you can find the right religion for yourself by asking and learning everything logically, not just based on some books and scripts that you should just believe in them at first. Although this video presentation was not about what God really is, especially that limited capacity and consciousness of human minds can never fully comprehend that, but just as an extra information, here is just some simple explanations about the qualities and properties of God. God is, was, and will be always the God or creator or designer or controller of everything. God is timeless, spaceless, immaterial, infinite, limitless, unimaginably powerful, ultimate power, absolutely unique, absolutely eternal, has not been ever created, and always existed. God cannot be seen or heard or sensed directly, but could be understood with realities of authentic beliefs. God is known through the evidences and is described by the signs or indications. God cannot be compared to human beings at all. God sees and hears, but not with eyes and ears. God is close to everything without physically touching anything, and is simultaneously far from everything without being separated. God is within everything without being merged with anything, and without being separated from anything. God wills and manifests everything, but not physically. God was before everything, and nothing was before God. And God will be after everything, and there will be nothing after God. Actually, existence of God precedes the time and non-existence. God exists, but without the need to come into existence. God is merciful and kind, and knew everything before there was anything to know. I am now willing to share something with you which may or may not be true or accurate, but does not interfere with what we have already learned about God, your universe, and your reality. Please notice that I am sharing this for the first time with anyone. And if you have some ideas that can improve my model of the universe, please just let me know, and I'll try to improve it. Because this model that I have drawn here is not completely true perhaps, and is not reference for anything or any argument perhaps, but just a very simple model of the current universes based on cosmology and quantum physics and some other sciences. But again, it may not be true, because that is just as far as my knowledge and my consciousness goes at the moment. And it has nothing to do with the arguments we have had about God or religion. This is just a bonus for you, which may not be even that much true. What kind of world God has created, and what is it? So how is it fair and kind when we can see many bad things are happening? Here is the answer in the figure below that I have illustrated. The whole world, where we see the before-life universes, the current universes, and the afterlife universes. Therefore, you can realize that a good or bad event or thing may just seem good or bad at a small scale, but in the big scale, it will reveal its truth, which is nothing but goodness, fairness, and kindness. The model below is just a very simple drawing of the world that I think God has created, but nobody really knows what God has planned and designed exactly. So my model may or may not be true or accurate, but that has nothing to do with our previous arguments and proofs, and we have already proved everything we wanted. This is just a bonus for you. So God definitely and absolutely exists. Therefore, you may now think about the next steps. Find the true path of living in this universe and learn more about God by the Holy Book and the religion. Because God did not design and create the universe without goals, and did not leave us alone to find the right path. Humans came with the manual to this universe. Hence, study religions and try to ask and learn more all the time, and try to increase your knowledge and consciousness every day about God, the universe, and the purpose of life in which God has created you. Furthermore, if you ask me, what is the single most important reason that some people, including some professors and scientists, may not realize that God exists, may not accept the existence of God, or even try to say that God does not exist, I would answer, the lack of consciousness. I believe that even if you were born in the middle of a desert, and you have lived your entire life in such a desert where there is no other humans or species out there for you to access, see, or hear from, you will still realize the existence of God if your mind has reached higher levels of consciousness. Thank you for your attention. We really appreciate your time and your attention, and we hope this video presentation could enlighten your mind about the existence of God, and hopefully you are a believer now, if you are not already. Please share this knowledge and wisdom to all the scientific communities you know. Thank you, God, for all the blessings.
هم کسانی که دانشجو هستند، هم کسانی که در صراط علم دینند. در هر رشته‌ای که هستی همون رشته رو به خوبی بخوان، سعی کن در همون رشته متخصص بشی. جوان شیعه باید سرآمد باشه، جوان مسلمان باید سرآمد باشه، در هر فنی اول باشی. نیتتون این باشه استاد بشید در اون فن. وقتی درس میگید شاگردانتون رو به خدا آشنا کنید، به اسلام آشنا کنید. خود شماها استاد ریاضی میشید اما اسمتون در دفتری نوشته میشه که اسم حبیب ابن مظاهر نوشته شده. مسئله اینه وقتی شدی استاد ریاضی، وقتی شدی استاد کرسی طب، بعد در اون کرسی تشریح کردی نعمتهای خدا را برای شاگردانت، پیچ و خم خلقت این بدن را، او رو توجه دادی به خدا، رفت دنبال نماز، اسم تو هم در دفتری نوشته میشه که اسم مبلغین تراز اول مذهب و دین نوشته شده.
به طاها، به یاسین، به معراج احمد، به قدر و به کوثر، به رضوان و طوبی، به وحی الهی، به قرآن جاری، به تورات موسی و انجیل عیسی. بسی پادشاهی کنم در گدایی، چو باشم گدای گدایان زهرا. چه شبها که زهرا دعا کرده تا ما همه شیعه گردیم و بیتاب مولا. غلامی این خانواده دلیل و مراد خدا بوده از خلقت ما. مسیرت مشخص، امیرت مشخص، مکن دل دل ای دل، بزن دل به دریا. که دنیا به خسران عقبا نیرزد، به دوریز اولاد زهرا نیرزد. و این زندگانی فانی، جوانی، خوشیهای امروز و اینجا، به افسوس بسیار فردا نیرزد.